Chapter 12 of The Englishwoman in America by Isabella Lucy Bird (read-for-LibriVox.org into the public domain) Chapter 12 The Arabian, by which I left Toronto, was inferior to any American steamer I had travelled in. It was crowded with both saloon and steerage passengers, bound for Cobourg, Port Hope, and Montreal. It was very bustling and dirty, and the carpet was plentifully sprinkled with tobacco juice. The captain was very much flustered with his unusually large living cargo, but he was a good-hearted man, and very careful, having, to use his own phrase, climbed in at the hawse-holes, and worked his way aft, instead of creeping in at the cabin window with his gloves on. The stewards were dirty, and the stewardess too smart to attend to the comforts of the passengers. As passengers' crates and boxes poured in at both the fore and aft entrances, I went out on the little slip of deck to look at the prevalent confusion, having previously ascertained that all my effects were secure. The scene was a very amusing one, for, acting out the maxim that time is money, comparatively few of the passengers came down to the wharf more than 5 minutes before the hour of sailing. People, among whom were a number of unprotected females, and juveniles who would not move on, were entangled among trucks and carts discharging cargo, hacks, horses, crates, and barrels. These passengers, who would find it difficult to elbow their way unencumbered, find it next to impossible when their hands are burdened with uncut books, baskets of provender, and diminutive carpet-bags. Horses back carts against helpless females, barrels roll upon people's toes, newspaper hawkers puff their wares, bonbon vendors push their plaster of Paris abominations almost at people's eyes, yet, strange to say, it is very seldom that any accident occurs. Family groups invariably are separated, and distracted mammas are running after children whom everybody wishes out of the way, giving utterance to hopes that they are not on shore. Then the obedient papa is set on shore to look after that dear little Harry, who is probably all the time in the ladies' saloon on some child-fancier's lap eating bonbons. The board is drawn in, the moorings are cast off, the wheels revolve, the bell rings, the engine squeals, and away speeds the steamer down the calm waters of Lake Ontario. Little children and inquisitive young ladies are knocked down or blackened in coiling the hawser, by hands who, being nothing but hands, evidently cannot say, "I beg your pardon, miss." There were children, who always go where they ought not to be, running against people, and taking hold of their clothes with sticky, smeared hands, asking commercial gentlemen to spin their tops, and corpulent ladies to play at hide-and-seek. I saw one stern-visaged gentleman tormented in this way till he looked ready to give the child its final quietus. I note that American juveniles are, generally speaking, completely destitute of that agreeable shyness which prevents English and Scotch children from annoying strangers. There were angry people who had lost their portmanteaus, and were ransacking the state-rooms in quest of them, and indolent people who lay on the sofas reading novels and chewing tobacco. Some gentleman, taking no heed of a printed notice, goes into the ladies' cabin to see if his wife is safe on board, and meets with a rebuff from the stewardess, who tells him that gentlemen are not admitted, and knowing that the sense, or, as he would say, the nonsense of the community is against him, he beats a reluctant retreat. Everybody seems to have lost somebody or something, but in an hour or two the ladies are deep in novels, the gentlemen in the morning papers, the children have quarrelled themselves to sleep, and the captain has gone to smoke by the funnel. I sat on the slip of a deck with a lady from Lake Superior, niece of the accomplished poetess Mrs. Hemans, and she tried to arouse me into admiration of the shore of Lake Ontario, but I confess that I was too much occupied with a race which we were running with the American steamer Maple Leaf, to look at the flat, gloomy, forest-fringed coast. There is an inherent love of the excitement of a race in all human beings. Even old ladies are not exempt from it, if we may believe a story which I heard on the Mississippi. An old lady was going down the river for the first time, and expressed to the captain her earnest hope that there would be no racing. Presently another boat neared them, and half the passengers urged the captain to pile on. The old lady shrieked and protested, but to no purpose. The skipper piled on, and as the race was a very long and doubtful one, she soon became excited. The rival boat shot ahead. The old lady gave a side of bacon, her sole possession, to feed the boiler fires. The boat was left behind. She clapped her hands. It ran ahead again, and, frantic, she seated herself upon the safety valve. It was again doubtful, but lo! the antagonist boat was snagged, and the lady gave a yell of perfect delight when she saw it discomfited, and 100 human beings struggling in the water. Our race, however, was destitute of excitement, for the Maple Leaf was a much better sailor than ourselves. Dinner constituted an important event in the day, and was despatched very voraciously, though some things were raw, others overdone, and all greasy. But the 300 people who sat down to dinner were, as some one observed, 300 reasons against eating anything. I had to endure a severe attack of ague, and about 9 o'clock the stewardess gave up her room to me, and, as she faithfully promised to call me half an hour before we changed the boats, I slept very soundly. At 5 she came in. "Get up, miss. We're at Guananoque. You've only 5 minutes to dress." I did dress in 5 minutes, and leaving my watch, with some very valuable lockets under my pillow, hastened across a narrow plank, half blinded by snow, into the clean, light, handsome steamer New Era. I did not allow myself to fall asleep in the very comfortable state room which was provided for me by the friend with whom I was travelling, but hurried upstairs with the first grey of the chilly wintry dawn of the morning of the 18th of October. The saloon windows were dimmed with snow, so I went out on deck and braved the driving wind and snow on that inhospitable morning, for we were in the Lake of the Thousand Islands. Travellers have written and spoken so much of the beauty of this celebrated piece of water that I expected to be disappointed, but au contraire I am almost inclined to write a rhapsody myself. For 3 hours we were sailing among these beautiful irregularly formed islands. There are 1,692 of them, and they vary in size from mere rocks to several acres in extent. Some of them are perfect paradises of beauty. They form a complete labyrinth, through which the pilot finds his way, guided by numerous beacons. Sometimes it appeared as if there were no egress, and as if we were running straight upon a rock, and the water is everywhere so deep, that from the deck of the steamer people can pull the leaves from the trees. 100 varieties of trees and shrubs grow out of the grey, lichen-covered rocks. It seems barbarous that the paddles of a steamer should disturb their delicate shadows. If I found this lake so beautiful on a day in the middle of October, when the bright autumn tints had changed into a russet brown, and when a chill north-east wind was blowing about the withered leaves, and snow against the ship, and when, more than all, I was only just recovering from ague, what would it be on a bright summer day, when the blue of heaven would be reflected in the clear waters of the St. Lawrence? By 9 a furious snowstorm rendered all objects indistinct, and the fog had thickened to such an extent that we could not see 5 feet ahead, so we came to anchor for an hour. A very excellent breakfast was despatched during this time, and at 10 we steamed off again, steering by compass on a river barely a mile wide. The New Era was a boat of a remarkably high draught of water. The saloon, or deck-house, came to within 15 feet of the bow, and on the hurricane deck above there was a tower containing a double wheel, with which the ship is steered by chains 100 feet long. There is a look-out place in front of this tower, generally occupied by the pilot, a handsome, ruffian-looking French voyageur, with earrings in his ears. Captain Chrysler, whose caution, urbanity, and kindness render him deservedly popular, seldom leaves this post of observation, and personally pays a very great attention to his ship, for the river St. Lawrence is as bad a reputation for destroying vessels which navigate it as the Mississippi. The snow was now several inches deep on deck, and melting near the deck-house, trickled under the doors and into the saloon. The moisture inside, also, condensed upon the ceiling, and produced a constant shower-bath for the whole day. Sofas and carpets were alike wet. Everybody sat in goloshes, the ladies in cloaks, the gentlemen in oilskins, the smell of the latter, and of so many wet woollen clothes, in an apartment heated by stove heat, being almost unbearable. At 12 the fog and snow cleared away, and revealed to view the mighty St. Lawrence, a rapid stream whirling along in small eddies, between slightly elevated banks, dotted with white homesteads. We passed a gigantic raft, with 5 log shanties upon it, near Prescott. These rafts go slowly and safely down the St. Lawrence and the Ottawa, till they come to La Chine, where frequently catastrophes happen, if one may judge from the timber which strews the rocks. A gentleman read from a newspaper these terrible statistics, horrible, if true: 44 murders and 700 murderous assaults have been committed at New York within the last 6 months. Sensation. We stopped at Prescott, one of the oldest towns in Canada, and shortly afterwards passed the blackened ruins of a windmill, and some houses held by a band of American sympathizers during the rebellion of 1838, but from which they were dislodged by the cannon of the royal troops. 500 American sympathizers, with several pieces of cannon, under cover of darkness, on a lovely night in May, landed at this place. Soon after, they were attacked by a party of English regulars and militiamen, who drove them into a windmill and 2 strong stone houses, which they loopholed, and defended themselves with a pertinacity which one would have called heroism had it been in a better cause. They finally surrendered, and were carried prisoners to Kingston, where 6 of them were hanged. Their leader, a military adventurer, a Pole of the name of von Schultz, was the first to be executed. He fought with a skill and bravery worthy of the nation from whence he sprang, and died without complaint, except of those who had enticed him to fight for a godless cause, under the name of liberty. Brighter days have since dawned upon Canada, and at this time the most discontented can scarcely find the shadow of a grievance to lay hold of. As an instance of the way in which the utilitarian essentials of a high state of civilization are diffused throughout Canada, I may mention that when we arrived at Cornwall I was able to telegraph to Kingston for my lost watch, and received a satisfactory answer in half an hour. After sailing down this mighty river at a rapid rate for some hours, we ran the Galouse Rapids. Running the rapids is a favourite, and I must add a charming diversion of adventurous travellers. There is just that slight sense of danger which lends a zest to novelty, and it is furnished by the facts that some timid persons land before coming to the rapids, and that many vessels have come to an untimely end in descending them. There is a favourite story of General Amherst, who during the war was sent down by the river to attack Montreal, with 350 men, and the first intimation which the inhabitants received of the intended surprise was through the bodies of the ill-fated detachment, clothed in the well-known scarlet, floating by their city, the victims of the ignorance or treachery of the pilot. One of the great pleasures which I promised myself in my visit to Canada was from running these rapids, and I was not disappointed. At the Galouse, the river expands into a wide, shallow stream, containing beautiful islands, among which the water rushes furiously, being broken into large waves, boiling, foaming, and whirling around. The steamer neared the rapids. Half her steam was shut off. 6 men appeared at the wheel. We glided noiselessly along in smooth, green, deep water. The furious waves were before us. The steamer gave one perceptible downward plunge. The spray dashed over the bows, and at a speed of 25 miles an hour we hurried down the turbulent hill of waters, running so near the islands often that escape seemed hopeless, then guided safely away by the skill of the pilot. The next rapid was the Long Sault, above a mile in length. The St. Lawrence is here divided into 2 channels. The one we took is called the Lost Passage. The Indian pilot who knew it died, and it has been recovered only within the last 5 years. It is a very fine rapid, the islands being extremely picturesque. We went down it at a dizzy speed, with all our steam on. I suppose that soon after this we entered the lower provinces, for the aspect of things totally changed. The villages bore French names, there were high wooden crosses by the waterside, the houses were many-gabled and many-windowed, with tiers of balconies, and the setting sun flashed upon Romish churches with spires of glittering tin. Everything was marked by stagnation and retrogression. The people are habitants, and the clergy curés. We ran the Cedars, a magnificent rapid, superior in beauty to the grand rapids at Niagara, and afterwards those of the Coteau du Lac and the Split Rock, but were obliged to anchor at La Chine, as its celebrated cataract can only be shot by daylight. It was cold and dark, and nearly all the passengers left La Chine by the cars for Montreal, to avoid what some people consider the perilous descent of this rapid. As both means of reaching Montreal were probably equally safe, I decided on remaining on board, having secured a state-room. My companions in the saloon were the captain's wife and a lady who seemed decidedly flighty, and totally occupied in waiting upon a poodle lap-dog. After the captain left, the stokers and pokers, and stewards and cooks, extemporized a ball, with the assistance of a blind Scotch fiddler, and invited numerous lassies, who appeared as if by magic from a wharf to which we were moored. I cannot say how they tripped it on the light fantastic toe, for brogues and highlows stumped heavily on the floor, but what was wanting in elegance was amply compensated for by merriment and vivacity. The conversation was rather of a polyglot character, being carried on in French, Gaelic, and English. Throughout the night I was occupied in incessant attempts to keep up vital warmth, and when the steward called me at 5 o'clock, I found that I had been sleeping with the window open, and that the water in the jug was frozen. Wintry-looking stars were twinkling through a frosty fog. The wet hawsers were frozen stiff on deck. 6 came, the hour of starting, but still there were no signs of moving. Railroads have not yet taught punctuality to the Canadians, but better things are in store for them. Cold to the very bone, I walked up and down the saloon to warm myself. The floor was wet, covered in saturated rugs, there were no fires in the stoves, and my only resource was to lean against the engine enclosure, and warm my frozen hands on the hot wood. I was joined by a very old gentleman, who, amid many complaints, informed me that he had an attack of apoplexy during the night, and some one, finding him insensible, had opened the jugular vein. His lank white hair flowed over his shoulders, and his neckcloth and shirt front were smeared with blood. He said he had cut his wife's throat, and that her ghost was after him. "There, there!" he said, pointing to a corner. I looked at his eyes, and saw at once that I was in the company of a madman. He then said that he was the king of the island of Montreal, and that he had murdered his wife because she was going to betray him to the Queen of England. He was now, he declared, going down to make a public entrance into Montreal. After this avowal I treated him with the respect due to his fancied rank, till I could call the stewards without exciting his suspicions. They said that he was a confirmed lunatic, and that he had several times attempted to lay violent hands upon himself. They thought that he must have escaped from his keeper at Brockville, and, with true madman's cunning, had secreted himself in the steamer. They kept him under strict surveillance till we arrived at Montreal, and frustrated an attempt which he made to throw himself into the rapid as we were descending it. At 7 we unmoored from the pier at Lachine, and steamed over the calm waters of the Lac St. Louis, under the care of a Canadian voyageur, who acted as a subordinate to an Indian pilot, who is said to be the only person acquainted with the passage, and whom the boats are obliged under penalty to take. The lake narrows at Lachine, and becomes again the St. Lawrence, which presents a most extraordinary appearance, being a hill of shallow rushing water about a mile wide, chafing a few islands which look ready to be carried away by it. The large river Ottawa joins the St. Lawrence a short distance from this, and mingles its turbid waters with that mighty flood. The river becomes more and more rapid till we entered what might be termed a sea of large, cross, leaping waves, and raging waters, enough to engulf a small boat. The idea of descending it in a steamer was an extraordinary one. It is said that from the shore a vessel looks as if it were hurrying to certain destruction. Still we hurry on, with 8 men at the wheel. Rocks appear like snags in the middle of the stream. We dash straight down upon rocky islets, strewn with the wrecks of rafts, but a turn of the wheel, and we rush by them in safety at a speed, 'tis said, of 30 miles an hour, till a ragged ledge of rock stretches across the whirling stream. Still on we go, louder roars the flood, steeper appears the descent, earth, sky, and water seem mingled together. I involuntarily took hold of the rail, the madman attempted to jump over, the flighty lady screamed and embraced more closely her poodle dog. We reached the ledge, one narrow space free from rocks appeared. Down, with a plunge, went the bow into a turmoil of foam, and we had shot the cataract of Lachine. The exploit is one of the most agreeable which the traveller can perform, and the thick morning mist added to the apparent danger. We steamed for 4 or 5 miles farther down the river, when suddenly the great curtain of mist was rolled up as by an invisible hand, and the scene which it revealed was Montreal. I never saw a city which looked so magnificent from the water. It covers a very large extent of ground, which gently slopes upwards from the lake-like river, and is backed by the mountain, a precipitous hill 700 feet in height. It is decidedly foreign in appearance, even from a distance. When the fog cleared away it revealed this mountain, with the forest which covers it, all scarlet and purple. The blue waters of the river hurried joyously along. The green and Belle Isle mountains were the rosy tints of dawn, the distances were bathed in a purple glow, and the tin roofs, lofty spires, and cupolas of Montreal flashed back the beams of the rising sun. A lofty Gothic edifice, something from a distance like Westminster Abbey, and a handsome public building, with a superb wharf a mile long, of hewn stone, present a very imposing appearance from the water. we landed from the first lock of a ship canal, and I immediately drove to the residence of the Bishop of Montreal, a house near the mountain, in a very elevated situation, and commanding a magnificent view. From the bishop and his family I received the greatest kindness, and have very agreeable recollections of Montreal. It was a most curious and startling change from the wooden erections, wide streets, and the impress of novelty which pervaded everything I had seen in the New World, to the old stone edifices, lofty houses, narrow streets, and tin roofs of the city of Montreal. There are iron window shutters, convents with grated windows and long dead walls. There are narrow thoroughfares, crowded with strangely dressed habitants, and long processions of priests. Then the French origin of the town contrasts everywhere with the English occupation of it. There are streets, the Rue Sainte Geneviève, the Rue Saint Antoine, and the Rue Saint François Xavier. There are ancient customs and feudal privileges, Jesuit seminaries, and convents of the Soeurs Gris and the Sulpicians, priests in long black dresses, native carters in coats with hoods, woollen nightcaps and coloured sashes, and barristers pleading in the French language. Then there are Manchester goods, in stores kept by bustling Yankees; soldiers lounge about in the scarlet and rifle uniforms of England; Presbyterian tunes sound from plain bald churches; the institutions are drawn alike from Paris and Westminster, and the public vehicles partake of the fashions of Lisbon and Longacre. You hear Place aux Dames on one side of the street, and Galang on the other, and the United States have contributed their hotel system and their slang. Montreal is an extraordinary place. It is alive with business and enterprising traders, with soldiers, carters, and equipages. Through the kindness of the bishop, I saw everything of any interest in the town. The first thing which attracted my attention was the magnificent view from the windows of the See House, over the wide St. Lawrence and the green mountains of Vermont; the next, an immense pair of elaborately worked bronze gates, at a villa opposite, large enough for a royal residence. The sidewalks in the outskirts of the town were still of the villanous wood, but in the streets they were very substantial, and, like the massive stone houses, looked as if they had lasted for 200 years, and might last for 1,000 more. We visited, among other things, some schools; one, the Normal School, an extremely interesting place, where it is intended to train teachers on Church of England principles. I was very much surprised and pleased with the amount of solid information and high attainments of the children, as evidenced by their composition and answers to the Bishop of Montreal's very difficult questions. They looked sallow and emaciated, and, contrary to what I have observed in England, the girls seemed the most intelligent. The bishop has also established a library, where, for the small sum of 4 shillings a year, people can regale themselves upon a variety of works, from the volumes of Alison, not more ponderous in appearance than matter, to the newspaper literature of the day. The furriers' shops are by no means to be overlooked. There were sleigh robes of buffalo, bear, fox, wolf, and raccoon, varying in price from 6 to 30 guineas; and coats, leggings, gloves, and caps, rendered necessary by the severity of a winter in which the thermometer often stands at 30 degrees below zero. People vie with each other in the costliness of their furs and sleigh equipments, a complete set sometimes costing as much as 100 guineas. I went into the Romish Cathedral, which is the largest Gothic building in the New World. It was intended to be very imposing; it has succeeded in being very extravagant, and if the architects intended that their work should live in the admiration of succeeding generations, like York Minster, Cologne, or Rouen, they have signally failed. Internally, the effect of its vast size is totally destroyed by pews and galleries which accommodate 10,000 people. There are some very large and very hideous paintings in it, in a very inferior style of sign painting. The ceiling is painted bright blue, and the high altar was one mass of gaudy tinsel decorations. In one corner there was a picture of babies being devoured by pigs, and trampled upon by horses, and underneath it was a box for offerings, with "This is the fate of the children of China" upon it. By it was a wooden box, hung with faded pink calico, containing small wooden representations, in the Noah's Ark style, of dogs, horses, and pigs, and a tall man holding up a little dog by its hind leg. This peep-show, for I can call it nothing else, was at the same time so inexplicable and so ludicrous, that, to avoid shocking the feelings of a devout-looking woman who was praying near it by an éclat de rire, we hurried from the church. I met with many sincere and devout Romanists among the upper classes in Canada. I know that there are thousands among the simple habitans; and, though, in a thoughtless moment, the fooleries and puerilities of their churches may excite a smile, it is a matter for the deepest regret that so many of our fellow subjects should be the dupes of a despotic priesthood, and of a religion which cannot save. Close to the cathedral is the convent of the Grey Sisters, who, with the most untiring zeal and kindness, fulfil the vocations of the Sisters of Charity. There are several other convents, some of them very strict, and their high walls and grated windows give Montreal a very continental appearance. On a lady remarking to a sister in one of these, that the view from the windows was very beautiful, she replied, with a suppressed sigh, that she had never seen it. There are some very fine public buildings and banks, but as I am not writing a guide book, I will not dilate upon their merits. We walked around le Champ de Mars, formerly the great resort of the Montreal young ladies, and along the Rue Notre Dame, to the market place, which is said to be the second finest in the world, and with its handsome façade and bright tin dome, forms one of the most prominent objects from the water. As these disgusting disfigurements of our English towns, butchers' shops, are not to be seen in the Canadian towns, nor, I believe I may say, in those in the States, there is an enormous display of meat in the Montreal market, of an appearance by no means tempting. The scene outside was extremely picturesque. There were hundreds of carts with shaggy, patient little horses in rows, with very miscellaneous tents, cabbages and butter jostling pork and hides. You may see here hundreds of habitants, who look as if they ought to have lived a century ago, shaggy men in fur caps and loose blue frieze coats with hoods, and with bright sashes of coloured wool round their waists; women also, with hard features and bronzed complexions, in large straw hats, high white caps, and noisy sabots. On all sides a jargon of Irish, English, and French is to be heard, the latter generally the broadest patois. We went into the council chamber, the richly cushioned seats of which looked more fitted for sleep than deliberation, and I caught a glimpse of the ex-mayor, whose timidity during a time of popular ferment occasioned a great loss of human life. That popular Italian orator, Father Gavazzi, was engaged in denouncing the suppositions and impositions of Rome, and, on a mob evincing symptoms of turbulence, this mayor gave the order to fire to the troops who were drawn up in the streets. Scarcely had the words passed his lips, when by one volley 17 peaceful citizens, if I recollect rightly, coming out of the Unitarian chapel, were laid low. Montreal is a turbulent place. It is not very many years since a mob assembled and burned down the Parliament House, for which exercise of the popular will the city is disqualified from being the seat of government. I saw something of Montreal society, which seemed to me to be quite on a par with that in our English provincial towns. I left this ancient city at 7 o'clock on a very dark, foggy evening for Quebec, the boats between the two cities running by night, in order that the merchants, by a happy combination of travelling with sleep, may not lose that time which is to them money. This mode of proceeding is very annoying to tourists, who thereby lose the far-famed beauties of the St. Lawrence. It is very obnoxious likewise to timid travellers, of whom there are a large number, both male and female, for collisions and strikings on rocks or shoals are accidents of such frequent occurrence that, out of 8 steamers which began the season, 2 only concluded it, 2 being disabled during my visit to Quebec. Scarcely had we left the wharf at Montreal when we came into collision with a brig, and hooked her anchor into our woodwork, which event caused a chorus of screams from some ladies whose voices were rather stronger than their nerves, and its remedy a great deal of bad language in French, German, and English, from the crews of both vessels. After this we ran down to Quebec at the rate of 17 miles an hour, and the contretemps did not prevent even those who had screamed the loudest from partaking of a most substantial supper, which was served at 8 o'clock in the lowest story of the ship. The John Munn was a very fine boat, not at all the worse for having sunk in the river in the summer. I considered Quebec quite the goal of my journey, for books, tongues, and poetry alike celebrate its beauty. Indeed, there seems to be only one opinion about it, from the lavish praise bestowed upon it by the eloquent and gifted author of Hochelaga, down to the homely encomiums pronounced by bluff sea captains, there seems to be a unanimity of admiration which is rarely met with. Even commercial travellers, absorbed in intricate calculations of dollars and cents, have been known to look up from their books to give it an enthusiastic expression of approval. I expected to be more pleased with it than with anything I had seen or was to see, and was insensate enough to rise at 5 o'clock and proceed into the saloon, when of course it was too dark for another hour to see anything. Daylight came, and from my corner by the fire I asked the stewardess when we should be in Quebec. She replied that we were close to it. I went to the window, expecting that a vision of beauty would burst upon my eyes. All that I saw might be summed up in a very few words: a few sticks placed vertically, which might be masts, and some tin spires looming through a very yellow, opaque medium. This was my first view of Quebec. Happily, on my last, the elements did full justice to its beauty. Other objects developed themselves as we steamed down to the wharf. There were huge rafts, sometimes 3 or 4 acres in extent, which, having survived the perils which had beset them on their journey from the forests of Ottawa, were now moored along the base of the lofty cliffs which, under the name of the Heights of Abraham, have a world-wide celebrity. There were huge, square-sided, bluff-bowed, low-masted ships, lying at anchor in interminable lines, and little, dirty, vicious-looking steam-tugs twirling in and out among them, and there were grim-looking muzzles of guns protruding through embrasures, and peripatetic fur caps and bayonets behind parapets of very solid masonry. Above all, shadowing all and sleeping all, was the thickest fog ever seen beyond the sound of bow-bells. It lay thick and heavy on Point Diamond, dimming the lustre of the bayonets of the sentinels as they paced the lofty bastions, and looked down into the abyss of fog below. It lay yet heavier on the rapid St. Lawrence, and dripped from the spars and rigging of ships. It hung over and enveloped the town, where, combined with smoke, it formed a yellow canopy, and damp and chill it penetrated the flag of England, weighing it down in heavy folds as though ominous of impending calamity. Slowly winding our tortuous way among multitudinous ships, all vamped in drizzling mist, we were warped to the wharf, which was covered with a mixture of mud and coal dust, permeated by the universal fog. Here vehicles of a most extraordinary nature awaited us, and to my great surprise they were all open. They were called calashes, and looked something like very high gigs with hoods and C-springs. Where the dashboard was not, there was a little seat or perch for the driver, who, with a foot on each shaft, looked in a very precarious position. These conveyances have the most absurd appearance. There are, however, a few closed vehicles, both at Montreal and Quebec, which I believe are not to be found in the civilized world elsewhere, except in a few back streets of Lisbon. These consist of a square box on 2 wheels. This box has a top, back, and front, but where the sides ought to be there are curtains of deer hide, which are a very imperfect protection from wind and rain. The driver sits on the roof, and the conveyance has a constant tendency backwards, which is only partly counteracted by a band under the horse's body, but only partially, and the inexperienced denizen of the box fancies himself in a state of constant jeopardy. In an open calash I drove to Russell's Hotel, along streets steeper, narrower, and dirtier than any I had ever seen. Arrived within 200 yards of the hotel, we were set down in the mud. On alighting, a gentleman who had been my fellow traveller politely offered to guide me, and soon after addressed me by my name. "Who can you possibly be?" I asked, so completely had a beard metamorphosed an acquaintance of 5 years' standing. Once within the hotel, I had the greatest difficulty in finding my way about. It is composed of 3 of the oldest houses in Quebec, and has no end of long passages, dark winding staircases, and queer little rooms. It is haunted to a fearful extent by rats, and direful stories, horrible if true, were related in the parlour of personal mutilation sustained by visitors. My room was by no means in the oldest part of the house, yet I used to hear nightly stories made in a very systematic manner by these quadruped intruders. The waiters at Russell's are complained of for their incivility, but we thought them most profuse both in their civility and attentions. Nevertheless, with all its disagreeables, Russell's is the best hotel in Quebec, and as a number of the members of the Legislative Assembly live there while Parliament meets in that city, it is very lively and amusing. When my English friends Mr. and Mistress Alderson arrived, we saw a good deal of the town, but it has been so often described that I may as well pass on to other subjects. The glowing descriptions given of it by the author of Hochelaga must be familiar to many of my readers. They leave nothing to be desired, except the genial glow of enthusiasm and kindliness of heart which threw a couleur de rose over everything he saw. There are some notions which must be unlearned in Canada, or temporarily laid aside. At the beginning of winter, which is the gay season in this Paris of the New World, every unmarried gentleman, who chooses to do so, selects a young lady to be his companion in the numerous amusements of the time. It does not seem that anything more is needed than the consent of the maiden, who, when she acquiesces in the arrangement, is called a muffin; for the mammas were muffins themselves in their day, and cannot refuse their daughters the same privilege. The gentleman is privileged to take the young lady about in his sleigh, to ride with her, to walk with her, to dance with her a whole evening without any remark, to escort her to parties, and be her attendant on all occasions. When the spring arrives, the arrangement is at an end, and I did not hear that an engagement is frequently the result, or that the same couple enter into this agreement for 2 successive winters. Probably the reason may be, that they see too much of each other. This practice is almost universal at Montreal and Quebec. On the fine, frosty, moonlight nights, when the sleigh bells ring merrily and the crisp snow crackles under the horses' feet, the gentlemen call to take their muffins to meetings of the sleighing clubs, or to snowshoe picnics, or to champagne suppers on the ice, from which they do not return till 2 in the morning. Yet, with all this apparent freedom of manner, the Canadian ladies are perfectly modest, feminine, and ladylike. Their simplicity of manners is great, and probably there is no country in the world where there is a larger amount of domestic felicity. The beauty of the young ladies of Canada is celebrated, and though on going to a large party one may not see more than 2 or 3 who are strikingly or regularly beautiful, the tout ensemble is most attractive. The eyes are invariably large and lustrous, dark and pensive, or blue and sparkling with vivacity. Their manners and movements are unaffected and elegant; they dress in exquisite taste, and with a grace peculiarly their own; their manners have a fascination and witchery which is perfectly irresistible. They generally receive their education at the convents, and go into society at a very early age, very frequently before they have seen 16 summers, and after this time the whirl of amusement precludes them from giving much time to literary employments. They are by no means deeply read, and few of them play anything more than moderate dance music. They dance beautifully, and so great is their passion for this amusement, probably derived from their French ancestors, that married ladies frequently attend the same dancing classes with their children, in order to keep themselves in a constant practice. At the time of my visit to Quebec there were large parties every night, most of which were honoured with the presence of Lord Elgin and his suite. One of his aides de camp was Lord Bury, Lord Albemarle's son, who, on a tour through North America, became enamoured of Quebec. Lord Elgin's secretary was Mr. Oliphant, the talented author of The Russian Shores of the Black Sea, who had also yielded to the fascinations of this northern capital. And no wonder, for there is not a friendlier place in the whole world. I went armed with but 2 letters of introduction, and received hospitality and kindness for which I can never be sufficiently grateful. The cholera, which in America assumes nearly the fatality and rapidity of the plague, had during the summer ravaged Quebec. It had entered and desolated happy homes, and, not confining itself to the abodes of the poor and miserable, had attacked the rich, the gifted, and the beautiful. For long the destroying angel hovered over the devoted city; neither age nor infancy was spared, and numbers were daily hurried from the vigour of living manhood into silence and oblivion of the grave. Vigorous people, walking along the streets, were suddenly seized with shiverings and cramp, and sank down on the pavement to rise no more, sometimes actually expiring on the cold hard stones. Pleasure was forgotten, business was partially suspended, all who could fled; the gloom upon the souls of the inhabitants was heavier than the brown cloud which was supposed to brood over the city, and the steamers, which conveyed those who fled from the terrible pestilence, arrived at Toronto freighted with the living and the dead. Among the terror-stricken, the dying, and the dead, the ministers of religion pursued their holy calling, undaunted by the terrible sights which met them everywhere. The clergy of the different denominations vied with each other in their kindness and devotedness. The priests of Rome then gained a double influence. Armed with what appeared, in the eyes of the people, supernatural powers, they knew no rest either by night or day. They held the cross before many a darkening eye, and spoke to the bereaved, in the plenitude of their anguish, of a world where sorrow and separation are alike unknown. The heavy clang of tolling bells was hourly heard, as the pestilence-stricken were carried to their last homes. Medical skill availed nothing; the pestilence which walketh in darkness was only removed by him in whose hand are the issues of life and death. Quebec had been free from disease for about 6 weeks before I visited it; the victims of the pestilence were cold in their untimely graves; the sun of prosperity smiled upon the fortress city, and its light-hearted inhabitants had just begun their nightly round of pleasure and gaiety. The viceroyalty of Lord Elgin was drawing rapidly to a close, and 2 parties, given every week at Government House, afforded an example which the good people of Quebec were not slow to follow. There were more musical parties, conversationes, and picnics to Chaudière and Lorette, and people who were dancing till 4 or 5 in the morning were vigorous enough after 10 for a gallop to Montmorency. The absolute restlessness of the city astonished me very much. The mornings seemed to begin, with fashionable people, with a desultory breakfast at 9 o'clock, after which some received callers, others paid visits, or walked into the town to make trifling purchases at the stores, while not a few of the young ladies promenaded St. Louis Street or the Ramparts, where they were generally joined by the officers. Several officers said to me that no quarters in the world were so delightful as those at Quebec. A scarlet coat finds great favour with the fair sex at Quebec; civilians, however great their mental qualifications, are decidedly in the background; and I was amused to see young ensigns, with budding moustaches, who had just joined their regiments, preferred before men of high literary attainments. With balls, and moose hunting, and sleigh driving, and tobogganing, and, last but not least, muffins, the time passes rapidly by to them. A gentleman who had just arrived from England declared that Quebec was a horrid place, not fit to live in. A few days after he met the same individual to whom he had made this uncomplimentary observation, and confided to him that he thought Quebec the most delightful place in the whole world, "for, do you know," he said, "I have got a muffin." With the afternoon numerous riding parties are formed, for you cannot go 3 miles out of Quebec without coming to something beautiful, and calls of a more formal nature are paid. Military band performs on Durham Terrace or the Garden, which then assume the appearance of most fashionable promenades. The evening is spent in the ball-room, or at small social dancing parties, or during the winter, before 10 at night, in the galleries of the House of Assembly, and the morning is well advanced before the world of Quebec is hushed in sleep. Society is contained in very small limits at Quebec. Its élite are grouped round the ramparts and in the suburb of St. Louis. The city until recently has occupied a very isolated position, and has depended upon itself for society. It is therefore sociable, friendly, and hospitable; and though there is gossip, for where is it not to be found, I never knew any in which there was so little of ill nature. The little world in the upper part of the city is probably the most brilliant to be found anywhere in so small a compass. But there is a world below, another nation, seldom mentioned in the aristocratic quarter of St. Louis, where vice, crime, poverty, and misery jostle each other, as pleasure and politics do in the upper town. This is the suburb of St. Roch, in whose tall dark houses and fetid alleys those are to be found whose birthright is toil, who spend life in supplying the necessities of to-day, while indulging in gloomy apprehensions for to-morrow, who have not one comfort in the past to cling to, or one hope for the future to cheer. St. Roch is as crowded as the upper town, but with a very different population, the poor, degraded, and the vicious. Here fever destroys its tens and cholera its hundreds. Here people stab each other, and think little of it. Here are narrow alleys, with high, black-looking, stone houses, with broken windows pasted over with paper in the lower stories, and stuffed with rags in the upper. Gradations of wretchedness which I have observed in the Cowgate and Westport at Edinburgh. Here are shoeless women, who quiet their children with ardent spirits, and brutal men, who would kill both wives and children if they dared. Here are dust heaps in which pigs with long snouts are ever routing; here are lean curs wrangling with each other for leaner bones; here are ditches and puddles, and heaps of oyster shells, and broken crockery, and cabbage stalks, and fragments of hats and shoes. Here are torn notices on the walls offering rewards for the apprehension of thieves and murderers, painfully suggestive of dark deeds. A little further are lumber yards and wharves, and mud and sawdust, and dealers in old nails and rags and bones, and rotten posts and rails, and attempts at grass. Here are old barrel hoops, and patches of old sails, and dead bushes and dead dogs, and old saucepans, and little plots of ground where cabbages and pumpkins drag on a pining existence. And then there is the river Charles, no longer clear and bright, as when trees and hills and flowers were mirrored on its surface, but foul, turbid, and polluted, with shipyards and steam engines and cranes and windlasses on its margin, and here Quebec ends. From the rich, the fashionable, and the pleasure-seeking suburb of St. Louis few venture down into the quarter of St. Roch, save those who, at the risk of drawing in pestilence with every breath, mindful of their duty to God and man, enter those hideous dwellings, ministering to minds and bodies alike diseased. My first visit to St. Roch was on a Sunday afternoon. I had attended our own simple and beautiful service in the morning, and had seen the celebration of Vespers in the Romish cathedral in the afternoon. Each church was thronged with well-dressed persons. It was a glorious day. The fashionable promenades were all crowded, gay uniforms and brilliant parasols thronged the ramparts, horsemen were cantering along St. Louis Street, priestly processions passed to and from the different churches, numbers of calashes containing pleasure parties were dashing about, picnic parties were returning from Montmorency and Lake Charles, groups of vivacious talkers, speaking in the language of France, were at every street corner. Quebec had all the appearance, so painful to an English or Scottish eye, of a continental Sabbath. Mr. and Mrs. Alderson and myself left this gay scene, and the constant toll of Romish bells, for St. Roch. They had lived peacefully in a rural part of Devonshire, and more recently in one of the prettiest and most thriving of the American cities, and when they first breathed the polluted air, they were desirous to return from what promised to be so peculiarly unpleasant, but kindly yielded to my desire to see something of the shady as well as the sunny side of Quebec. No Sabbath day with its hallowed accompaniments seemed to have dawned upon the inhabitants of St. Roch. We saw women with tangled hair standing in the streets, and men with pallid countenances and bloodshot eyes were reeling about, or sitting with their heads resting on their hands, looking out from windows stuffed with rags. There were children too, children in nothing but the name and stature, infancy without innocence, learning to take God's name in vain with its first lisping accents, preparing for a maturity of suffering and shame. I looked at these hideous houses, and hideous men and women too, and at their still more repulsive progeny, with sallow faces, dwarfed forms, and countenances precocious in the intelligence of villainy, and contrasted them with the blue-eyed, rosy-cheeked infants of my English home, who chase butterflies and weave May garlands, and gather cowslips and buttercups, or the sallow children of a Highland shanty, who devour instruction in mud-floored huts, and con their tasks on the heathery sides of hills. Yet when you breathe the poisoned air, laden with everything noxious to health, and have the physical and moral senses alike met with everything that can disgust and offend, it ceases to be a matter of wonder that the fair, tender plant of beautiful childhood refuses to grow in such a vitiated atmosphere. Here all distinctions between good and evil are speedily lost, if they were ever known, and men, women, and children become unnatural in vice, in irreligion, in manners and appearance. Such spots as these act like cankers, yearly spreading further and further their vitiating influences, preparing for all those fearful retributions in the shape of fever and pestilence which continually come down. Yet, lamentable as the state of such a population is, considered merely with regard to this world, it becomes fearful when we recollect that the wheels of time are ceaselessly rolling on, bearing how few, alas, to heaven, what myriads to hell, and that when this trembling consciousness of being, which clings enamoured to its anguish, not because life is sweet, but because death is bitter, is over, there remains, for those who have known nothing on earth but misery and vice, a fearful-looking thing for judgment and fiery indignation, when they that have done evil shall rise to the resurrection of damnation. It was not that the miserable, degraded appearance of St. Roch was anything new to me. Unfortunately, the same state of things exists in a far greater degree in our large towns at home. What did surprise me was, to find it in the New World, and that such a gigantic evil should have required only 200 years for its growth. It seemed to me also that Quebec, the gulf which separates the two worlds, is greater even than that which lies between Belgravia and Bethnal Green or St. Giles's. The people who live in the lower town are principally employed on the wharves, and in the lumber trade. But my readers will not thank me for detaining them in a pestiferous atmosphere, among such unpleasing scenes. We will therefore ascend to the high street of the city, resplendent with gorgeous mercers' stores, and articles of luxury of every description. This street and several others were at this period impassable for carriages, the roadways being tunnelled, and heaped, and barricaded, which curious and disagreeable state of things was stated to rise from the laying down of water-pipes. At night, when fires were lighted in the narrow streets, and groups of roughly dressed Frenchmen were standing round them, Quebec presented the appearance of the Faubourg Saint-Antoine after a revolution. Quebec is a most picturesque city externally and internally. From the citadel, which stands on a rock more than 300 feet high, down to the crowded waterside, bustling with merchants, porters, and lumbermen, all is novel and original. Massive fortifications, with guns grinning from the embrasures, form a very prominent feature. A broad glacis looks peaceful in its greenness. Ramparts line the plains of Abraham. Guards and sentries appear in all directions. Nightfall brings with it the challenge, "Who goes there?" and narrow gateways form inconvenient entrances to streets so steep that I wondered how mortal horses could ever toil up them. The streets are ever thronged with vehicles, particularly with rude carts drawn by rough horses, driven by French peasants, who move stolidly along, indifferent to the continual cry of "Place aux dames." The stores generally have French designations above them; the shopmen often speak very imperfect English; the names of the streets are French; Romish churches and convents abound; and Sisters of Charity, unwearied in their benevolence, are to be seen visiting the afflicted. Notices and cautions are posted up both in French and English; the light, vivacious tones of the French Canadians are everywhere heard; and from the pillar sacred to the memory of Wolfe upon the plains of Abraham, down to the red-coated sentry who challenges you upon the ramparts, everything tells of a conquered province, and of the time, not so very far distant either, when the lilies of France occupied the place from which the flag of England now so proudly waves. I spent a few days at Russell's Hotel, which was very full, in spite of the rats. In Canadian hotels people are very sociable, and as many, during the season, make Russell's their abode, the conversation was tolerably general at dinner. Many of the members of Parliament lived there, and they used to tell very racy and amusing stories against each other. I heard one which was considered a proof of the truth of the saying that the tailor makes the gentleman. A gentleman called on a Mr. M., who had been appointed to a place in the government, and in due time he went to return the visit. Meeting an Irishman in the street, he asked, "Where does Mr. Smith live?" "It's no use your going there." "I want to know where he lives, do you know?" "Faith, I do, but it's no use your going there." Mr. M., now getting angry, said, "I didn't ask you for your advice, I simply want to know where Mr. Smith lives." "Well, Spalpeen, he lives down at that court; but I tell you it's no use your going there, for I've just been there myself, and he's got a man." It is said that the discomfited senator returned home and bought a new hat. Passing out by the citadel, the plains of Abraham, now a race-course, are entered upon, the battle-field being denoted by a simple monument bearing the inscription, "Here died Wolfe victorious." Beyond this, 3 miles from the city, is Spencerwood, the residence of the Governor-General. It is beautifully situated, though the house is not spacious, and is rather old-fashioned. The ball-room, however, built by Lord Elgin, is a beautiful room, very large, admirably proportioned, and chastely decorated. Here a kind of vice-regal court is held, and during the latter months of Lord Elgin's tenure of office, Spencer Wood was the scene of a continued round of gaiety and hospitality. Lord Elgin was considered extremely popular. The Reciprocity Treaty, supposed to confer great benefits on the country, was passed during his administration, and the resources of Canada were prodigiously developed, and its revenue greatly increased. Of his popularity at Quebec there could be no question. He was attached to the Canadians, with whom he mixed with the greatest kindness and affability. Far from his presence being considered a restraint at an evening party, the entrance of the governor and his suite was always the signal for increased animation and liveliness. The stiffness, which was said to pervade in former times the parties at Spencer Wood, was entirely removed by him, and in addition to large balls and dinner parties, at the time I was in Quebec, he gave evening parties to 80 or 100 persons twice a week, when the greatest sociability prevailed. And in addition to dancing, which was kept up on those occasions till 2 or 3 in the morning, games such as French blindman's buff were introduced, to the great delight of both old and young. The pleasure with which this innovation was received by the lively and mirth-loving Canadians showed the difference in character between themselves and the American ladies. I was afterwards at a party in New York, where a gentleman who had been at Spencer Wood attempted to introduce one of these games, but it was received with gravity, and proved a signal failure. Lord Elgin certainly attained that end which is too frequently lost sight of in society, making people enjoy themselves. Personally, I may speak with much gratitude of his kindness during a short but very severe illness with which I was attacked while at Spencer Wood. Glittering epaulettes, scarlet uniforms, and muslin dresses whirled before my dizzy eyes. I lost for a moment the power to articulate; a deathly chill came over me; I shivered, staggered, and would have fallen had I not been supported. I was carried upstairs, feeling sure that the terrible pestilence which I had so carefully avoided had at length seized me. The medical man arrived at 2 in the morning, and ordered the remedies which were usually employed at Quebec, a complete envelope of mustard plasters, a profusion of blankets, and as much ice as I could possibly eat. The physician told me that cholera had again appeared in St. Roch, where I, strangely enough, had been on 2 successive afternoons. So great was the panic caused by the cholera, that wherever it was necessary to account for my disappearance, Lord Elgin did so by saying that I was attacked with ague. The means used were blessed by a kind Providence to the removal of the malady, and in 2 or 3 days I was able to go about again, though I suffered severely for several subsequent weeks. From Spencer Wood I went to the house of the Honourable John Ross, from whom and from Mrs. Ross I received the greatest kindness which should make my recollections of Quebec lastingly agreeable. Mr. Ross's public situation as President of the Legislative Council gave me an opportunity of seeing many persons whose acquaintance I should not have made under other circumstances; and as parties were given every evening but one while I was at Quebec, to which I was invited with my hosts, I saw as much of its society as, under ordinary circumstances, I should have seen in a year. No position is pleasanter than that of an English stranger in Canada, with good introductions. I received much kindness from Dr. Mountain, the venerable Protestant Bishop of Quebec. He is well known as having, when Bishop of Montreal, undertaken an adventurous journey to the Red River settlements, for the purposes of ordination and confirmation. He performed the journey in an open canoe manned by French voyageurs and Indians. They went up the Ottawa, then by wild lakes and rivers into Lake Huron, through the labyrinth of islands in the Georgian Bay, and by the Sault Ste. Marie into Lake Superior, then an almost untraversed sheet of deep, dreary water. Thence they went up the Rainy River, and by almost unknown streams and lakes to their journey's end. They generally rested at night, lighting large fires by their tents, and were tormented by venomous insects. At the mission settlements on the Red River the bishop was received with great delight by the Christianized Indians, who, in neat clothing and with books in their hands, assembled at the little church. The number of persons confirmed was 846, and there were likewise 2 ordinations. The stay of the bishop at the Red River was only 3 weeks, and he accomplished his enterprising journey of 2,000 miles in 6 weeks. He is one of the most unostentatious persons possible. It was not until he presented me with a volume containing an account of his visitation that I was aware that he was the prelate with the account of whose zeal and Christian devotedness I had long been familiar. He is now an aged man, and his countenance tells of the love which looks kindly, and the wisdom which looks soberly, on all things. End of Chapter 12. Read by Sibella Denton. For more information, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 13 of The Englishwoman in America by Isabella Lucy Bird. Read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. Chapter 13. One of the sights of Quebec, to me decidedly the most interesting one, was the House of Assembly. The legislature were burned out of their house at Montreal, and more recently out of a very handsome one at Quebec. It is to be hoped this august body will be more fortunate at Toronto, the present place of meeting. The temporary place of sitting at Quebec seemed to me more perfectly adapted for the purposes of hearing, seeing, and speaking. It is a spacious apartment, with deep galleries, which hold about 500 round it, which were to Quebec what the opera and the club houses are to London. In fact, these galleries were crowded every night, and certainly, when I was there, fully 1/2 of their occupants were ladies, who could see and be seen. The presence of ladies may have an effect in preventing the use of very intemperate language, and though it is maliciously said that some of the younger members speak more for the galleries than the House, and though some gallant individual may occasionally step upstairs to restore a truant handkerchief or boa to the fair owner, the distractions caused by their presence are very inconsiderable, and the arrangements for their comfort are a great reflection upon the miserable latticed hole to which lady listeners are condemned in the English House of Commons. I must remark also that the House was well warmed and ventilated, without the aid of alternating siroccoes and north winds. The Speaker's chair, on a dais and covered with a canopy, was facing us, in which reclined the Speaker in his robes. In front of him was a table, at which sat 2 black-robed clerks, and on which a huge mace reposed, and behind him was the reporters' gallery, where the gentlemen of the press seemed to be most comfortably accommodated. There was a large open space in front of this table, extending to the bar, at which were seated the messengers of the House, and the serjeant at arms with his sword. On either side of this open space were 4 rows of handsome desks, and morocco seats, to accommodate 2 members each, who sat as most amiable Gemini. The floor was richly carpeted, and the desks covered with crimson cloth, and, with the well-managed flood of light, the room was very complete. The Canadian Constitution is as nearly a transcript of our own as anything colonial can be. The governor can do no wrong; he must have a responsible cabinet taken from the members of the legislature; his administration must have a working majority, as in England; and he must bow to public opinion by changing his advisers, when the representatives of the people lose confidence in the government. The Legislative Council represents our House of Peers, and the Legislative Assembly, or Provincial Parliament, our House of Commons. The Upper House is appointed by the Crown, under the advice of the Ministry of the day; but as a clamour has been raised against it as yielding too readily to the demands of the Lower House, a measure has been brought in for making its members elective for a term of years. If this change were carried, coupled with others on which it would not interest the English reader to dwell, it would bring about an approximation of the Canadian Constitution to that of the United States. On one night on which I had the pleasure of attending the House, the subject under discussion was the Romish holidays, as connected with certain mercantile transactions. It sounds dry enough, but as the debate was turned into an extremely interesting religious discussion, it was well worth hearing, and the crowded galleries remained in a state of quiescence. Mr. Hincks, the late Premier, was speaking when we went in. He is by no means eloquent, but very pointed in his observations, and there is an amount of logical sequence in his speaking which is worthy of imitation elsewhere. He is a remarkable man, and will probably play a prominent part in the future political history of Canada. He is the son of a Presbyterian minister at Cork, and emigrated to Toronto in 1832. During Lord Durham's administration he became editor of the Examiner newspaper, and entered the Parliament of the United Provinces in 1841. He afterwards filled the important position of Inspector General of Finances, and finally became Prime Minister. His administration was, however, overturned early in 1854, and sundry grave charges were brought against him. He spoke in favour of abolition of the privileges conceded to Romish holidays, and was followed by several French Canadians, 2 of them of the Rogue party, who spoke against the measure, one of them so eloquently as to remind me of the historical days of the Girondists. Mr. Lyon Mackenzie, who led the rebellion which was so happily checked at Toronto, and narrowly escaped condemned punishment, followed, and diverged from the question of promissory notes to the Russian war and other subjects, and when loud cries of "Question! Question! Order! Order!" arose, he tore up his notes, and sat down abruptly in a most theatrical manner, amid bursts of laughter from both floor and galleries, for he appears to be the privileged buffoon of the House. The appearance of the House is rather imposing; the members behave with extraordinary decorum, and to people accustomed to the noises and unseemly interruptions which characterize the British House of Commons, the silence and order of the Canadian House are very agreeable. The members seemed to give full attention to the debate; very few were writing, and none were reading anything except parliamentary papers, and no speaker was interrupted except on one occasion. There was extremely little walking about; but I observed one gentleman, a notorious exquisite, cross the floor several times, apparently with no other object than that of displaying his fine person in bowing profoundly to the speaker. The gentlemanly appearance of the members, taken altogether, did not escape my notice. Sir Allan MacNab, the present Premier, is the head of a coalition ministry. Fortunately, it is not necessary to offer any remarks upon its policy, and Canada, following the example of the mother country, submits quietly to a coalition. The opposition, which is formed of the Liberal party, is seated opposite the government, fronted by Mr. Lyon Mackenzie, who gives a wavering adherence to every party in secession, and is often indignantly disavowed by all. The Liberals of Upper Canada are ably led by Mr. George Brown, who excels in a highly lucid, powerful, and perspicuous course of reasoning, which cannot fail to produce an effect. Then there is the Rouge party, led by the member for Montreal, which is principally composed of very versatile and enthusiastic Frenchmen of rather indefinite opinions and aims, professing a creed which appears a curious compound of republicanism and rationalism. The word latitudinarianism defines it best. There are 130 members, divided into numerous ists and ites. Most of the members for Lower Canada are French, and consequently the Romish party is a very powerful one in the House. Taken as a whole, the members are loyal, and have proved their attachment to England by a vote of £20,000 for the Patriotic Fund. I think that all who are in the habit of reading the debates will allow that the speaking in the House will bear comparison with that in our House of Commons, and if some of the younger members, in attempting the sublime, occasionally attain the ridiculous, and mistake extravagance of expression for greatness of thought, these are faults which time and criticism will remedy. Canada is a great and prosperous country, and its Legislative Assembly is very creditable to so young a community. Bribery, corruption, and place-hunting are alleged against this body, but as these vices are largely developed in England, it would be bad taste to remark upon them, particularly as the most ardent correctors of abuses now reluctantly allow that they are inseparable from popular assemblies. It is needless to speak of the Upper House, which, as has been sarcastically remarked of our House of Peers, is merely a high court of registry. It remains to be seen whether an elective chamber would possess a greater vitality and independence. The Speaker of the Legislative Assembly is a Frenchman, and French and English are used indiscriminately in debate. Parliamentary notices and papers are also printed in both languages. It was a cold, gloomy October morning, a cold east wind rustled the russet leaves, and a heavy, dry fog enveloped Point Diamond, when I left the bustle of Quebec for a quiet drive to Montmorency in a light waggon with a very spirited little horse, a young lady acting as charioteer. The little animal was very impetuous, and rattled down the steep, crowded streets of Quebec at a pace which threatened to entangle our wheels with those of numerous carts driven by apathetic habitants, who were perfectly indifferent to the admonitions "Prenez garde" and "Place aux dames," delivered in beseeching tones. We passed down a steep street, and through Palace Gate, into the district of St. Roch, teeming with Irish and dirt, for I fear it is a fact that, wherever you have the first, you invariably have the last. Beyond this there was a space covered with mud and sawdust, where two habitants were furiously quarrelling. One sprang upon the other like a hyena, knocked him down, and then attempted to bite and strangle him, amid the applause of numerous spectators. Leaving Quebec behind, we drove for 7 miles along a road in sight of the lesser branch of the St. Lawrence, which has on the other side the green and fertile island of Orleans. The houses along this road are so numerous as to present the appearance of a village the whole way. Frenchmen who arrive here in summer can scarcely believe that they are not in their own sunny land, the external characteristics of the country are so exactly similar. These dwellings are large, whitewashed, and many-windowed, and are always surrounded with balconies. The doors are reached by flights of steps, in order that they may be above the level of the snow in winter. The rooms are clean, but large and desolate-looking, and are generally ornamented with caricatures of the Virgin and uncouth representations of miracles. The women dress in the French style, and wear large straw hats out of doors, which were the source of constant disappointments to me, for I always expected to see a young, if not a pretty, face under the broad brim, and these females were remarkably ill-favoured, their complexions hardened, wrinkled, and bronzed, from the effects of hard toil and the extremes of heat and cold. I heard the hum of spinning wheels from many of the houses, for these industrious women spin their household linen, and the grey homespun in which the men are clothed. The furniture is antique, and made of oak, and looks as if it had been handed down from generation to generation. The men, largely assisted by the females, cultivate small plots of ground, and totally disregard all modern improvements. These French towns and villages improve but little. Popery, that great antidote to social progress, is the creed universally professed, and generally the only building of any pretensions is a large Romish church with 2 lofty spires of polished tin. Education is not much prized. The desires of the simple habitants are limited to the attainment of a competence for life, and this their rudely tilled farms supply them with. Few emigrants make this part of Canada even a temporary resting place. The severity of the climate, the language, the religion, and the laws are all against them. Hence, though a professor of a purer faith may well blush to confess it, the vices which emigrants bring with them are unknown. These peasants are among the most harmless people under the sun. They are moral, sober, and contented, and zealous in the observances of their erroneous creed. Their children divide the land, and as each prefers a piece of soil adjoining the road or river, strips of soil may occasionally be seen only a few yards in width. They strive after happiness rather than advancement, and who shall say that they are unsuccessful in their aim? As their fathers lived, so they live. Each generation has the simplicity and superstition of the preceding one. In the autumn they gather in their scanty harvest, and in the long winter they spin and dance round their stove-sides. On Sundays and saints' days they assemble in crowds in their churches, dressed in the style of 100 years since. Their wants and wishes are few, their manners are courteous and unsuspicious. They hold their faith with a blind and unpleasant credulity, and on summer evenings sing the songs of France as their fathers sang them in bygone days on the smiling banks of the rushing Rhone. The road along which the dwellings of these small farmers lie is macadamized, and occasionally a cross stands by the roadside, at which devotees may be seen to prostrate themselves. There is a quiet, lethargic, old-world air about the country, contrasting strangely with the bustling, hurrying, restless progress of Upper Canada. Though the condition of the habitants is extremely unprofitable to themselves, it affords a short rest to the thinking and observing faculties of the stranger, overstrained as they are with taking in and contemplating the railroad progress of things in the New World. While we admire and wonder at the vast material progress of Western Canada and the north-western states of the Union, considerations fraught with alarm will force themselves upon us. We think that great progress is being made in England, but without having travelled in America, it is scarcely possible to believe what the Anglo-Saxon race is performing upon a new soil. In America we do not meet with factory operatives, seamstresses, or clerks overworked and underpaid, toiling their lives away in order to keep body and soul together; but we have people of all classes who could obtain competence, and often affluence, by moderate exertions, working harder than slaves, sacrificing home enjoyments, pleasure, and health itself to the one desire of the acquisition of wealth. Daring speculations fail, the struggle in unnatural competition with men of large capital, or dishonourable dealings, wears out at last the overtasked frame. Life is spent in a whirl, death summons them, and finds them unprepared. Everybody who has any settled business is overworked. Voices of men crying for relaxation are heard from every quarter, yet none dare to pause in this race which they so madly run, in which happiness and mental and bodily health are among the least of their considerations. All are spurred on by the real or imaginary necessities of their position, driven along their headlong course by avarice, ambition, or eager competition. The Falls of Montmorency, which we reached after a drive of 8 miles, are beautiful in the extreme, and as the day was too cold for picnic parties, we had them all to ourselves. There is no great body of water, but the river takes an unbroken leap of 280 feet from a black, narrow gorge. The scathed black cliffs descend in one sweep to the St. Lawrence, in fine contrast to the snowy whiteness of the fall. Montmorency gave me a greater sensation of pleasure than Niagara. There are no mills, museums, guides, or curiosity shops. Whatever there is of beauty bears the fair impress of its Creator's hand, and if these falls are beautiful on a late October day, when a chill east wind was howling through leafless trees, looming through a cold grey fog, what must they be in the burst of spring, or the glowing luxuriance of summer? We drove back for some distance, and entered a small cabaret, where some women were diligently engaged in spinning, and some men were superintending with intense interest the preparation of some soup maigre. Their patois was scarcely intelligible, and a boy whom we took as our guide spoke no English. After encountering some high fences and swampy ground, we came to a narrow rocky pathway in a wood, with bright green, moss-covered trees, stones, and earth. On descending a rocky bank we came to the natural staircase, where the rapid Montmorency forces its way through a bed of limestone, the broken but extremely regular appearance of the layers being very much like wide steps. The scene at this place is wildly beautiful. The river, frequently only a few feet in width, sometimes foams furiously along between precipices covered with trees, and bearing the marks of years of attrition, then buries itself in dark gulfs, or rests quiescent for a moment in still black pools, before it reaches its final leap. The day before I left Quebec I went to the romantic Falls of Lorette, about 13 miles from the city. It was a beauteous day. I should have called it oppressively warm, but that the air was fanned by a cool west wind. The Indian summer had come at last. The sagamores of the tribes had lighted their council fires on the western prairies. What would we not give for such a season? It is the rekindling of summer, but without its heat. It is autumn in its glories, but without its gloom. The air is soft like the breath of May, everything is veiled in a soft, pure haze, and the sky is of a faint and misty blue. A mysterious fascination seemed to bind us to St. Roch, for we kept missing our way and getting into streams as black as Styx. But at length the city of Quebec, with its green glacis and frowning battlements, was left behind, and we drove through flat country abounding in old stone dwelling-houses, old farms, and large fields of stubble. We neared the Blue Hills, and put up our horses in the Indian village of Lorette. Beautiful Lorette! I must not describe, for I cannot, how its river escapes from under the romantic bridge in a broad sheet of milk-white foam, and then, contracted between sullen barriers of rock, seeks the deep shade of the pine-clad precipices, and hastens to lose itself there. It is perfection, and beauty, and peace, and the rocky walks upon its forest-covered crags might be in Switzerland. Being deserted by the gentlemen of the party, my fair young companion and I found our way to Lorette, which is a large village built by government for the Indians, but by intermarrying with the French they have lost nearly all their distinctive characteristics, and the next generation will not even speak the Indian language. Here, as in every village in Lower Canada, there is a large Romish church, ornamented with gaudy paintings. We visited some of the squaws, who wear the Indian dress, and we made a few purchases. We were afterwards beset by Indian boys with bows and arrows of clumsy construction, but they took excellent aim, incited by the reward of coppers which we offered to them. It is grievous to see the remnants of an ancient race in such a degraded state, the more so as I believe that there is no intellectual inferiority as an obstacle to their improvement. I saw some drawings by an Indian youth which evinced considerable talent. One, in particular, a likeness of Lord Elgin, was admirably executed. I have understood that there is scarcely a greater difference between these half-breeds and the warlike tribes of Central America, than between them and the Christian Indians of the Red River settlements. There are about 14,000 Indians in Canada, few of them in a state of great poverty, for they possess annuities arising from the sale of their lands. They have no incentives to exertion, and spend their time in shooting, fishing, and drinking spirits in taverns, where they speedily acquire the vices of the white men without their habits of industry and enterprise. They have no idols, and seldom enter into hostile opposition to Christianity, readily exchanging the worship of the Great Spirit for its tenets as far as convenient. It is very difficult, however, to arouse them to a sense of sin, or to any idea of the importance of the world to come. But at the same time, in no part of the world have missionary labours been more blessed than at the Red River settlements. Great changes have passed before their eyes. Year, as it succeeds year, sees them driven farther west, as their hunting grounds are absorbed by the insatiate white races. The twang of the Indian bow, and the sharp report of the Indian rifle, are exchanged for the clink of the lumberer's axe and the glang of the sturdy settler. The corn waves in luxuriant crops over land once covered with the forest haunts of the moose, and the waters of lakes over which the red man paddled in his bark canoe are now ploughed by crowded steamers. Where the bark dwellings of his fathers stood, the locomotive darts away on its iron road, and the helpless Indian looks on aghast at the power and resources of the pale-faced invaders of his soil. The boat by which I was to leave Quebec was to sail on the afternoon of the day on which I visited Lorette, but was detained till the evening by the Postmaster General, when a heavy fog came on, which prevented its departure till the next morning. The small pox had broken out in the city, and rumours of cholera had reached and alarmed the gay inhabitants of St. Louis. I never saw terror so unrestrainedly developed as among some ladies on hearing of the return of the pestilence. One of them went into hysterics, and became so seriously ill that it was considered necessary for her to leave Quebec on the same evening. In consequence of the delay of the boat, it was on a Sunday morning that I bade adieu to Quebec. I had never travelled on a Sunday before, and should not have done so on this occasion had it not been a matter of necessity. I am happy to state that no boats run on the St. Lawrence on the Sabbath, and the enforced sailing of the John Munn caused a great deal of grumbling among the stewards and crew. The streets were thronged with people going early to mass, and to a special service held to avert the heavy judgments which it was feared were impending over the city. The boat was full, and many persons who were flying from the cholera had slept on board. I took a regretful farewell of my friends, and with them of the beautiful Quebec. I had met with much of kindness and hospitality, but still I must confess that the excessive gaiety and bustle of the city exercise a depressing influence. People appear absorbed by the fleeting pleasures of the hour; the attractions of this life seem to overbalance the importance of the life to come, and among the poor there is a large amount of sin and sorrow, too many who enter into the world without a blessing, and depart from it without a hope. The bright sun of the Indian summer poured down its flood of light upon the castled steep, and a faint blue mist was diffused over the scene of beauty. Long undulating lines showed where the blue hills rose above the green island of Orleans, and slept in the haze of that gorgeous season. Not a breath of wind stirred the heavy folds of the flag of England on the citadel, or ruffled the sleeping St. Lawrence, or the shadows of the countless ships on its surface, and the chimes of the bells of the Romish churches floated gently over the water. Such a morning as I have seldom seen, and Quebec lay basking in beauty. Surely that morning's sun shone upon no fairer city. The genial rays of that autumn sun were typical of the warm kind hearts I was leaving behind, who had welcomed a stranger to their hospitable homes, and as the bell rang, and the paddles revolved in the still deep water, a feeling of sorrow came over my heart when I reflected that the friendly voices might never again sound in my ear, and that the sunshine which was then glittering upon the fortress city might, to my eyes, glitter upon it no more. The John Munn was a very handsome boat, fitted up with that prodigality which I have elsewhere described as characteristic of the American steamers; but in the course of investigation I came upon the steerage, or that part of the middle floor which is devoted to the poorer class of immigrants, of whom 500 had landed at Quebec only the day before. The spectacle here was extremely annoying, for men, women, and children were crowded together in an ill-ventilated space, with kettles, saucepans, blankets, bedding, and large blue boxes. There was a bar for the sale of spirits, which, I fear, was very much frequented, for towards night there were sounds of swearing, fighting, and scuffling, proceeding from this objectionable locality. A day boat was such a rare occurrence, that some of the citizens of Quebec took the journey merely to make acquaintance with the beauties of their own river. We passed the heights of Abraham, and Wolfe's Cove, famous in history, wooded slopes and beautiful villas, the Chaudiere River, and its pine-hung banks, but I was so ill that even the beauty of the St. Lawrence could not detain me in the saloon, and I went down into the ladies' cabin, where I spent the rest of the day on a sofa wrapped in blankets. A good many of the ladies came downstairs to avoid some quadrilles which a French Canadian lady was playing, and a friend of mine, Colonel P., having told some one that I had had the cholera, there was a good deal of mysterious buzzing in consequence, of which I only heard a few observations, such as "How very imprudent! How very wrong to come into a public conveyance! Just as we were trying to leave it behind, too!" But I was too ill to be amused, even when one lady went so far as to remove the blanket to look at my face. There was a very pale and nervous-looking young lady lying on a sofa opposite, staring fixedly at me. Suddenly she got up, and asked me if I were very ill. I replied that I had been so. "She's had the cholera, poor thing," the stewardess unfortunately observed. "The cholera!" she said, with an affrighted look, and, hastily putting on her bonnet, vanished from the cabin, and never came down again. She had left Quebec because of the cholera, having previously made inquiries as to whether any one had died of it in the John Munn, and now, being brought, as she fancied, into contact with it, her imagination was so strongly affected that she was soon taken seriously ill, and brandy and laudanum were in requisition. So great was the fear of contagion, that though the boat was so full that many people had to sleep on sofas, no one would share a state-room with me. We were delayed by fog, and did not reach Montreal till 1 in the morning. I found Montreal as warm and damp as it had been cold and bracing on my first visit, but the air was not warmer than the welcome which I received. Kind and tempting was the invitation to prolong my stay at the sea-house; enticing was the prospect offered me of a visit to a seigneurie on the Ottawa; and it was with very great reluctance, after a sojourn of only 1 day, I left this abode of refinement and hospitality, and the valued friends who had received me with so much kindness, for a tedious journey to New York. I left the sea-house at 5 o'clock on the last day of October, so ill that I could scarcely speak or stand. It was pitch dark, and the rain was pouring in torrents. The high wind blew out the lamp which was held at the door, an unpropitious commencement of a journey. Something was wrong with the harness, the uncouth vehicle was nearly upset backwards, the steam ferry was the height of gloom, heated to a stifling extent, and full of people with oilskin coats and dripping umbrellas. We crossed the rushing St. Lawrence just as the yellow gas-lights of Montreal were struggling with the pale, murky dawn of an autumn morning, and reached the cars on the other side before it was light enough to see objects distinctly. Here the servant who had been kindly sent with me left me, and the few hours which were to elapse before I should join my friends seemed to present insurmountable difficulties. The people in the cars were French, the names of the stations were French, and "Prenez garde de la locomotive" denoted the crossings. How the laissez-faire habits of the habitants must be outraged by the clatter of a steam engine passing their dwellings at a speed of 35 miles an hour! Yet these very habitants were talking in the most unconcerned manner in French about a railway accident in Upper Canada, by which 48 persons were killed! After a journey of 2 hours I reached Rouse's Point, and entering a handsome steamer on Lake Champlain, took leave of the British dominions. Before re-entering the territory of the Stars and Stripes, I will offer a few concluding remarks on Canada. End of Chapter 13. Read by Sibella Denton. For more information, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 14 of The Englishwoman in America by Isabella Lucy Bird. Read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. Chapter 14. The increasing interest which attaches to this noble colony fully justifies me in devoting a chapter to a fuller account of its state and capabilities than has yet been given here. Canada extends from Gaspé, on the Gulfs of St. Lawrence, to Lake Superior. Its shores are washed by the Lakes Huron, Erie, and Ontario, and by the river St. Lawrence as far as the 45th parallel of latitude. From thence the river flows through the centre of the province to the sea. Canada is bounded on the west and south by the Great Lakes and the United States, to the east by New Brunswick and the ocean, and to the north by the Hudson's Bay territory, though its limits in this direction are by no means accurately defined. Canada is but a small portion of the vast tract of country known under the name of British America, the area of which is a 9th part of the globe, and is considerably larger than that of the United States, being 2,630,163,200 acres. Canada contains 19,939,000 occupied acres of land, only 7,300,000 of which are cultivated, and about 137,000,000 acres are still unoccupied. Nearly the whole of this vast territory was originally covered with forests, and from the more distant lumber districts still forms a most profitable article of export, but wherever the land is cleared it is found to be fertile in an uncommon degree. But in the neighbourhood of Lake Superior, mineral treasures of great value have been discovered to abound. Very erroneous ideas prevail in England on the subject of the Canadian climate. By many persons it is supposed that the country is forever locked in regions of thick-ribbed ice, and that skating and sleighing are favourite summer diversions of the inhabitants. Yet, on the contrary, Lower Canada, or that part of the country nearest to the mouth of the St. Lawrence, has a summer nearly equalling in heat those of tropical climates. Its winter is long and severe, frequently lasting from the beginning of December until April. But if the thermometer stands at 35 degrees below zero in January, it marks 90 degrees in the shade in June. In the neighbourhood of Quebec the cold is not much exceeded by that within the polar circle, but the dryness of the air is so great that it is now strongly recommended for those of consumptive tendencies. I have seen a wonderful effect produced in the early stages of pulmonary disorders by a removal from the damp, variable climate of Europe to the dry, bracing atmosphere of Lower Canada. Spring is scarcely known, the transition from winter to summer is very rapid, but the autumn, or fall, is a long and very delightful season. It is not necessary to dwell further upon the Lower Canadian climate, as, owing to circumstances hereafter to be explained, few emigrants in any class of life make the Lower Province more than a temporary resting place. From the eastern coast to the western boundary the variations in climate are very considerable. The peninsula of Canada West enjoys a climate as mild as that of the state of New York. The mean temperature, taken from 10 years' observation, was 44 degrees, and the thermometer rarely falls lower than 11 degrees below zero, while the heat in summer is not oppressive. The peach and vine mature their fruit in the neighbourhood of Lake Ontario, and tobacco is very successfully cultivated in the peninsula between Lake Erie and Lake Huron. It seems that Upper Canada, free from the extremes of heat and cold, is intended to receive a European population. Emigrants require to become acclimatized, which they generally are by an attack of ague, more or less severe, but the country is extremely healthy, with the exception of occasional visitations of cholera. Epidemic diseases are unknown, and the climate is very favourable to the duration of human life. The capabilities of Canada are only now beginning to be appreciated. It has been principally known for its vast exports of timber, but these constitute a very small part of its wealth. By soil and climate, Upper Canada is calculated to afford a vast and annually increasing field for agricultural and pastoral pursuits. Wheat, barley, potatoes, turnips, maize, hops, and tobacco can all be grown in perfection. Canada already exports large quantities of wheat and flour of a very superior description, and it is stated that in no country of the world is there so much wheat grown, in proportion to the population and the area under cultivation, as in that part of the country west of Kingston. The grain-growing district is almost without limit, extending as it does along the St. Lawrence, Lake Erie, and Lake Ontario to Windsor, with a vast expanse of country to the north and west. The hops, which are an article of recent cultivation, are of very superior quality, and have hitherto been perfectly free from blight. Vast as are the capabilities of Canada for agricultural pursuits, she also offers great facilities for the employment of capital in manufacturing industry, though it is questionable whether it is desirable to divert labour into these channels in a young country where it is dear and scarce. The streams which intersect the land afford an unlimited and very economical source of power, and have already been used to considerable extent. Lower Canada and the shores of the Ottawa afford enormous supplies of white pine, and the districts about Lake Superior contain apparently inexhaustible quantities of ore, which yields a very large percentage of copper. We have thus in Canada about 1,400 miles of territory, perhaps the most fertile and productive ever brought under the hands of the cultivator, and as though Providence had especially marked out this portion of the New World as a field for the enterprise of the European races, its natural facilities for transit and communication are nearly unequalled. The upper lakes, the St. Lawrence, the Ottawa, and the Saguenay, besides many rivers of lesser note, are so many natural highways for the conveyance of produce of every description, from the most distant parts of the interior to the Atlantic Ocean. Without these natural facilities Canada could never have progressed to the extraordinary extent which she has already done. Great as these advantages are, they have been further increased by British energy and enterprise. By means of ship canals, formed to avoid the obstructions to navigation caused by the rapids of the St. Lawrence, Niagara, and the Sault Ste. Marie, small vessels can load at Liverpool and discharge their cargoes on the most distant shores of Lake Superior. On the Welland Canal alone, which connects Lake Erie with Lake Ontario, the tolls taken in 1853 amounted to more than £65,000. In the same year 19,631 passengers and 1,075,218 tons of shipping passed through it. The traffic on the other canals is in like proportion, and is monthly on the increase. But an extensive railway system, to facilitate direct communication with the Atlantic at all seasons of the year, is paving the way for a further and rapid development of the resources of Canada, and for a vast increase in her material prosperity. Already the Great Western Company has formed a line from Windsor, opposite Detroit, U.S., to Toronto, passing through the important towns of Hamilton, London, and Woodstock. A branch also connects Toronto with Lake Simcoe, opening up the very fertile tract of land in that direction. Another railway extends from Fort Erie, opposite Buffalo, to Goderic on Lake Huron, a distance of 158 miles. A portion of the Grand Trunk Railway has recently been opened, and trains now regularly run between Quebec and Montreal, a distance of 186 miles. When this magnificent railway is completed it will connect the cities of Quebec, Montreal, and Toronto, where, joining the Great Western scheme, the whole of Upper and Lower Canada will be connected with the Great Lakes and the western states of the neighbouring republic. The main line will cross the St. Lawrence at Montreal by a tubular bridge 2 miles in length. The Grand Trunk Railway will have its eastern terminus at Portland, in the state of Maine, between which city and Liverpool there will be regular weekly communication. This railway is, however, embarrassed by certain financial difficulties, which may retard for a time the completion of the gigantic undertaking. Another railway connects the important city of Ottawa with Prescott, on the river St. Lawrence, and has its terminus opposite to the Ogdensburg station of the Boston Railway. Besides these there are numerous branches, completed or in course of construction, which will open up the industry of the whole of the interior. Some of these lines, particularly the Great Western, have a large traffic already, and promise to be very successful speculations. The facilities for communication and for the transit of produce are among the most important of the advantages which Canada holds out to emigrants, but there are others which must not be overlooked. The healthiness of the climate has been already remarked upon, but it is an important consideration, as the bracing atmosphere and freedom from diseases allow to the hardy adventurer the free exercise of his vigour and strength. Communication with England is becoming increasingly regular. During the summer months screw steamers and sailing vessels ply between Liverpool and Quebec, from whence there is a cheap and easy water communication with the districts bordering on the Great Lakes. From Quebec to Windsor, a distance of nearly 1,000 miles, passengers are conveyed for the sum of 31 shillings, and have the advantage of having their baggage under their eyes during the whole journey. The demand for labour in all parts of Canada West is great and increasing. The wages of farm servants are £4 per month with board; day labourers can earn from 4 to 5 shillings per diem, and in harvest 10 shillings without board. The wages of carpenters and other skilled workmen vary according to their abilities, but they range between 7 shillings and 12 shillings 6 per diem, taking these as the highest and lowest prices. The cost of living is considerably below that in this country; for crockery, cutlery, etc., 50% advance on home retail prices is paid, and for clothing 50 to 75% addition on old country prices, if the articles are not of Canadian manufacture. The cost of a comfortable log house with 2 floors, 16 feet by 24, is about £18, but it must be borne in mind that very little expenditure is needed on the part of the settler. His house and barns are generally built by himself, with the assistance of his neighbours, and a man with the slightest ingenuity or powers of imitation can also fabricate, at a most trifling expense, the few articles of household furniture needed at first. I have been in several log houses where the bedsteads, tables, and chairs were all the work of the settlers themselves, at a cost, probably, of a few shillings, and though the workmanship was rough, yet the articles answer perfectly well for all practical purposes. Persons of sober, industrious habits, going out as workmen to Canada, speedily acquire comfort and independence. I have seen settlers who went out within the last 8 years as day labourers, now the owners of substantial homesteads, with the requisite quantity of farming stock. Canada West is also a most desirable locality for persons of intelligence who are possessed of a small capital. Along the Great Lakes and in the interior there are large tracts of land yet unoccupied. The price of wild land varies from 10 shillings to £10 per acre, according to the locality. Cleared farms with good buildings in the best townships are worth from between £10 to £15 an acre. These prices refer to the lands belonging to the Canada Land Company. The crowned lands sell at prices varying from 4 shillings to 7 shillings 6pence per acre, but the localities of these lands are not so desirable in most instances. The price of clearing wild lands is about £4 5 shillings per acre, but in many locations, particularly near the railways, the sale of the timber covers the expense of clearing. As has been previously observed, the soil and climate of Upper Canada are favourable to a great variety of crops. Wheat, however, is probably the most certain and profitable, and with respect to cereals and other crops, the produce of the land per acre is not less than in England. In addition to tobacco, flax and hemp are occupying the attention of the settlers, and as an annually increasing amount of capital is employed in factories, these last are likely to prove very profitable. In addition to the capabilities of the soil, Lake Huron and the Georgian Bay present extensive resources in the way of fish, and their borders are peculiarly desirable locations for the emigrant population of the west of Ireland and the West Highlands of Scotland. With such very great advantages, it is not surprising that the tide of emigration should set increasingly towards this part of the British dominions. The following is a statement of the number of persons who landed at Quebec during the last 5 years. The immigration returns for 1855 will probably show a very considerable increase. 1850, 32,292. 1851, 41,076. 1852, 39,176. 1853, 36,699. 1854, 53,183. It may be believed that the greater number of these persons are now enjoying a plenty, many an affluence, which their utmost exertions could not have attained for them at home. Wherever a farmstead, surrounded by well-cleared acres, is seen, it is more than probable that the occupant is also the owner. The value of land increases so rapidly that persons who originally bought their land in its wild state for 4 shillings per acre have made handsome fortunes by disposing of it. In Canada the farmer holds a steady and certain position. If he saves money, 100 opportunities will occur for him to make a profitable investment. But if, as is more frequently the case, he is not rich as far as money is concerned, he has all the comforts and luxuries which it could procure. His land is ever increasing in value, and in the very worst seasons or under accidental circumstances of an unfavourable nature, he can never know real poverty, which is a deficiency in the necessaries of life. But in Canada, as in the Old World, people who wish to attain competence or wealth must toil hard for it. In Canada, with all its capabilities and advantages, there is no royal road to riches, no Midas touch to turn everything into gold. The primal curse still holds good, though softened into mercy, and those who emigrate, expecting to work less hard for 5 shillings a day than at home for 1 shilling 6pence, will be miserably disappointed, for where high wages are given, hard work is required. Those must also be disappointed who expect to live in style from off the produce of a small Canadian farm, and those whose imaginary dignity revolts from plough, and spade, and hoe, and those who invest borrowed capital in farming operations. The fields of the slothful in Canada bring forth thorns and thistles, as his fields brought them forth in England. Idleness is absolute ruin, and drunkenness carries with it worse evils than at home, for the practice of it entails a social ostracism, as well as total ruin, upon the emigrant and his family. The same conditions of success are required as in England: honesty, sobriety, and industry. With these, assisted by all the advantages which Canada possesses, although there is always enough of difficulty to moderate the extravagance of exaggerated expectations. The government of Canada demands a few remarks. Within the last few years the position of this colony with respect to England has been greatly changed, by measures which have received the sanction of the Imperial Parliament. In 1847 the Imperial Government abandoned all control over the Canadian tariff, and the colonial legislature now exercises supreme power over customs duties, and all matters of general and local taxation. This was a very important step, and gave a vast impulse to the prosperity of Canada. The colony now has all the advantages, free from a few of the inconveniences, of being an independent country. England retains the right of nominating the Governor-General, and the Queen has the power, rarely if ever exercised, of putting a veto upon certain acts of the colonial legislature. England conducts all matters of war and diplomacy, and provides a regular military establishment for the defence of Canada, and though she is neither required to espouse our quarrels or bear any portion of our burdens, we should be compelled to espouse hers in any question relating to her honour or integrity, at a lavish expenditure of blood and treasure. It appears that the present relations in which Canada stands to England are greatly to her advantage, and there is happily no desire on her part to sever them. The Governor-General is appointed by the Crown, generally for a term of 5 years, but is paid by the province. He acts as Viceroy, and his assent to the measures of the legislature is required, in order to render them valid. His Executive Council, composed of the ministers of the day, is analogous to our English Cabinet. The Governor, like our own Sovereign, must bow to the will of a majority in the legislature, and dismiss his ministers when they lose the confidence of that body. The second estate is the Legislative Council. The Governor, with the advice of his ministry, appoints the members of this body. They are chosen for life, and their number is unrestricted. At present there are about 40 members. The functions of this council are very similar to those of our House of Lords, and consist to a great extent in registering the decrees of the lower house. The third estate is denominated the House of Assembly, and consists of 130 members, or 65 for each province. The qualification for the franchise has been placed tolerably high, and no doubt wisely, as in the absence of a better guarantee for the right use of it, a property qualification, however trifling in amount, has a tendency to elevate the tone of electioneering, and to enhance the value which is attached to a vote. The qualification for electors is a £50 freehold, or an annual rent of £7 10s. Contrary to the practice in the States, where large numbers of the more respectable portion of the community abstain from voting, in Canada the votes are nearly all recorded at every election, and the fact that the franchise is within the reach of every sober man gives an added stimulus to industry. The attempt to establish British constitutional government on the soil of the New World is an interesting experiment, and has yet to be tested. There are various disturbing elements in Canada, of which we have little experience in England, the principal one being the difficulty of legislating between what, in spite of the Union, are two distinct nations, of different races and religions. The impossibility of reconciling the rival and frequently adverse claims of the upper and lower provinces has become a very embarrassing question. The strong social restraints, and the generally high tone of public feeling in England, which exercise a powerful control over the minister of the day, do not at present exist in Canada. Neither has the public mind that nice perception of moral truth which might be desired. The population of Upper Canada, more especially, has been gathered from many parts of the earth, and is composed of men, generally speaking, without education, whose sole aim is the acquisition of wealth, and who are not cemented by any common ties of nationality. Under these circumstances, and bearing in mind the immense political machinery in which the Papacy can set to work in Canada, the transfer of British institutions to the colony must at present remain a matter of problematical success. It is admitted that the failure of representative institutions arises from the unworthiness of constituencies, and if the efforts which are made by means of education to elevate the character of the next generation of electors should prove fruitless, it is probable that, with the independence of the colony, American institutions, with their objectionable features, would follow. At present the great difficulties to be surmounted lie in the undue power possessed by the French Roman Catholic population, and the Romanist influences brought to bear successfully on the government. There is in Canada no direct taxation for national purposes, except a mere trifle for the support of the provincial lunatic asylums, and for some other public buildings. The provincial revenue is derived from customs duties, public works, crown lands, excise, and bank impost. The customs duties last year came in to £1,100,000, the revenue from public works to £123,000, from lands about the same sum, from excise about £40,000, and from the tax on the current notes of the banks £30,000. Every county, township, or town, or incorporated village elects its own council, and all local objects are provided for by direct taxation through these bodies. In these municipalities the levying of the local taxes is vested, and they administer the moneys collected for roads, bridges, schools, and improvements, and the local administration of public justice. According to the census taken in 1851, the population of Upper Canada was 952,000, being an increase since 1842 of 465,945. That of Lower Canada amounted to 890,000, making a total of 1,842,000, but if to this we add the number of persons who have immigrated within the last 4 years, we have a population of 2,012,134. Of the population of Lower Canada, 669,000 are of French origin. These people speak the French language and profess the Romish faith. The land is divided into seigneuries, there are feudal customs and antiquated privileges, and the laws are based upon the model of those of old France. The progress of Lower Canada is very tardy. The French have never made good colonists, and the Romish religion acts as a drag upon social and national progress. The habitants of the Lower Province, though moral and amiable, are not ambitious, and hold their ancient customs with a tenacity which opposes itself to their advancement. The various changes in the tariff made by the Imperial Government affected Lower Canada very seriously. On comparing the rate of increase in the population of the two provinces in the same period of 12 years, we find that for Upper Canada it was 130%, for Lower Canada only 34%. The disparity between the population and the wealth of the two provinces is annually on the increase. The progress of Upper Canada is something perfectly astonishing, and bids fair to rival, if not exceed, that of her gigantic neighbour. Her communication between the Lake District and the Atlantic is practically more economical, taking the whole of the year, and as British emigration has tended chiefly to the Upper Province, the population is of a more homogeneous character than that of the States. The climate also is more favourable than that of Lower Canada. These circumstances, combined with the inherent energy of the Anglo-Saxon races which have principally colonized it, account in great measure for the vast increase in the material prosperity of the Upper Province as compared with the Lower. In 1830 the population of Upper Canada was 210,000 souls, in 1842 486,000, and in 1851 it had reached 952,000. Its population is now supposed to exceed that of Lower Canada by 300,000. It increased in 9 years about 100%. In addition to the large number of emigrants who have arrived by way of Quebec, it has received a considerable accession of population from the United States. 7,000 persons crossed the frontier in 1854. The increase of its wealth is far more than commensurate with that of its population. The first returns of the assessable property of Upper Canada were taken in 1825, and its amount was estimated at £1,855,000. In 1845 it was estimated at £6,393,000, but in 7 years after this, in 1852, it presents the astonishing amount of £37,696,000. The wheat crop of Upper Canada in 1841 was 3,222,000 bushels, and in 1851 it was 12,693,000. But the present year, 1855, will show a startling and almost incredible increase. In addition to the wealth gained in the cultivation of the soil, the settlers are seizing upon the vast water power which the country affords, and are turning it to the most profitable purposes. Sawmills, grist mills, and woolen mills start up in every direction, in addition to tool and machinery factories, iron foundries, asheries, and tanneries. Towns are everywhere springing up as if by magic along the new lines of railway and canal, and the very villages of Upper Canada are connected by the electric telegraph. The value of land is everywhere increasing, as new lines of communication are formed. The town of London, in Upper Canada, presents a very remarkable instance of rapid growth. It is surrounded by a very rich agricultural district, and the Great Western Railway passes through it. 7 years ago this place was a miserable looking town of between 2,000 and 3,000 inhabitants. Now it is a flourishing town, alive with business, and has a population of 13,000 souls. The increase in the value of property in its vicinity will appear almost incredible to English readers, but it is stated, on the best authority, a building site sold in September 1855 for £150 per foot, which 10 years ago could have been bought for that price per acre, and 10 years earlier for as many pence. In Upper Canada there appears to be at the present time very little of that state of society which is marked by hard struggles and lawless excesses. In every part of my travels west of Toronto I found a high degree of social comfort, security to life and property, the means for education and religious worship, and all the accessories of a high state of civilization, which are the advances brought into every locality almost simultaneously with the clearing of the land. Yet it is very apparent, even to the casual visitor, that the progress of Canada West has only just begun. No limits can be assigned to its future prosperity, and as its capabilities become more known, increasing numbers of stout hearts and strong arms will be attracted towards it. The immense resources of the soil under cultivation have not yet been developed. The settlers are prodigal of land, and a great portion of the occupied territory, destined to bear the most luxuriant crops, is still in bush. The magnificent districts adjoining Lake Huron, the Georgian Bay, and Lake Simcoe, are only just being brought into notice, and of the fertile valley of the Ottawa, which it is estimated would support a population of 9 millions, very little is known. Every circumstance that can be brought forward combines to show that Upper Canada is destined to become a great, a wealthy, and a prosperous country. The census gives some interesting tables relating to the origins of the inhabitants of Canada. I wish that I had space to present my readers with the whole, instead of with this brief extract. Canadians, French origin, 695,000. Canadians, English origin, 651,000. England and Wales, 93,000. Scotland, 90,000. Ireland, 227,000. United States, 56,000. Germany, 10,000. Besides these there are 8,000 coloured persons and 14,000 Indians in Canada, and emigrants from every civilized country in the world. As far as regards the Church of England, Canada is divided into 3 dioceses, Toronto, Montreal, and Quebec, with a prospect of the creation of a 4th, that of Kingston. The clergy, whose duties are very arduous and ill-requited, have been paid by the Society for Propagating the Gospel, and out of the proceeds of the clergy reserves. The Society has, in great measure, withdrawn its support, and recent legislative enactments have a tendency to place the Church of England in Canada, to some extent, on the voluntary system. The inhabitants of Canada are fully able to support any form of worship to which they may choose to attach themselves. Trinity College at Toronto is in close connection with the Church of England. The Roman Catholics have enormous endowments, including a great part of the island of Montreal, and several valuable seigneuries. Very large sums are also received by them from those who enter the convents, and for baptisms, burials, and masses for the dead. The enslaving, enervating, and retarding effects of Roman Catholicism are nowhere better seen than in Lower Canada, where the priests exercise despotic authority. They have numerous and wealthy conventual establishments, both at Quebec and Montreal, and several Jesuit and other seminaries. The Irish immigrants constitute the great body of Romanists in Upper Canada. In the Lower Province there are more than 746,000 adherents to this faith. The Presbyterians are a very respectable, influential, and important body in Canada, bound firmly together by their uniformity of worship and doctrine. Through an Episcopalian form of church government and a form of worship are as obnoxious to them as at home, their opposition seldom amounts to hostility. Generally speaking, they are very friendly in their intercourse with the zealous and hard-working clergy of the Church of England, and, indeed, the comparative absence of sectarian feeling, and the way in which the ministers of all denominations act in harmonious combination for the general good, is one of the most pleasing features connected with religion in Canada. In Upper Canada there are 1,559 churches for 952,000 adherents, being one place of worship for every 612 inhabitants. Of these, 226 are Church of England, 135 to Roman Catholics, 148 to the Presbyterians, and 471 to the Methodists. In Lower Canada there are 610 churches for 890,000 adherents, 746,000 of whom are Roman Catholics. There is therefore in the Lower Province one place of worship for every 1,459 inhabitants. These religious statistics furnish additional proof of the progress of Upper Canada. The numbers adhering to the 5 most important denominations are as follows: Roman Catholics 914,000, Episcopalians 268,000, Presbyterians 237,000, Methodists 183,000, Baptists 49,000. Besides these there are more than 20 sects, some of them holding the most extravagant and fanatical tenets. In the Lower Province there are 45,000 persons belonging to the Church of England, 33,000 are Presbyterians, and 746,000 are Roman Catholics. With this vast number of Romanists in Canada, it is not surprising that under the present system of representation, which gives an equal number of representatives to each province, irrespective of population, the Roman Catholics should exercise a very powerful influence on the colonial parliament. More importance is attached generally to education in Upper Canada than might have been supposed from the extreme deficiencies of the first settlers. A national system of education, on a most liberal scale, has been organized by the legislature, which presents in unfavourable contrast the feeble and isolated efforts made for this object by private benevolence in England. Acting on the principle that the first duty of government is to provide for the education of its subjects, a uniform and universal educational system has been put into force in Canada. This system of public instruction is founded on the co-operation of the executive government with the local municipalities. The members of these co-operations are elected by the freeholders and householders. The system, therefore, is strictly popular and national, as the people voluntarily tax themselves for its support, and through their elected trustees manage the schools themselves. It is probable that the working of this plan may exercise a beneficial influence on the minds of the people, in training them to thought for their offspring, as regards their best interest. No compulsion whatever is exercised by the legislature over the proceedings of the local municipalities. It merely offers a pecuniary grant, on the condition of local exertion. The children of every class of the population have equal access to these schools, and there is no compulsion upon the religious faith of any. There are in Upper Canada 3,127 common schools, about 1,800 of which are free, or partially free. The total amount available for school purposes in 1853 amounted to nearly £200,000, a magnificent sum, considering the youth and comparatively thin population of the country. The total number of pupils in the same year was 194,000. But though this number appears large, the painful fact must also be stated that there were 79,000 children destitute of the blessings of education of any kind. The whole number of teachers at the same period was 3,539. The inspection of schools, which is severe and systematic, is conducted by local superintendents appointed by the different municipalities. There is a board of public instruction in each county for the examination and licensing of teachers. The standard of their qualifications is fixed by provincial authority. At the head of the whole are a council of public instruction and a chief commissioner of schools, both appointed by the Crown. There are several colleges, very much on the system of the Scotch universities, including Trinity College at Toronto, in connection with the Church of England, and Knox's College, a Presbyterian theological seminary. There are also medical colleges, both in Upper and Lower Canada, and a chair of agriculture has been established at University College, Toronto. From these statements it will be seen that, from the ample provision made, a good education can be obtained at a very small cost. There are in Lower Canada upwards of 1,100 schools. Every town, and I believe I may with truth write every village, has its daily and weekly papers, advocating all shades of political opinion. The press in Canada is the medium through which the people receive, first by telegraphic dispatch and later in full, every item of English intelligence brought by the bi-weekly mails. Taking the newspapers as a whole, they are far more gentlemanly in their tone than those of the neighbouring republic, and perhaps are not more abusive and personal than some of our English provincial papers. There is, however, very great room for improvement, and no doubt, as the national palate becomes improved by education, the morsels presented to it will be more choice. Quebec, Montreal, and Toronto have each of them several daily papers, but, as far as I am aware, no paper openly professes republicanism or annexationist views, and some of the journals advocate in the strongest manner an attachment to British institutions. The prices of these papers vary from a penny to threepence each, and a workman would as soon think of depriving himself of his breakfast as of his morning journal. It is stated that thousands of the subscribers to the newspapers are so illiterate as to depend upon their children for a knowledge of their contents. At present few people, comparatively speaking, are more than half educated. The knowledge of this fact lowers the tone of the press, and circumscribes both authors and speakers, as any allusions to history or general literature would be very imperfectly, if at all, understood. The merchants and lawyers of Canada have, if of British extraction, generally received a sound and useful education, which, together with the admirable way in which they keep pace with the politics and literature of Europe, enables them to pass very creditably in any society. There are very good bookstores in Canada, particularly at Toronto, where the best English works are to be purchased for little more than half the price which is paid for them at home, and these are largely read by the educated Canadians, who frequently possess excellent libraries. Cheap American novels, often of a very objectionable tendency, are largely circulated among the lower classes, but to provide them with literature of a better character, large libraries have been formed by local efforts, assisted by government grants. Canada, as yet, possesses no literature of her own, and the literary man is surrounded by difficulties. Independently of the heavy task of addressing himself to uneducated minds, unable to appreciate depth of thought and beauty of language, it is not likely that, where the absorbing passion is the acquisition of wealth, much encouragement would be given to the struggles of native talent. Canada, young as she is, has made great progress in the mechanical arts, and some of her machinery and productions make a very creditable show at the Paris exhibition, but it must be borne in mind that this is due to the government, rather than to the enterprise of private exhibitors. Taken together, there is perhaps no country in the world so prosperous or so favoured as Canada, after giving full weight to the disadvantages which she possesses, in an unsettled state of society and a mixed and imperfectly educated people. It is the freest land under the sun, acknowledging neither a despotic sovereign nor a tyrant populace. Life and property are alike secure. Liberty has not yet degenerated into lawlessness. The Constitution combines the advantages of the monarchical and republican forms of government. The Legislative Assembly, to a great extent, represents the people. Religious toleration is enjoyed in the fullest degree. Taxation and debt, which cripple the energies and excite the disaffection of older communities, are unfelt. The slave flying from bondage in the South knows no sense of liberty or security till he finds both on the banks of the St. Lawrence, under the shadow of the British flag. Free from the curse of slavery, Canada has started untrammelled in the race of nations, and her progress already bids fair to outstrip in rapidity that of her older and gigantic neighbour. Labour is what she requires, and as if to meet that requirement, circumstances have directed the attention of emigrants towards her. The young, the enterprising, and the vigorous, are daily leaving the wasted shores of Scotland and Ireland for her fertile soil, where the laws of England shall protect them, and her flag shall still wave over them. Large numbers of persons are now leaving the north-east of Scotland for Canada, and these are among the most valuable of the emigrants who seek her shores. They carry with them the high moral sense, the integrity and the loyalty which characterize them at home, and in many cases, more than this, the religious principle and godliness which has the promise of life which now is, and of that which is to come. Taken as a whole, the inhabitants of both provinces are attached to England and England's rule. They receive the news of our reverses with sorrow, and our victories create bursts of enthusiasm from the shores of the St. Lawrence to those of Lake Superior. As might be expected, the Anglo-French alliance is extremely popular. To show the sympathy of Canada, the legislature made the munificent grant of £20,000 to be divided between the patriotic funds of both nations, and every township and village has contributed to swell a further sum of £30,000 to be applied to the same object. The imperial garrisons in Canada have recently been considerably diminished, and with perfect safety. The efforts of agitators to produce disaffection have signally failed, and it is stated by those best acquainted with the temper of the people that Canada will not become a separate country, except by England's voluntary act. At present every obstacle to her further development seems to be removed. Her constitution has been remodelled within the last few years on an enlarged and liberal basis. Her religious endowments have been placed on a permanent footing. All the points likely to cause a rupture with the United States have been amicably settled, and important commercial advantages have been obtained. The sun of prosperity shines upon her from the Gulf of St. Lawrence to the distant shores of the Ottawa and the Western Lakes. She requires only for the future the blessings of God, so freely accorded to the nations which honour him, to make her great and powerful. The future of nations, as of individuals, is mercifully veiled in mystery. We can trace the rise and progress of empires, but we know not the time when they shall droop and decay, when the wealthy and populous cities of the present shall be numbered with the Nineveh and Babylon of the past. It may be that in future years our mighty nation shall go the way of all that have been before it, but whether the wise decrees of Providence doom it to flourish or decline, we can still look with confident hope to this noble colony in the New World, believing that on her enlightened and happy shores, under the influence of beneficent institutions and of a scriptural faith, the Anglo-Saxon race may renew the vigour of its youth, and realize in time to come the brightest hopes which have been formed of England in the New World. End of Chapter 14. Read by Sibella Denton. For more information, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 15 of The Englishwoman in America by Isabella Lucy Bird. Read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. Chapter 15. It has been truly observed that a reliable book on the United States yet remains to be written. The writer of such a volume must neither be a tourist nor a temporary resident. He must spend years in the different states, nicely estimating the different characteristics of each, as well as the broadly marked shades of difference between East, West, and South. He must trace the effect of republican principles upon the various races which form this vast community, and while analyzing the prosperity of the country, he must carefully distinguish between the real, the fictitious, and the speculative. In England we speak of America as Brother Jonathan in the singular number, without any fraternal feeling, however, and consider it as one nation, possessing uniform distinguishing characteristics. I saw less difference between Edinburgh and Boston than between Boston and Chicago. The dark-haired Celts of the west of Scotland, and the stirring artisans of our manufacturing cities, have more in common than the descendants of the Puritans in New England and the reckless, lawless inhabitants of the newly settled territories west of the Mississippi. It must not be forgotten that the 32 states of which the Union is composed may be considered in some degree as separate countries, each possessing its governor and assembly, and framing, to a considerable extent, its own laws. Beyond the voice which each state possesses in the Congress and Senate at Washington, there is, apparently, little to bind this vast community together. There is no national form of religion, or state-endowed church. Unitarianism may be the prevailing faith in one state, Presbyterianism in another, and Universalism in a third, while between the northern and southern states there is as wide a difference as between England and Russia, a difference stamped on the very soil itself, and which, in the opinion of some, threatens a disseverance of the Union. Other causes also produce highly distinctive features in the inhabitants. In the long-settled districts bordering upon the Atlantic, all the accomplishments and appliances of civilization may be met with, and a comparatively stationary, refined, and intellectual condition of society. Travel for 40 hours to the westward, and everything is in a transitional state. There are rough roads and unfinished railroads, foundations of cities laid in soil scarcely cleared from the forest, splendid hotels within sound of the hunter's rifle and the lumberer's axe, while the elements of society are more chaotic than the features of the country. Every year a tide of emigration rolls westward, not from Europe only, but from the crowded eastern cities, forming a tangled web of races, manners, and religions which the hasty observer cannot attempt to disentangle. Yet there are many external features of uniformity which the traveller cannot fail to lay hold of, and which go under the general name of Americanisms. These are peculiarities of dress, manners, and phraseology, and to some extent of opinion, and may be partly produced by the locomotive life which the American leads, and the way in which all classes are brought into contact in travelling. These peculiarities are not to be found among the highest or the highly educated classes, but they force themselves upon the tourist to a remarkable and frequently to a repulsive extent, and it is safer for him to narrate facts and comment upon externals, though in doing so he presents a very partial and superficial view of the people, than to present his readers with general inferences, drawn from partial premises, or with conclusions based upon imperfect, and often erroneous, data. An entire revolution had been effected in my way of looking at things since I landed on the shores of the New World. I had ceased to look for vestiges of the past, or for relics of ancient magnificence, and in place of these, I now contemplated vast resources in a state of progressive and almost feverish development, and having become accustomed to a general absence of the picturesque, had learned to look at the practical and the utilitarian with a high degree of interest and pleasure. The change from the lethargy and feudalism of Lower Canada and the gaiety of Quebec to the activity of the New England population was very startling. It was not less so from the reposeful manners and gentlemanly appearance of the English Canadians, and the vivacity and politeness of the French, to Yankee dress, twang, and peculiarities. These appeared, as the Americans say, in full blast during the few hours which I spent on Lake Champlain. There were about 100 passengers, including a sprinkling of the fairer sex. The amusements were story-telling, whittling, and smoking. Fully half the stories told began with, "There was a cute coon down east," and the burden of nearly all was some clever act of cheating, "sucking a greenhorn," as the phrase is. There were occasional anecdotes of bustings up on the southern rivers, making tracks from importunate creditors, of practical jokes and glaring impositions. There was a great deal of liquoring up going on the whole time. The best story-teller was repeatedly called upon to liquor some, which was accordingly done by copious draughts of gin-sling, but at last he declared he was a gone coon, fairly stumped; by which he meant to express that he was tired, and could do no more. This assertion was met by encouragements to pile on, upon which the individual declared that he couldn't get his steam up, he was tired some. This word some is synonymous in its use with our word rather, or its Yankee equivalent, kinder. On this occasion some one applied it to the boat, which he declared was almighty dirty, and shaky some, a great libel, by the way. The dress of these individuals somewhat amused me. The prevailing costumes of the gentlemen were straw hats, black dress coats remarkably shiny, tight pantaloons, and pumps. These were worn by the sallow narrators of the tales of successful roguery. There were a few hardy western men, habited in scarlet flannel shirts, and trousers tucked into high boots, their garments supported by stout leathern belts, with dependent bowie knives. These told yarns of adventures and dangers from Indians, something in the style of Colonel Crockett. The ladies wore their satin or kid shoes of various colours, of which the mud had made woeful havoc. The stories, which called forth the applause of the company in exact proportion to the barefaced roguery and utter want of principle displayed in each, would not have been worth listening to, had it not been from the extraordinary vernacular in which they were clothed, and the racy and emphatic manner of the narrators. Some of these voted 3 legs of their chairs superfluous, and balanced themselves on the 4th, while others hooked their feet on the top of the windows and balanced themselves on the back legs of their chairs, in a position strongly suggestive of hanging by the heels. One of the stories, which excited the most amusement, reads very tamely divested of the slang and manner of the storyteller. A cute chap down east had a 250 black mare, one which could perform a mile in 2 minutes and 50 seconds, and being about to make tracks, he sold her to a gentleman for $350. In the night he stole her, cut her tail, painted her legs white, gave her a blaze on the face, sold her for $100, and decamped, sending a note to the first purchaser acquainting him with the particulars of the transaction. Cute chap that, a wide-awake feller. That coon had cut his eye-teeth. A smart sell that, were the comments made on this roguish transaction, all the sympathy of the listeners being on the side of the rogue. The stories related by Barnum of the tricks and impositions practised by himself and others are a fair sample, so far as roguery goes, of those which are to be heard in hotels, steamboats, and cars. I have heard men openly boast, before a miscellaneous company, of acts of dishonesty which in England would have procured him transportation for them. Mammon is the idol which the people worship, the one desire is the acquisition of money, the most nefarious trickery and bold dishonesty are invested with a spurious dignity if they act as aids to the attainment of this object. Children from their earliest years imbibe the idea that sin is sin only when found out. The breakfast bell rang, and a general rush took place, and I was left alone with 2 young ladies who had just become acquainted, and were resolutely bent upon finding out each other's likes and dislikes, with the intention of vowing an eternal friendship. A gentleman who looked as if he had come out of a ball-room came up, and with a profusion of bows addressed them, or the prettiest of them, thus: "Miss, it's feeding time, I guess. What will you eat? You're very polite. What's the ticket?" "Chicken and corn fixings, and pork with onion fixings." "Well, I'm hungry some. I'll have some pig and fixings." The swain retired, and brought a profusion of viands, which elicited the remark, "Well, I guess that's substantial anyhow." The young lady's appetite seemed to be very good, for I heard the observation, "Well, you eat considerable. You're in full blast, I guess." "Guess I am. It's all fired cold, and I have been an everlasting long time off my feed." A long undertoned conversation followed this interchange of civilities, when I heard the lady say, in rather elevated tones, "You're trying to rile me some. You're piling it on a trifle too high." "Well, I did want to put up your dander. Do tell now, where was you raised?" "In Kentucky." "I could have guessed that. Wherever I sees a splendiferous gal, a kinder gentler goer, and a high stepper, I says to myself, 'That gal's from old Kentuck, and no mistake.'" This couple carried on a long conversation in the same style of graceful badinage, but I have given enough of it. Lake Champlain is extremely pretty, though it is on rather too large a scale to please an English eye, being about 150 miles long. The shores are gentle slopes, wooded and cultivated, with the green mountains of Vermont in the background. There was not a ripple on the water, and the morning was so warm and showery that I could have believed it to be an April day, had not the leafless trees told another tale. Whatever the boasted beauties of Lake Champlain were, they veiled themselves from English eyes in a thick fog, through which we steamed at half speed, with a dismal fog bell incessantly tolling. I landed at Burlington, a thriving modern town, prettily situated below some wooded hills, on a bay, the margin of which is pure white sand. Here, as at nearly every town, great and small, in the United States, there was an excellent hotel. No people have such confidence in the future as the Americans. You frequently find a splendid hotel surrounded by a few clapboard houses, and may feel inclined to smile at the incongruity. The builder looks into futurity, and sees that in 2 years a thriving city will need hotel accommodation, and seldom is he wrong. The American is a gregarious animal, and it is not impossible that an hotel, with a table d'hôte, may act as a magnet. Here I joined Mr. and Mrs. Alderson, and travelled with them to Albany, through Vermont and New York. The country was hilly, and more suited for sheep farming than for corn. Water privileges were abundant in the shape of picturesque torrents, and numerous mills turned their capabilities to profitable account. Our companions were rather of a low description, many of them Germans, and desperate tobacco chewers. The whole floor of the car was covered with streams of tobacco juice, apple cores, grape skins, and chestnut husks. We crossed the Hudson River and spent the night at De Lavel's, at Albany. The great peculiarity of this most comfortable hotel is, that the 50 waiters are Irish girls, neatly and simply dressed. They are under a coloured manager, and their civility and alacrity made me wonder that the highly paid services of male waiters were not more frequently dispensed with. The railway ran along the street in which the hotel is situated. From my bedroom window I looked down into the funnel of a locomotive, and all night long was serenaded with screams, ringing of bells, and cries of "All aboard!" and "Go ahead!" Albany, the capital of the state of New York, is one of the prettiest towns in the Union. The slope on which it is built faces the Hudson, and is crowned by a large state house, the place of meeting for the legislature of the Empire State. The Americans repudiate the centralization principle, and for wise reasons, of which the Irish form a considerable number. They almost invariably locate the government of each state, not at the most important or populous town, but at some inconsiderable place, where the learned legislators are not in danger of having their embarrassments increased by deliberating under the coercion of a turbulent urban population. Albany has several public buildings, and a number of conspicuous churches, and is a very thriving place. The traffic on the river between it and New York is enormous. There is a perpetual stream of small vessels up and down. The Empire City receives its daily supplies of vegetables, meat, butter, and eggs from its neighbourhood. The Erie and Champlain canals here meet the Hudson, and through the former the produce of the teeming West pours into the Atlantic. The traffic is carried in small sailing sloops and steamers. Sometimes a little screw vessel of 15 or 20 tons may be seen to hurry, puffing and panting, up to a large vessel, and drag it down to the sea, but generally one paddle tug takes 6 vessels down, 4 being towed behind, and 1 or 2 lashed on either side. As both steamers and sloops are painted white, and the sails are perfectly dazzling in their purity, and 20, 30, and 40 of these flotillas may be seen in the course of a morning, the Hudson River presents a very animated and unique appearance. It is said that everybody loses a portmanteau at Albany. I was more fortunate, and left it without having experienced the slightest annoyance. On the other side of the ferry a very undignified scramble takes place for the seats on the right side of the cars, as the scenery for 130 miles is perfectly magnificent. "Go ahead" rapidly succeeded "all aboard," and we whizzed along this most extraordinary line of railway, so prolific in accidents that, when people leave New York by it, their friends frequently request them to notify their safe arrival at their destination. It runs along the very verge of the river, below a steep cliff, but often is supported just above the surface of the water upon a wooden platform. Guide books inform us that the trains which run on this line and the steamers which ply on the Hudson are equally unsafe, the former from collisions and upsets, the latter from bustings up; but most people prefer the boats, from the advantage of seeing both sides of the river. The sun of a November morning had just risen as I left Albany, and in a short time beaming upon swelling hills, green savannahs, and waving woods fringing the margin of the Hudson. At Coxsackie the river expands into a small lake, and the majestic Catskill Mountains rise abruptly from the western side. The scenery among these mountains is very grand and varied. Its silence and rugged sublimity recall the old world. It has rocky pinnacles and desert passes, inaccessible eminences and yawning chasms. The world might grow populous at the feet of the Catskills, but it would leave them untouched and unprofaned in their stern majesty. From this point, for 100 miles, the eyes of the traveller are perfectly steeped in beauty, which, gathering and increasing, culminates at West Point, a lofty eminence jutting upon a lake apparently without any outlet. The spurs of mountain ranges which meet here project in precipices from 500 to 1,500 feet in height. Trees find a place for their roots in every rift among the rocks; festoons of clematis and wild vine hang in graceful drapery from base to summit, and the dark mountain shadows loom over the lake-like expanse below. The hand wearies of writing the loveliness of this river. I saw it on a perfect day. The Indian summer lingered, as though unwilling that chilly blasts of winter should blight the loveliness of this beauteous scene. The gloom of autumn was not there, but its glories were on every leaf and twig. The bright scarlet of the maple vied with the brilliant berries of the rowan, and from among the tendrils of the creepers, which were waving in the sighs of the west wind, peeped forth the deep crimson of the sumac. There were very few signs of cultivation. The banks of the Hudson are barren in all but beauty. The river is a succession of small wild lakes, connected by narrow reaches, bound for ever between abrupt precipices. There are lakes more beauteous than Loch Katrine, softer in their features than Loch Achray, though like both, or like the waters which glitter beneath the blue sky of Italy. Along their margins the woods hung in scarlet and gold. High above towered the purple peaks. The blue waters flashed back the rays of a sun shining from an unclouded sky. The air was warm, like June, and I think the sunbeams of that day scarcely shone upon a fairer scene. At midday the highlands of Hudson were left behind, the mountains melted into hills, the river expanded into a noble stream about a mile wide, the scarlet woods, the silvery lakes, and the majestic Catskills faded away in the distance, and with a whoop and a roar and a clatter the cars entered into, and proceeded at slackened speed down, a long street called 10th Avenue, among carts, children, and pigs. True enough, we were in New York, the western receptacle not only of the traveller and the energetic merchant, but of the destitute, the friendless, the vagabond, and, in short, of all the outpourings of Europe, who here form a conglomerate mass of evil, making America responsible for their vices and their crimes. Yet the usual signs of approach to an enormous city were awanting: dwarfed trees, market gardens, cockney arbours, in which citizens smoke their pipes in the evening, and imagine themselves in Arcadia; rows of small houses, and a murky canopy of smoke. We had steamed down 10th Avenue for 2 or 3 miles, when we came to a standstill where several streets meet. The train was taken to pieces, and to each car 4 horses or mules were attached, which took us for some distance into the very heart of the town, racing apparently with omnibuses and carriages, till at last we were deposited in Chambers Street, not in a station, or even under cover, be it observed. My baggage, or plunder as it is termed, had been previously disposed of, But while waiting with my head disagreeably near to a horse's nose, I saw people making distracted attempts, and futile ones, as it appeared, to preserve their effects from the clutches of numerous porters, many of them probably thieves. To judge from appearances, many people would mourn the loss of their portmanteaus that night. New York deserves the name applied to Washington, the city of magnificent distances. I drove in a hack for 3 miles to my destination, along crowded, handsome streets, but I believe that I only traversed a third part of the city. It possesses the features of many different lands, but it has characteristics peculiarly its own, and, as with suburbs, it may almost bear the name of the million-peopled city, and its growing influence and importance have earned it the name of the Empire City. I need not apologize for dwelling at some length upon it in the succeeding chapter. End of Chapter 15. Read by Sibella Denton. For more information, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 16 of The Englishwoman in America by Isabella Lucy Bird. Read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. Chapter 16. New York, from its position, population, influence, and commerce, is worthy to be considered the metropolis of the New World. The situation of it is very advantageous. It is built upon Manhattan Island, which is about 13 miles in length by 2 in breadth. It has the narrowest portion of Long Island Sound, called East River, on its east side. The Hudson, called the North River, environs it in another direction, while these two are connected by a narrow strait, principally artificial, denominated the Harlem River. This insular position of the city is by no means intelligible to the stranger, but it is obvious from the top of any elevated building. The dense part of New York already covers a large portion of the island, and as it daily extends northward, the whole extent of insulated ground is divided into lots, and mapped out into streets. But not content with covering the island, which, when Hendrik Hudson first discovered it, abounded with wedmen, who fished along its banks and guided their bark canoes over the surrounding waters, New York, under the names of Brooklyn, Williamsboro, and 4 or 5 others, has spread itself on Long Island, Staten Island, and the banks of the Hudson. Brooklyn, on Long Island, occupies the same position with regard to New York that Lambeth and Southwark do to London, contains a population of 100,000 souls. Brooklyn, Williamsboro, Hoboken, and Jersey City are the residences of a very large portion of the merchants of New York, who have deserted the old or Dutch parts of the town, which is consequently merely an aggregate of offices. Floating platforms, moved by steam, with space in the middle part for 12 or 14 carriages and horses, and luxurious covered apartments, heated with steam pipes on either side, ply to and fro every 5 minutes at the small charge of 1/2 penny a passenger, and the time occupied in crossing the ferries is often less than that of the detention on Westminster Bridge. Besides these large places, Staten Island and Long Island are covered with villa residences. Including these towns, which are in reality part of this vast city, New York contains a population of very nearly 1,000,000. Broadway, which is one of the most remarkable streets in the world, being at once the Corso, Toledo, Regent Street, and Prince's Street of New York, runs along the centre of the city, and is crossed at right angles by innumerable streets, which run down to the water at each side. It would appear as if the inventive genius of the people had been exhausted, for after borrowing designations for their streets from every part of the world, among which some of the old Dutch names figure most refreshingly, they have adopted the novel plan of numbering them. Thus there are 10 avenues, which run from north to south, and these are crossed by streets numbered First Street, Second Street, and so on. I believe that the skeletons of 150 numbered streets are in existence. The southern part of the town still contains a few of the old Dutch houses, and there are some substantial red brick villas in the vicinity, inhabited by the descendants of the old Dutch families, who are remarkably exclusive in their habits. New York is decidedly a very handsome city. The wooden houses have nearly all disappeared, together with those of an antiquated or incongruous appearance, and the new streets are very regularly and substantially built of brown stone or dark brick. The brick building in New York is remarkably beautiful. The windows are large, and of plate glass, and the whole external finish of the houses is in a splendid but chaste style, never to be met with in street architecture in England. As the houses in the city are almost universally heated by air warmed by a subterranean stove, very few chimneys are required, and these are seldom visible above the stone parapets which conceal the roofs. Anthracite coal is almost universally used, so there is an absence of that murky, yellow canopy which disfigures English towns. The atmosphere is remarkably dry, so that even white marble edifices, of which there are several in the town, suffer but little from the effects of climate. Broadway is well paved, and many of the numbered streets are not to be complained of in this respect, but a great part of the city is indescribably dirty, though it is stated that the expense of cleaning it exceeds $250,000 per annum. Its immense length necessitates an enormous number of conveyances, and in order to obviate the obstruction to traffic which would have been caused by providing omnibus accommodation equal to the demand, the authorities have consented to a most alarming inroad upon several of the principal streets. The stranger sees with surprise that double lines of rail are laid along the roadways, and while driving quietly in a carriage he hears the sound of a warning bell, and presently a railway car, holding 30 persons, and drawn by 2 or 4 horses, comes thundering down the street. These rail cars run every few minutes, and the fares are very low. For very sufficient reasons Broadway is not thus encroached upon, and a journey from one end to the other of this marvellous street is a work of time and difficulty. Pack the traffic of the Strand and Cheapside into Oxford Street, and still you will not have an idea of the crush in Broadway. There are streams of scarlet and yellow omnibuses racing in the more open parts, and locking each other's wheels in the narrower. There are helpless females deposited in the middle of a sea of slippery mud, condemned to run a gauntlet between cart wheels and horses' hoofs. There are loaded stages hastening to and fro from the huge hotels, carts and waggons laden with merchandise, and young Americans driving fast-trotting horses, edging in and out among the crowd. Wheels are locked, horses tumble down, and persons pressed for time are distracted. Occasionally the whole traffic of the street comes to a deadlock, in consequence of some obstruction or crowd, there being no policeman at hand with his incessant command, "Move on!" The hackney carriages of New York are very handsome, and being drawn by 2 horses, have the appearance of private equipages. But woe to the stranger who trusts to the inviting announcement that the fare is $1 within a certain circle. Bad as London cabmen are, one would welcome the sight of one of them. The New York hackmen are licensed plunderers, against whose extortions there is neither remedy nor appeal. They are generally Irish, and cheat people with unblushing audacity. The omnibus or stage accommodation is plentiful and excellent. A person soon becomes accustomed to, and enjoys the occasional excitement of locked wheels, or a race, and these vehicles are roomy and clean. They are 16 inches wider than our own omnibuses, and carry a number of passengers certainly within their capabilities, and the fares are fixed and very low, 6 1/2 cents for any distance. They have windows to the sides and front, and the spaces between are painted with very tolerably executed landscapes. There is no conductor; the driver opens and closes the door with a strap, and the money is handed to him through a little hole in the roof. The lady passengers invariably give the money to a gentleman for this purpose, and no rule of etiquette is more rigidly enforced than for him to obey the request to do so, generally consisting in a haughty wave of the hand. The 1,000 acts of attention which gentlemen, by rigid usage, are compelled to tender to ladies, are received by them without the slightest acknowledgment, either by word or gesture. To so great an extent is this nonchalance carried on the part of the females, that 2 or 3 newspapers have seriously taken up the subject, and advised the gentlemen to withdraw from the performance of such unrequited attentions. Strangers frequently doubt whether New York possesses a police. The doubt is very justifiable, for these guardians of the public peace are seldom forthcoming when they are wanted. They are accessible to bribes, and will investigate into crime when liberally rewarded, but probably in no city in the civilized world is life so fearfully insecure. The practice of carrying concealed arms, in the shape of stilettos for attack, and sword-sticks for defence, if illegal, is perfectly common. Desperate reprobates, called rowdies, infest the lower part of the town, and terrible outrages and murderous assaults are matters of such nightly occurrence as to be thought hardly worthy of notice, even in those prints which minister to man's depraved taste for the horrible. No language can be too strongly expressive of censure upon the disgraceful condition of New York. The evil may be distinctly traced to the wretched system of politics which prevails at the election of the municipal officers, who are often literally chosen from the lowest of the people, and are venal and corrupt in the highest degree. During my visit to New York a candidate for one of these offices stabbed a policeman, who died of the wound. If I may judge from the tone of the public prints, and from conversations on the subject, public feeling was not so much outraged by the act itself, but was a convenient stalking horse for the other side, and the policeman's funeral procession, which went down Broadway, was nearly a mile in length. The principal stores are situated on Broadway, and although they attempt very little in the way of window display, the interiors are spacious, and arranged with the greatest taste. An American store is generally a very extensive apartment, handsomely decorated, the roof frequently supported on marble pillars. The owner or clerk is seated by his goods, absorbed in the morning paper, probably balancing himself on one leg of his chair, with a spittoon by his side. He deigns to answer your inquiries, but in place of the pertinacious perseverance with which an English shopman displays his wares, it seems a matter of perfect indifference to the American whether you purchase or no. The drapers' and mercers' shops, which go by the name of dry goods stores, are filled with the costliest productions of the world. The silks from the looms of France are to be seen side by side with the productions of Persia and India, and all at an advance of fully 2/3 on English prices. The fancy goods stores are among the most attractive lounges of the city. Here Paris figures to such an extent, that it was said at the time when difficulties with France were apprehended, in consequence of the Sully affair, that Louis Napoleon might as well fire cannon balls into the Palais Royal as declare war with America. Some of the bronzes in these stores are of exquisite workmanship, and costly china from Sèvres and Dresden feast the eyes of the lovers of beauty in this branch of art. The American ladies wear very costly jewellery, but I was perfectly amazed at the prices of some of the articles displayed. I saw a diamond bracelet containing one brilliant of prodigious size and lustre. The price was $25,000, or £5,000. On inquiring who would purchase such a thing, the clerk replied, "I guess some Southerner will buy it for his wife." One of the sights with which the New York people astonish English visitors is Stewart's dry goods store on Broadway, an immense square building of white marble, 6 stories high, with a frontage of 300 feet. The business done in it is stated to be above £1,500,000 per annum. There are 400 people employed at this establishment, which has even a telegraph office on the premises, where a clerk is for ever flashing dollars and cents along the trembling wires. There were lace collars 40 guineas each, and flounces of Valenciennes lace, half a yard deep, at 120 guineas a flounce. The damasks and brocades for curtains and chairs were at almost fabulous prices. Few gentlemen, the clerk observed, give less than £3 per yard for these articles. The most costly are purchased by the hotels. I saw some brocade embroidered in gold to the thickness of half an inch, some of which had been supplied to the St. Nicholas Hotel at £9 per yard. There were stockings from a penny to a guinea a pair, and carpetings from 1s. 8d. to 22s. a yard. Besides 6 stories above ground, there were large light rooms under the building, and under Broadway itself, echoing with the roll of its 10,000 vehicles. The hotels are among the sights of New York. The principal are the Astor House, which has a world-wide reputation, the Metropolitan, and the St. Nicholas, all in Broadway. Prescott House and Irving House also afford accommodations on a very large scale. The entrances to these hotels invariably attract the eye of the stranger. Groups of extraordinary-looking human beings are always lounging on the doorsteps, smoking, whittling, and reading newspapers. There are Southerners sighing for their sunny homes, smoking Havana cigars; Western men, with that dashing, free and easy air which renders them unmistakable; Englishmen, shrouded in an exclusiveness, who look on all their neighbours as so many barbarian intruders on their privacy; and peoples of all nations, whom business has drawn to the American metropolis. The Metropolitan Hotel is the most imposing in appearance. It is a block of building with a frontage of 300 feet, and is 6 stories high. I believe that it can accommodate 1,300 people. The St. Nicholas is the most superb in its decorations. It is a magnificent building of white marble, and can accommodate 1,000 visitors. Everything in this edifice is on a style of princely magnificence. The grand entrance opens into a very fine hall with a marble floor, and this is surrounded with settees covered with the skins of wild animals. The parlours are gorgeous in the extreme, and there are two superb dining rooms to contain 600 people each. The curtains and sofa covers in some of the parlours cost £5 per yard, and, as has been previously named, one room is furnished with gold brocade purchased at £9 per yard. About 100 married couples reside permanently at the St. Nicholas. It does not, however, bear the very best reputation, as it is said to be the resort of a large number of professed gamblers. Large as these hotels are, they are nothing to a monster establishment at Cape May, a fashionable summer resort in New Jersey. The capacities of this building, the Mount Vernon Hotel, though stated on the best authority, can scarcely be credited; it is said to make up 3,000 beds. Owing to the high rates of house rent and the difficulty of procuring servants, together with the exorbitant wages which they require, many married couples, and even families, reside permanently at the hotels. Living constantly in public, without opportunity for holding family intercourse, and being without either home cares or home pleasures, nomad, restless, pleasure-seeking habits are induced, which have led strangers to charge the Americans with being destitute of home life. That such is the case to some extent is not to be denied, but this want is by no means generally observed. I have met with family circles in the New World as united and affected as those in the Old, not only in country districts, but in the metropolis itself, and in New England there is probably as much of what may be termed patriarchal life as anywhere in Europe. The public charities of New York are on a gigantic scale. The New York Hospital, a fine stone building with some large trees in front, situated in Broadway, was one which pleased me as much as any. Two of the physicians kindly took me over the whole building, and explained all the arrangements. I believe that the hospital contains 650 beds, and it is generally full, being not only the receptacle for the numerous accident cases which are of daily occurrence in New York, but for those of a large district besides, which are conveniently brought in by railroad. We first went into the recent accident room, where the unhappy beings who were recently hurt or operated upon were lying. Some of them were the most piteous objects I ever witnessed, and the medical men, under the impression that I was deeply interested in surgery, took pains to exhibit all the horrors. There were a good many of the usual classes of accidents, broken limbs and mangled frames. There was one poor little boy of 12 years old, whose arms had been torn to pieces by machinery; one of them had been amputated on the previous day, and while the medical men displayed the stump, they remarked that the other must be taken off on the next day. The poor boy groaned with a more than childish expression of agony on his pale features, probably at the thought of life of helplessness before him. A young Irishman had been crushed by a railway car, and one of his legs had been amputated a few hours previously. As the surgeon altered the bandages he was laughing and joking, and had been singing ever since the operation, a remarkable instance of Paddy's unfailing light-heartedness. But, besides these ordinary accidents, there were some very characteristic of a New York and of a New York election. In one ward there were several men who had been stabbed the night before, two of whom were mortally wounded. There were two men, scarcely retaining the appearance of human beings, who had been fearfully burned and injured by the explosion of an infernal machine. All trace of human features had departed; it seemed hardly credible that such blackened, distorted, and mangled frames could contain human souls. There were others who had received musket-shot wounds during the election, and numbers of broken heads, and wounds from knives. It was sad to know that so much of the suffering to be seen in that hospital was the result of furious religious animosities, and of the unrestrained lawlessness of human violence. There was one man who had been so nearly crushed to pieces that it seemed marvellous that the mangled frame could still retain its vitality. One leg was broken in 3 places, and the flesh torn off from the knee to the foot. Both arms and several ribs were also broken. We went into one of the female wards, where 16 broken legs were being successfully treated, and I could not but admire a very simple contrivance which remedies the contraction which often succeeds broken limbs, and produces permanent lameness. 2 long straps of plaster were glued from above the knee to the ankle, and were then fixed to a wooden bar, with a screw and handle, so that the tension could be regulated at pleasure. The medical men, in remarking upon this, observed that in England we were very slow to adopt any American improvements in surgery or medicine. There were many things in this hospital which might be imitated in England with great advantage to the patients. Each ward was clean, sweet, and airy, and the system of heating and ventilation is very superior. The heating and ventilating apparatus, instead of sending forth alternate blasts of hot and cold air, keeps up a uniform and easily regulated temperature. A draught of cold air is continually forced through a large apparatus of steam pipes, and as it becomes vitiated in the rooms above, passes out through ventilators placed just below the ceiling. Our next visit was to the laundry, where 2 men, 3 women, and, last but not least, a steam engine of 45 horse-power, were perpetually engaged in washing the soiled linen of the hospital. The large and rapidly moving cylinder which churns the linen is a common part of steam laundry, but the wringing machine is one of the most beautiful, practical applications of a principle in natural philosophy that I ever saw. It consists of a large perforated cylinder, open at the top, with a case in the centre. This cylinder performs from 400 to 700 revolutions in a minute, and by the power of the centrifugal force thus produced, the linen is impelled so violently against the sides, that the moisture is forced through the perforations, when the linen is left nearly dry. Strange as it may appear to those who associate America with plenty and comfort, there is a large class of persons at New York living in a state of squalid and abject poverty, and in order that the children belonging to it may receive some education, it has been found necessary by the benevolent to supplement the common school system with ragged or industrial schools. In order not to wound the pride of parents who are not too proud to receive a gratuitous education for their offspring, these establishments are not called ragged schools, but boys' meetings and girls' meetings. I visited 2 of these, the first in Tompkins Square. There were about 100 children in the school, and nearly all of them were Irish Roman Catholics. They receive a good elementary education, and answered the questions addressed to them with correctness and alacrity. The Bible, of course, is not read, but the pupils learn a Scripture catechism, and paraphrased versions of Scripture incidents. One day, during the absence of the teacher, one of the pupils was looking into an English Bible, and another addressed her with the words, "You wicked girl, you know the priest says that you are never to open that bad book. I will never walk with you again." The child, on going home, told her mother, and she said that she did not think it could be such a bad book, as the ladies who were so kind to them read it. The child said that it was a beautiful book, and persuaded her mother to borrow a Bible from a neighbour. She read it, and became a Protestant. These children earn their clothing by a certain number of good marks, but most of them were shoeless. Each child is obliged to take a bath on the establishment once a week. Their answers in geography and history were extremely good. In the afternoon the elder girls are employed in tailoring and dressmaking, and receive so much work that this branch of the school is self-supporting. I visited another industrial school, in a very bad part of the town, adjoining the Bowery, where the parents are of the very worst description, and their offspring are vicious and unmanageable. I think that I never saw vice and crime so legibly stamped upon the countenances of children as upon those in this school. The teachers find it extremely difficult to preserve discipline at all, and the pilfering habits of the pupils are almost incorrigible. They each receive a pint of excellent soup and an unlimited quantity of bread for dinner, but they are discontented and unthankful. The common school system will be enlarged upon in a succeeding chapter, but I cannot forbear noticing one school which I visited. It was a lofty 4-storied building of red brick, with considerable architectural pretensions. It was faced with brown stone, and had a very handsome entrance hall and staircase. The people of New York vie with each other in their hospitality to strangers, and in showing them the objects of interest within their city in the very best manner, and it was under the auspices of Dr. Wells, one of the Commissioners of Education, that I saw this admirable school, or rather educational institution. On inquiring the reason of the extraordinary height of the balustrades, I was told that some weeks previously, as the boys were hurriedly leaving school, 40 of them had been pushed over the staircase, out of which number nearly the whole were killed. In the girls' room about 900 girls between the ages of 8 and 18 were assembled. They were the children of persons in every class in the city except the very wealthiest and the very poorest. All these girls were well dressed, some of them tasteful, others fantastic in their appearance. There was a great deal of beauty among the elder pupils. I only regretted that the bright bloom which many possessed should be so evanescent. The rich luxuriant hair, often of a beautiful auburn hue, was a peculiarity which could not be overlooked. There were about 10 female teachers, the principal of whom played some lively airs upon the piano, during which time the pupils marched steadily in from various class rooms, and took their seats at handsome mahogany desks, which accommodated 2 each. No expense had been spared in the fittings of the apartment. The Commissioners of Education are evidently of opinion that the young do not acquire knowledge the more speedily from being placed on comfortless benches without any means of resting their weak and tired frames. Each desk contained a drawer or cupboard, and to encourage those habits of order and self-reliance to which so much weight is attached in the United States, each pupil is made responsible for the preservation and security of her books and all implements of education. The business of the day commenced by the whole number of girls reverently repeating the Lord's Prayer, which, in addressing God as Our Father, proclaims the common bond of brotherhood which unites the whole human race. The sound of 900 youthful voices solemnly addressing their Creator was beautiful and impressive. A chapter from the Bible, read aloud by the teacher, followed, and a hymn beautifully sung, when the pupils filed off as before to the sound of music. We next went into the elementary room, appropriated to infants, who are not sent to the higher school till their proficiency reaches the standard required. The infant system does not appear to differ materially from ours, except that it is of a more intellectual nature. In this room 1,300 children joined in singing a hymn. In the boys' rooms about 1,000 boys were receiving instruction under about 12 specimens of young America. The restless, the almost fearful energy of the teachers surprised me, and the alacrity of the boys in answering questions. In the algebra room questions involving the most difficult calculation on the part of the pupils were answered sometimes even before the teacher had worked them out himself. Altogether I was delighted with this school and with the earnestness displayed by both teachers and pupils. I was not so well pleased with the manners of the instructors, particularly in the boys' school. There was a boastfulness, an exaggeration, and a pedantry, which are by no means necessary accomplishments of superior attainments. The pupils have a disrespectful, familiar, and independent air, though I understood that the punishments are more severe than are generally approved of in English schools. The course of instruction is very complete. History is especially attended to, with its bearing upon modern politics. The teachers receive from £80 to £300 a year, and very high attainments are required. Besides the common and industrial schools, there are means of education provided for the juvenile portion of the very large foreign population of New York, principally German. There are several schools held under the basements of the churches, without any paid teachers. The ladies of New York, to their honour be it said, undertake, unassisted, the education of these children, a certain number being attached to every school. Each of these ladies takes some hours of a day, and youth and beauty may be seen perseveringly engaged in this arduous but useful task. The spirit of practical benevolence which appears to permeate New York society is one of its most pleasing features. It is not only that the wealthy contribute large sums of money to charitable objects, but they personally superintend their rightful distribution. No class is left untouched by their benevolent affairs. Wherever suffering and poverty are found, the hand of Christianity or philanthropy is stretched out to relieve them. The gulf which in most cities separates the rich from the poor has to some extent lessened in New York, for numbers of ladies and gentlemen of education and affluence visit among the poor and vicious, seeking to raise them to a better position. If there are schools, emigrant hospitals, orphan asylums, and nursing institutions, to mark the good sense and philanthropy of the people of New York, so their love of amusement and recreation is strongly evidenced by the numerous places where both may be procured. There is perhaps as much pleasure-seeking in Paris. The search after amusement is characterized by the same restless energy which marks the pursuit after wealth, and if the Americans have little time for enjoying themselves, they are resolved that the opportunities for doing so shall be neither distant nor few. Thus Broadway and its neighbourhood contain more places of amusement than perhaps any district of equal size in the world. These present variety sufficient to embrace the tastes of the very heterogeneous population of New York. There are 3 large theatres, an opera house of gigantic proportions, which is annually graced by the highest vocal talent of Europe, Wood's Minstrels and Christie's Minstrels, where blacks perform in unexceptionable style to unwearied audiences, and comic operas. There are al fresco entertainments, masquerades, concerts, restaurants, and oyster saloons. Besides all these and many more, New York contained in 1853 the amazing number of 5,980 taverns. The number of places where amusement is combined with intellectual improvement is small, when compared with other cities of the same population. There are, however, some very magnificent reading rooms and libraries. The amount of oysters eaten in New York surprised me, although there was an idea at the time of my visit that they produced the cholera, which rather checked any extraordinary excesses in this curious fish. In the business streets of New York the eyes are greeted continually with the words "Oyster Saloon" painted in large letters on the basement story. If the stranger's curiosity is sufficient to induce him to dive down a flight of steps into a subterranean abode, at the first glance rather suggestive of robbery, one favourite amusement of the people may be seen in perfection. There is a counter at one side, where 2 or 3 persons, frequently blacks, are busily engaged in opening oysters for their customers, who swallow them with astonishing relish and rapidity. In a room beyond, brightly lighted by gas, family groups are to be seen, seated at round tables, and larger parties of friends, enjoying basins of stewed oysters, while from some mysterious recesses the process of cookery makes itself distinctly audible. Some of these saloons are highly respectable, while many are just the reverse. But the consumption of oysters is by no means confined to the saloons; in private families an oyster supper is frequently a nightly occurrence. The oysters are dressed in the parlour by an ingenious and not inelegant apparatus. So great is the passion for this luxury that the consumption of it during the season is estimated at £3,500 a day. There are several restaurants in the city, on the model of those in the Palais Royal. The most superb of these, but not by any means the most respectable, is Taylor's, in Broadway. It combines Eastern magnificence with Parisian taste, and strangers are always expected to visit it. It is a room about 100 feet in length by 22 in height, the roof and cornices richly carved and gilded, the walls ornamented by superb mirrors, separated by white marble. The floor is of marble, and a row of fluted and polished marble pillars runs down each side. It is a perfect blaze of decoration. There is an alcove at one end of the apartment, filled with orange trees, and the air is kept refreshingly cool by a crystal fountain. Any meal can be obtained here at any hour. On the day on which I visited it, the 100 marble tables which it contains were nearly all occupied. A double row of equipages lined the street at the door, and 200 or 300 people, many of them without bonnets and fantastically dressed, were regaling themselves upon ices and other elegancies in an atmosphere redolent with the perfume of orange flowers, and musical with the sound of trickling water, and the melody of musical snuff-boxes. There was a complete maze of frescoes, mirrors, carvings, gilding, and marble. A dinner can be procured here at any hour of the day or night, from 1 shilling and 6 up to half a guinea, and other meals in like proportion. As we merely went to see the restaurant, we ordered ices, which were served from large reservoirs, shining like polished silver. These were paid for at the time, and we received tickets in return, which were taken by the doorkeeper on coming out. It might be supposed that republican simplicity would scorn so much external display, but the palaces of public entertainment vie in their splendour with the palaces of kings. It is almost impossible for a stranger to leave New York without visiting the American Museum, the property of Phineas Taylor Barnum. The history of this very remarkable man is now well known, even in England, where the publication of his autobiography has been a 9 days' wonder. It is said that 60,000 copies were sold at New York in one day, so successful has he been in keeping himself for ever before the public eye. It is painful to see how far a man whose life has been spent in total disregard for the principles of truth and integrity should have earned for himself popularity and fame. His museum is situated in Broadway, near to the City Hall, and is a gaudy building, denoted by huge paintings, multitudes of flags, and a very noisy band. The museum contains many objects of real interest, particularly to the naturalist and geologist, intermingled with a great deal that is spurious and contemptible. But this museum is by no means the attraction to this palace of humbug. There is a collection of horrors or monstrosities attached, which appears to fascinate the vulgar gaze. The principal objects of attraction at this time were, a dog with 2 legs, a cow with 4 horns, and a calf with 6 legs, disgusting specimens of deformity, which ought to have been destroyed, rather than preserved to gratify a morbid taste for the horrible and erratic in nature. But while persons of the highest station and education in England patronised an artful and miserable dwarf, cleverly exhibited by a showman totally destitute of principle, it is not surprising that the American people should delight in yet more hideous exhibitions under the same auspices. The magnificence of the private dwellings of New York must not escape mention, though I am compelled to withhold many details that would be interesting, from a fear of violating the rights of hospitality. The squares, and many of the numbered streets, contain very superb houses of a most pleasing uniformity of style. They are built either of brownstone or of dark red brick, durably pointed, and faced with stone. This style of brick masonry is extremely tasteful and beautiful. Every house has an entrance porch with windows of stained glass, and double doors, the outer one being only closed at night. The upper part of the inner door is made of stained glass; the door handles and bell pulls are made of lightly polished electroplate, and a handsome flight of stone steps, with elegant bronze balustrades, leads up to the porch. The entrance halls are seldom large, but the staircases, which are of stone, are invariably very handsome. These houses are 6 stories high, and usually contain 3 reception rooms, a dining room, small and not striking in appearance in any way, as dinner parties are seldom given in New York, a small elegantly furnished drawing room, used as a family sitting room, and for the reception of morning visitors, and a magnificent reception room, furnished in the height of taste and elegance, for dancing, music, and evening parties. In London the bedrooms are generally inconvenient and uncomfortable, being sacrificed to the reception rooms; in New York this is not the case. The bedrooms are large, lofty, and airy, and are furnished with all the appurtenances which modern luxury has been able to devise. The profusion of marble gives a very handsome and chaste appearance to these apartments. There are bath rooms generally on 3 floors, and hot and cold water are laid on every story. The houses are warmed by air heated from a furnace at the basement, and though in addition open fires are sometimes adopted, they are made of anthracite coal, which emits no smoke, and has rather the appearance of heated metal than of fuel. Ornamental articles of Parisian taste and Italian workmanship abound in these houses, and the mouldings, cornices, and woodwork are all beautifully executed. The doorways and windows are very frequently of an arched form, which contributes to the tasteful appearance of the houses. Every species of gaudy decoration is strictly avoided; the paint is generally white, with gilt mouldings, and the lofty rooms are either painted in panels or hung with paper of a very simple pattern. The curtains and chair covers are always of very rich damask, frequently worth from 2 to 3 guineas a yard, but the richness of this, and of the gold embroidery, is toned down by the dark hue of the walnut wood furniture. The carpets of the reception rooms are generally of rich Kidderminster, or velvet pile; an air of elegance and cleanliness pervades these superb dwellings; they look the height of comfort. It must be remembered that the foregoing is not a description of a dwelling here and there, but of 50 or 60 streets, or of 4,000 or 5,000 houses, those inhabited by merchants of average incomes, storekeepers not of the wealthiest class, and lawyers. The number of servants kept in such mansions as these would sound disproportionately small to an English ear. 2 or 3 female servants only are required. Breakfast is very early, frequently at 7, seldom later than 8. The families of merchants in business in the lower part of the city often dine at 1, and the gentlemen return to a combination of dinner with tea at 6. It does not appear that at home luxury in eating is much studied. It is not customary, even among some of the wealthier inhabitants of New York, to indulge in sumptuous equipages. Hacks, with respectable-looking drivers and pairs of horses, fill the place of private carriages, and look equally well. Coachmen require high wages, and carriages are frequently injured by collision with omnibuses; these are among the reasons given for the very general use of hired vehicles. The private equipages to be seen in New York, though roomy and comfortable, are not elegant. They are almost invariably closed, with glass sides and front, and are constructed with a view to keep out the intense heat of the summer sun. The coachmen are generally blacks, and the horses are stout animals, with cropped tails. The majority have broken knees, owing to the great slipperiness of the pavements. Altogether, the occupants of stages are the most secure of the numerous travellers down Broadway. The driver on his lofty box has more control over his horses, and in case of collision the weight of his vehicle gives him an advantage, and there is general inclination on the part of the conductors of carriages to give these swiftly moving vehicles ample room and verge enough. While threading the way through the intricate labyrinth of waggons, stages, falling horses, and locked wheels, it is highly unpleasant for the denizens of private carriages to find the end of a pole through the back of his equipage, or to be addressed by the coachman, "Massa, dat big waggon is pulling off my wheel." Having given a brief description of the style of the ordinary dwellings of the affluent, I will just glance at those of the very wealthy, of which there are several in Fifth Avenue, and some of the squares, surpassing anything I had hitherto witnessed in royal or ducal palaces at home. The externals of some of these mansions in Fifth Avenue are like Apsley House, and Stafford House, St. James's, being substantially built of brown stone. At one house which I visited in street, about the largest private residence in the city, and one which is considered to combine the greatest splendour with the greatest taste, we entered a spacious marble hall, leading to a circular stone staircase of great width, the balustrades being figures elaborately cast in bronze. Above this staircase was a lofty dome, decorated with paintings in fresco of Eastern scenes. There were niches in the walls, some containing Italian statuary, and others small jets of water pouring over artificial moss. There were 6 or 8 magnificent reception rooms, furnished in various styles, the mediaeval, the Elizabethan, the Italian, the Persian, the modern English, etc. There were fountains of fairy workmanship, pictures from the old masters, statues from Italy, chefs d'oeuvre of art, porcelain from China and Sèvres, damasks, cloth of gold, and bijoux from the East, Gobelin tapestry, tables of malachite and agate, and knick-knacks of every description. In the mediaeval and Elizabethan apartments, it did not appear to me that any anachronisms had been committed with respect to the furniture and decorations. The light was subdued by passing through windows of rich stained glass. I saw one table, the value of which might be about 2000 guineas. The ground was black marble, with a wreath of flowers inlaid with very costly gems upon it. There were flowers or bunches of fruit of turquoise, carbuncles, rubies, topazes, and emeralds, while the leaves were of malachite, cornelian, or agate. The effect produced by this lavish employment of wealth was not very good. The bedrooms were scarcely less magnificently furnished than the reception rooms, with chairs formed of staghorns, tables inlaid with agates, and hangings of Damascus cashmere, richly embossed with gold. There was nothing gaudy, profuse, or prominent in the decorations or furniture. Everything had evidently been selected and arranged by a person of very refined taste. Among the very beautiful works of art was a collection of cameos, including some of Cellini's from the antique, which were really entrancing to look upon. Another mansion, which N. P. Willis justly describes as a fairy palace of taste in art, though not so extensive, was equally beautiful, and possessed a large winter garden. This was approached by passing through a succession of very beautiful rooms, the walls of which were hung with paintings which would have delighted a connoisseur. It was a glass building with a high dome; a fine fountain was playing in the centre, and round its marble basin were orange, palm, and myrtle trees, with others from the tropics, some of them of considerable growth. Every part of the floor that was not of polished white marble was thickly carpeted with small green ferns. The gleam of white marble statues, from among the clumps of orange trees and other shrubs, was particularly pretty; indeed, the whole had a fairy-like appearance about it. Such mansions as these were rather at variance with my ideas of republican simplicity; they contained apartments which would have thrown into shade the finest rooms in Windsor Castle or Buckingham Palace. It is not the custom for Americans to leave large fortunes to their children; their wealth is spent in great measure in surrounding themselves with the beautiful and the elegant in their splendid mansions, and it is probable that the adornments which have been collected with so much expense and trouble will be dispersed at the death of their present possessors. I have often asked, how do the American ladies dress? Have they nice figures? Do they wear much ornament? What are their manners like? Are they highly educated? Are they domestic? I will answer these questions as far as I am capable of doing so. In bygone times, the good old days of America perhaps, large patterns, brilliant colours, exaggerated fashions, and redundant ornament, were all adopted by the American ladies; and without just regard to the severity of the climate, they patronised thin dresses and yet thinner shoes, both being, as has been since discovered, very prolific sources of ill health. Frequent intercourse with Europe, and the gradual progress of good taste, have altered this absurd style, and America, like England, is now content to submit to the dictation of Paris in all matters of fashion. But though Paris might dictate it, it was found that American milliners had stubborn wills of their own, so Parisian modistes were imported along with Parisian silks, ribands, and gloves. No dressmaker is now considered orthodox who cannot show a prefix of Madame, and the rage for foreign materials and workmanship of every kind is as ludicrous as in England. Although the deception practised is very blamable, there is some comfort in knowing that large numbers of the caps, bonnets, mantles, and other articles of dress, which are marked ostentatiously with the name of some rue in Paris, have never incurred the risks of an Atlantic voyage. But, however unworthy a devotion to fashion may be, it is very certain that the ladies of New York dress beautifully, and in very good taste. Although it is rather repugnant to one's feelings to behold costly silks and rich brocades sweeping the pavements of Broadway, with more effect than is produced by the dustman, it is very certain that more beautiful toilettes are to be seen in this celebrated thoroughfare in one afternoon than in Hyde Park in a week. As it is impossible to display the productions of the millinery art in a closed carriage in a crowd, Broadway is the fashionable promenade, and the lightest French bonnets, the handsomest mantles, and the richest flounced silk dresses, with jupons, ribbons, and laces to correspond, are there to be seen in the afternoon. Evening attire is very much the same as in England, only that richer materials are worn by the young. The harmony of colours appears to be a subject studied to some purpose, and the style of dress is generally adapted to the height, complexion, and figure of the wearer. The figures of the American ladies in youth are very sylph-like and elegant, and this appearance is obtained without the use of those artificial constraints so justly to be condemned. They are almost too slight for beauty, though this does not signify while they retain the luxuriant wavy hair, brilliant complexion, elastic step, and gracefulness of very early youth. But unfortunately a girl of 20 is too apt to look faded and haggard, and a woman who with us would be in her bloom at 30 looks passée, wrinkled, and old. It is then that the sylph-like form assumes an unpleasant angularity, suggestive of weariness and care. It is remarkable, however, that ladies of recent English extraction, under exactly the same circumstances, retain their good looks into middle life, and advancing years produce embonpoint instead of angularity. I was very agreeably surprised with the beauty of the young ladies of New York. There is something peculiarly graceful and fascinating in their personal appearance. To judge from the costly articles of jewellery displayed in the stores, I should have supposed that there was a great rage for ornament; but from the reply I once received from a jeweller, on asking him who would purchase a 5,000 guinea diamond bracelet, I guessed some Southerner would buy it for his wife. I believe that most of these articles find their way to the South and West, where a less cultivated taste may be supposed to prevail. I saw very little jewellery worn, and that was generally of a valuable but plain description. The young ladies appear to have adopted the maxim, beauty when unadorned is adorned the most. They study variety in ornament rather than profusion. What are their manners like, is a difficult question to answer. That there is a great difference between the manners of the English and American ladies may be inferred from some remarks made to me by the most superior woman whom I met in America, and one who had been in English society in London. In naming a lady with whom she was acquainted, and one who could scarcely be expected to be deficient in affection towards herself, she said, her manners were perfectly ladylike, but she seemed to talk merely because conversation was a conventional requirement of society, and I cannot believe that she had any heart. She added, I did not blame her for this; it was merely the result of an English education, which studiously banishes every appearance of interest or emotion. Emotion is condemned as romantic and vulgar sensibility, interest as enthusiasm. The system which she reprehended is not followed at New York, and the result is, not that the ladies wear their hearts on their sleeves for daws to peck at, but that they are unaffected, lively, and agreeable. The repose so studiously cultivated in England, and which is considered perfect when it has become listlessness, apathy, and indifference, finds no favour with our lively transatlantic neighbours. Consequently, the ladies are very naive and lively, and their manners have the vivacity without the frivolity of the French. They say themselves that they are not so highly educated as the ladies of England. Admirable as the common schools are, the seminaries for ladies, with one or two exceptions, are very inferior to ours, and the early age at which the young ladies go into society precludes them from completing a superior education, for it is scarcely to be expected that, when their minds are filled with the desire for conquest and the love of admiration, they will apply systematically to remedy their deficiencies. And again, some of their own sex in the States have so far stepped out of woman's proper sphere that high attainments are rather avoided by many, from the ridicule which has been attached to the unsuitable display of them in public. The young ladies are too apt to consider their education completed when they are emancipated from school restraints, while in fact only the basis of it has been laid. Music and drawing are not much cultivated in the higher branches, and though many speak the modern languages with fluency, natural philosophy and arithmetic, which strengthen the mental powers, are rather neglected. Yet who has ever missed the higher education which English ladies receive while in the society of the lively, attractive ladies of New York? Of course there are exceptions, where active and superior minds become highly cultivated by their own persevering exertions, but the aids offered by ladies' schools are comparatively insignificant. The ladies in the United States appear to me to be extremely domestic. However fond they may be of admiration as girls, after their early marriages they become dutiful wives, and affectionate devoted mothers. And in a country where there are few faithful attached servants, far more devolves upon the mother than English ladies have any idea of. Those amusements which would withdraw her from home must be abandoned; however fond she may be of travelling, she must abide in the nursery, and all these little attentions which in England are turned over to the nurse must be performed by herself, or under her superintending eye. She must be the nurse of her children alike by day and by night, in sickness and in health, and with the attention which American ladies pay to their husbands, their married life is by no means an idle one. Under these circumstances the early fading of their bloom is not to be wondered at, and I cannot but admire the manner in which many of them cheerfully conform to years of anxiety and comparative seclusion, after the homage and gaiety which seemed their natural atmosphere in their early youth. Of the gentlemen it is less easy to speak. They are immersed in a whirl of business, often of that speculative kind which demands a constant exercise of intense thought. The short period which they can spend in the bosom of their families must be an enjoyment and relaxation to them; therefore, in the absence of any statements to the contrary, it is but right to suppose that they are affectionate husbands and fathers. However actively the gentlemen of New York are engaged in business pursuits, they travel, read the papers, and often devote some time to general literature. They look rather more pale and careworn than the English, as the uncertainties of business are greater in a country where speculative transactions are carried to such an exaggerated extent. They also indulge in eccentricities of appearance in the shape of beards and imperials, not to speak of the goatee and moustaches of various forms. With these exceptions, there is nothing in appearance, manner, or phraseology to distinguish them from gentlemen in the best English society, except perhaps that they evince more interest and animation in their conversation. The peculiar expressions which go under the name of Americanisms are never heard in good society, and those disagreeable habits connected with tobacco are equally unknown. I thought that the gentlemen were remarkably free from mannerisms of any kind. I have frequently heard Americans speak of the descriptions given by Dickens and Mrs. Trollope of the slang and disagreeable practices to be met with in the States, and they never, on a single occasion, denied their truthfulness, but said that these writers mistook the perpetrations of these vulgarities for gentlemen. The gentlemen are extremely deferential and attentive in their manners to ladies, and are hardly, I think, treated with sufficient graciousness in return. At New York a great many are actively engaged in philanthropic pursuits. The quiescence of manner attained by English gentlemen, which frequently approaches inanity, is seldom to be met with in America. The exhilarating influences of the climate and the excitement of business have a tendency to produce animation of manner, and force and earnestness of expression. A great difference in these respects is apparent in gentlemen from the Southern States, who live in enervating climate, and whose pursuits are of a more tranquil nature. The dry, elastic atmosphere of the Northern States produces a restlessness which must either expend itself in bodily or mental exertion, or force of expression; from this probably arise the frequent use of superlatives, and the exaggeration of language, which the more phlegmatic English attribute to the Americans. Since my return to England I have frequently been asked the question, "What is society like in America?" This word, society, is one of very ambiguous meaning. It is used in England by the titled aristocracy to distinguish themselves, their connections, and those whose wealth or genius has gained them admission to their circles. But every circle, every city, and even every country neighbourhood, has what it pleases to term society, and when the members of it say of an individual, "I never met him in society," it ostracises him, no matter how agreeable or estimable he may be. In England, to society in each of its grades, wealth is a sure passport, as it has been evidenced of late years by several very notorious instances. Thus it is extremely difficult to answer the question, What is New York society like? It certainly is not like that which is associated in our minds with the localities Mayfair and Belgravia; neither can it be compared to the circles which form parasitically round the millionaire; still less it is like the dulness of country neighbourhoods. New York has its charmed circles also; a republic admits of the greatest exclusiveness, and in the highest circles of the city, to say that a man is not in society is to ostracise him as in England. It must be stated that some of the most agreeable salons of New York are almost closed to foreigners. French, Germans, and Italians, with imposing titles, have proved how unworthily they bear them; and this feeling against strangers—I will not call it prejudice, for there are sufficient grounds for it—is extended to the English, some of whom, I regret to say, have violated the right of hospitality in many different ways. I have heard of such conduct on the part of my countrymen as left me no room for surprise that many families, whose acquaintance would be most agreeable, strictly guard their drawing room from English intrusion. And besides this, there are those who have entered houses merely to caricature their inmates, and have received hospitality only to ridicule the manner in which it was exercised, while they have indulged in unamiable personalities, and have not respected the sanctity of private life. It was through an introduction given me by a valued English friend that I, as an English stranger, was received with the kindest hospitality by some of those who have been rendered thus exclusive by the bad taste and worst conduct of foreigners. I feel, as I write, that any remarks I make on New York society cannot be perfectly free from bias, owing to the overwhelming kindness and glowing hospitality which I met with in that city. I found so much to enjoy in society, and so much to interest and please everywhere, that when I left New York it was with the wish that the few weeks which I was able to spend there could have been prolonged into as many months. But to answer the question, the best society in New York would not suffer by comparison in any way with the best society in England. It is not in the upper classes of any nation that we must look for national characteristics or peculiarities. Society throughout the civilized world is, to a certain extent, cast in the same mould; the same laws of etiquette prevail, and the same conventionalisms restrict in the greatest measure the display of any individual characteristics. Balls are doubtless the same in society all over the world; a certain amount of black cloth, kid gloves, white muslin, epaulettes if they can be procured, dancing, music, and ices. Every one acknowledges that dinner parties are equally dull in London and Paris, in Calcutta and in New York, unless the next neighbour happens to be peculiarly agreeable. Therefore it is most probable that balls and dinner parties in New York are exactly the same as in other places, except that the latter are less numerous, and are principally confined to gentlemen. It is not, in fact, convenient to give dinner parties in New York; there are not sufficient domestics to bear the pressure of an emergency, and the pleasure is not considered worth the trouble. If 2 or 3 people have sufficient value for the society of the host and hostess to come in to an ordinary dinner, at an ordinary hour, they are welcome. If turtle and venison were offered on such an occasion, it would have the effect of repelling, rather than attracting the guests, and it would not have the effect of making them believe that their host and hostess always lived on such luxurious viands. As dinner parties are neither deemed agreeable nor convenient, and as many sensible people object to the late hours and general dissipation of mind produced by balls and large dancing parties, a happy innovation upon old customs has been made, and early evening receptions have been introduced. Some of the most splendid mansions of New York, as well as the most agreeable, are now thrown open weekly for the reception of visitors in a social manner. These receptions differ from what are known by the same name in London. The crowd in which people become wedged, in a vain attempt to speak to the hostess, is as much as possible avoided; late hours are abandoned; the guests, who usually arrive about 8, are careful to disappear shortly after 11, lest, Cinderella-like, the hostess should vanish. Then again all the guests feel themselves on a perfect equality, as people always ought to do who meet in the same room, on the invitation of the same hostess. The lady of the house adopts the old but very sensible fashion of introducing people to each other, which helps to prevent a good deal of stiffness. As the rooms in the New York houses are generally large, people sit, stand, or walk about as they feel inclined, or group themselves round some one gifted with peculiar conversational powers. At all of these reunions there was a great deal of conversation worth listening to or joining in, and as a stranger I had the advantage of being introduced to every one who was considered worth knowing. Poets, historians, and men of science are to be met with frequently at these receptions, but they do not go as lions, but to please and be pleased; and such men as Longfellow, Prescott, or Washington Irving may be seen mixing with the general throng with so much bonhomie and simplicity that none would fancy that in their own land they are the envy of their age, and sustain world-wide reputations. The way in which literary lions are exhibited in England, as essential to the éclat of fashionable parties, is considered by the Americans highly repugnant to good taste. I was very agreeably surprised with the unaffected manners and extreme simplicity of men eminent in the scientific and literary world. These evening receptions are a very happy idea, for people whose business or inclinations would not permit them to meet in any other way are thus brought together without formality or expense. The conversations generally turned on Europe, general literature, art, science, or the events of the day. I must say that I never heard one remark that could be painful to an English ear made, even in jest. There was none of that vulgar boastfulness and detraction which is to be met with in less educated society. Most of the gentlemen whom I met, and many of the ladies, had travelled in Europe, and had brought back highly cultivated tastes in art and cosmopolitan ideas which insensibly affect the circles in which they move. All appeared to take a deep interest in the war, and in our success. I heard our military movements in the Crimea criticised with some severity by military men, some of whom have since left for the seat of war, to watch our operations. The conclusion of the Vienna negotiations appeared to excite some surprise. "I had no idea," an officer observed to me, "that public opinion was so strong in England as to be able to compel a minister of such strong Russian proclivities as Lord Aberdeen to go to war with his old friend Nicholas." The arrangements at Balaclava excited very general condemnation. People were fond of quoting the saying attributed to a Russian officer, "You have an army of lions led by asses." The Americans are always anxious to know what opinion a stranger has formed of their country, and I would be asked 30 times in one evening, "How do you like America?" Fortunately, the kindness which I met with rendered it impossible for me to give any but a satisfactory reply. English literature was a very general topic of conversation, and it is most gratifying to find how our best English works are familiar in their mouths as household words. Some of the conversation on literature was of a very brilliant order. I heard very little approximation to either wit or humour, and badinage is not cultivated, or excelled in, to the same extent as in England. On one occasion I was asked to exhibit a collection of autographs, and the knowledge of English literature possessed by the Americans was shown by the information they had respecting not only our well-known authors, but those whose names who have not an extended reputation even with us. Thus the works of Maitland, Ritchie, Sewell, Browning, Howitt, and others seemed perfectly familiar to them. The trembling signature of George III. Excited general interest from his connection with their own history, and I was not a little amused to see how these republicans dwelt with respectful attention on the decided characters of Queen Victoria. A very characteristic letter of Lord Byron's was read aloud, and in return for the pleasure they had experienced, several kind individuals gave me valuable autographs of their own literary and statesmen. Letters written by Washington descend as precious heirlooms in families, and so great is the estimation in which this venerated patriot is held, that with all the desire to oblige a stranger which the Americans evince, I believe that I could not have purchased a few lines in his handwriting with my whole collection. It would be difficult to give any idea of the extremely agreeable character of these receptions. They seemed to me to be the most sensible way of seeing society that I had ever met with, and might well be worthy of general imitation in England. When I saw how 60 or 100 people could be brought together without the inducements of dancing, music, refreshments, or display of any kind; when I saw also how thoroughly they enjoyed themselves, how some were introduced, and those who were not, entered into sprightly conversation without fear of lessening an imaginary dignity, I more than ever regretted the icy coldness in which we wrap ourselves. And yet, though we take such trouble to clothe ourselves in this glacial dignity, nothing pleases us better than to go to other countries and throw it off, and mix with our fellow men and women as rational beings should, not as if we feared either to compromise ourselves or to be repulsed by them. This national stiffness renders us the laughing-stock of foreigners, and in a certain city in America no play was ever more successful than the Buckram Englishman, which ridiculed and caricatured our social peculiarities. The usages of etiquette are much the same as in England, but people appear to be assisted in the enjoyment of society by them, rather than trammelled. Morning visiting is carried to a great extent, but people call literally in the morning, before 2 o'clock, oftener than after. On New Year's Day, in observance of an old Dutch custom, the ladies remain at home, and all the gentlemen of their acquaintance make a point of calling upon them. Of course time only will allow of the interchange of the compliments of the season, where so much social duty has to be performed in one brief day, but this pleasant custom tends to keep up old acquaintanceships and annihilate old feuds. It is gratifying to observe that any known deviation from the rules of morality is punished with exclusion from the houses of those who are considered the leaders of New York society. It is also very pleasing to see that to the best circles in New York wealth alone is not a passport. I have heard cards of invitation to these receptions refused to foreigners bearing illustrious titles, and to persons who have the reputation of being millionaires. At the same time I have met those of humble position and scanty means, who are treated with distinction because of their talents or intellectual powers. Yet I have never seen such a one patronized or treated as a lion. He is not expected to do any homage, or pay any penalty, for his admission into society. In these circles in New York we are spared the humiliating spectacle of men of genius or intellect cringing and uneasy in the presence of their patronizing inferiors, whom birth or wealth may have placed socially above them. Of course there is society in New York where the vulgar influence of money is omnipotent, and extravagant display is fashionable. It is of the best that I have been speaking. End of Chapter 16. Read by Sibella Denton. For more information, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 17 of The Englishwoman in America by Isabella Lucy Bird. Read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. Chapter 17. It may seem a sudden transition from society to a cemetery, and yet it is not an unnatural one, for many of the citizens of New York carry their magnificence as far as possible to the grave with them, and pile their wealth above their heads in a superb mausoleum or costly statue. The Père Lachaise of the city is the Greenwood Cemetery, near Brooklyn on Long Island. I saw it on the finest and coldest of November days, when a piercing east wind was denuding the trees of their last scarlet honours. After encountering more than the usual crush in Broadway, for we were rather more than an hour in driving 3 miles in a stage, we crossed the Brooklyn ferry in one of those palace ferry boats, where the spacious rooms for passengers are heated by steam pipes, and the charge is only 1 cent, or a fraction less than halfpenny. It was a beautiful day. There was not a cloud upon the sky. The waves of the Sound and of the North River were crisped and foam-tipped, and dashed noisily upon the white pebbly beach. Brooklyn, Jersey, and Hoboken rose from the water, with their green fields and avenues of villas. White, smokeless steamers were passing and repassing, large anchored ships tossed upon the waves, and New York, that compound of trees, buildings, masts, and spires, rose in the rear, without so much as a single cloud of smoke hovering over it. A railway runs from Brooklyn to the cemetery, with the cars drawn by horses, and the dead of New York are conveniently carried to this last resting-place. The entrance is handsome, and the numerous walls and carriage-drivers are laid with fine gravel, and beautifully swept. We drove to see the most interesting objects, and the coachman seemed to take a peculiar pride in pointing them out. This noble burying ground has some pretty diversified hill and dale scenery, and is 6 miles round. The timber is very fine, and throughout art has only been required as an assistance to nature. To this cemetery most of the dead of New York are carried, and after life's fitful fever, in its most exaggerated form, sleep in appropriate silence. Already several thousand dead have been placed here in places of sepulture varying in appearance from the most splendid and ornate to the most simplest and obscure. There are family mausoleums, gloomy and sepulchre-looking, in the Grecian style; family burying grounds neatly enclosed by iron or bronze railings, where white marble crosses mark the graves; there are tombs with epitaphs, and tombs with statues; there are simple cenotaphs and monumental slabs, and nameless graves marked by numbers only. One very remarkable feature of this cemetery is the Potter's Field, a plot containing several acres of ground, where strangers are buried. This is already occupied to a great extent. The graves are placed in rows close together, with numbers on a small iron plate to denote each. Here the shipwrecked, the pestilence-stricken, the penniless and friendless are buried, and, though such a spot cannot fail to provoke sad musings, the people of New York do not suffer any appearance of neglect to accumulate round the last resting-place of those who died unfriended and alone. Another feature, not to be met with in England, strikes the stranger at first with ludicrous images, though in reality it has more of the pathetic. In one part of this cemetery there are several hundred graves of children, and these, with most others of children of the poorer classes, have toys in glass cases placed upon them. There are playthings of many kinds, woolly dogs and lambs, and little wooden houses, toys which must be associated in the parent's mind with those who made their homes glad, but who have gone into the grave before them. One cannot but think of the bright eyes dim, the merry laugh and infantile prattle silent, the little hands, once so active in playful mischief, stiff and cold, all brought so to mind by the sight of those toys. There is a fearful amount of mortality among children at New York, and in several instances 4 or 5 buried in one grave told with mournful suggestiveness of the silence and desolation of once happy hearths. There are a few remarkable and somewhat fantastic monuments. There is a beautiful one in white marble to the memory of a sea captain's wife, with an exact likeness of himself, in the attitude of taking an observation, on the top. An inscription to himself is likewise upon it, leaving only the date of his death to be added. It is said that, when this poor man returns from a voyage, he spends one whole day in the tomb, lamenting his bereavement. There is a superb monument, erected by a firemen's company to the memory of one of their brethren, who lost his life while nobly rescuing an infant from a burning dwelling. His statue is on the top, with an infant in his arms, and the implements of his profession lie below. But by far the most extraordinary, and certainly one of the lions of New York, is to a young lady who was killed in coming home from a ball. The carriage horses ran away, she jumped out, and was crushed under the wheels. She stands under a marble canopy supported by angels, and is represented in her ball dress, with a mantle thrown over it. This monument has numerous pillars and representations of celestial beings, and is said to have cost about £6,000. Several of the marble mausoleums cost from £4,000 to £5,000. Yet all the powerful, the wealthy, and the poor have descended to the dust from whence they sprung, and here, as everywhere else, nothing can disguise the fact that man, the feeble sport of passion and infirmity, can only claim for his inheritance at last the gloom of a silent grave, where he must sleep with the dust of his fathers. I observed only one verse of Scripture on a tombstone, and it contained the appropriate prayer, "So teach us to number our days, that we may apply our hearts unto wisdom." Having seen the emigrants bid adieu to the old world, in the flurry of grief, hope, and excitement, I was curious to see what difference a 5 weeks' voyage would have produced in them, and in what condition they would land upon the shores of America. In a city where emigrants land at the rate of 1,000 a day, I was not long of finding an opportunity. I witnessed the debarkation upon the shore of the New World of between 600 and 700 English emigrants who had just arrived from Liverpool. If they looked tearful, flurried, and anxious when they left Liverpool, they looked tearful, pallid, dirty, and squalid when they reached New York. The necessary discomforts which such a number of persons must experience, when huddled together in a close, damp, and ill-ventilated steerage, with very little change of clothing, and an allowance of water insufficient for the purposes of cleanliness, had been increased in this instance by the presence of cholera on board of the ship. The wharves at New York are necessarily dirty, and are a scene of indescribable bustle from morning to night, with ships arriving and sailing, ships loading and unloading, and emigrants pouring into the town in an almost incessant stream. They look as if no existing power could bring order out of such a chaos. In this crowd, on the shores of a strange land, the emigrants found themselves. Many were deplorably emaciated, others looked vacant and stupefied. Some were ill, and some were penniless, but poverty and sickness are among the best recommendations which an emigrant can bring with him, for they place him under the immediate notice of those estimable and overworked men, the emigration commissioners, whose humanity is above all praise. These find him an asylum in the Emigrants' Hospital, on Ward's Island, and dispatch him from thence in health, with advice and assistance for his future career. If he be in health, and have a few dollars in his pocket, he becomes the instantaneous prey of emigrant runners, sharpers, and keepers of groggeries; but of this more will be said hereafter. A great many of these immigrants were evidently from country districts, and some from Ireland. There were a few Germans among them, and these appeared to be the least affected by the discomforts of the voyage, and by the novel and rather bewildering position in which they found themselves. They probably would feel more at home on first landing at New York than any of the others, for the lower part of the city is to a great extent inhabited by Germans, and at that time there were about 2,000 houses where their favourite beverage, lager beer, could be procured. The goods and chattels of the Irish appeared to consist principally of numerous red-haired unruly children, and ragged-looking bundles tied round with rope. The Germans were generally ruddy and stout, and took as much care of their substantial-looking, well-corded, heavy chests as though they contained gold. The English appeared pale and debilitated, and sat helpless and weary-looking on their large blue boxes. Here they found themselves in the chaotic confusion of this million-peopled city, not knowing whither to betake themselves, and bewildered cries of "Cheap hacks!" "All aboard!" "Come to the cheapest house in all the world!" and invitations of a similar description. There were lodging touters of every grade of dishonesty, and men with large placards were hurrying among the crowd, offering palace steamboats and lightning express trains, to whirl them at nominal rates to the Elysian fields of the far west. It is stated that 6/10 of these emigrants are attacked by fever soon after their arrival in the New World, but the provision for the sick is commensurate with the wealth and benevolence of New York. Before leaving the city I was desirous to see some of the dwellings of the poor. I was therefore taken to what was termed a poor quarter. One house which I visited was approached from an entry, and contained 10 rooms, which were let to different individuals and families. On the lowest floor was an old Irish widow, who had a cataract in one eye, and, being without any means of supporting herself, subsisted upon a small allowance made to her by her son, who was a carter. She was clean, but poorly dressed, and the room was scantily furnished. Except those who are rendered poor by their idleness and vices, it might have been difficult to find a poorer person in the city, I was told. Much sympathy was expressed for her, and for those who, like her, lived in this poor quarter. Yet the room was tolerably large, lofty, and airy, and had a window of the ordinary size of those in English dwelling-houses. For this room she paid $4 or 16 shillings per month, a very high rent. It was such a room as in London many a respectable clerk, with an income of £150 a year, would think himself fortunate in possessing. I could not enter into the feeling of the benevolent people of New York when they sympathized with the denizens of this locality. I only wished that these generous people could have seen the dens in which thousands of our English poor live, with little light and less water, huddled together, without respect to sex or numbers, in small, ill-ventilated rooms. Yet New York has a district called the Five Points, fertile in crime, fever, and misery, which would scarcely yield the palm for vice and squalor to St. Giles's in London, or the Salt Market in Glasgow. A collection of dwellings called the Mud Huts, where many coloured people reside, is also an unpleasant feature connected with the city. But with abundant employment, high wages, and charities on a princely scale for those who from accidental circumstance may occasionally require assistance, there is no excuse for the squalid wretchedness in which a considerable number of persons have chosen to sink themselves. It is a fact that no golden age exists on the other side of the water, that vice and crime have their penalties in America as well as in Europe, and that some of the worst features of the Old World are reproduced in the New. With all the desire that we may possess to take a sanguine view of things, there is something peculiarly hopeless about the condition of this class at New York, which, in such a favourable state of society, and at such an early period of American history, has sunk so very low. The existence of a dangerous class at New York is now no longer denied. 1 person in 7 of the whole population came under the notice of the authorities, either in the ranks of criminals or paupers, in 1852, and it is stated that last year the numbers reached an alarming magnitude, threatening danger to the peace of society. This is scarcely surprising when we take into consideration the numbers of persons who land in this city who have been expatriated for their vices, who are flying from the vengeance of outraged law, or who expect in the New World to be able to do evil without fear of punishment. There are the idle and the visionary, who expect to eat without working, penniless demagogues, unprincipled adventurers, and the renegade outpourings of all Christendom, together with those who are enervated and demoralized by sickness and evil associates on board ship. I could not help thinking, as I saw many of the newly arrived immigrants saunter helplessly into the groggeries, that after spending their money they would remain at New York, and help to swell the numbers of this class. These people live by their wits, and lose the very little they have in drink. This life is worth very little to them, and in spite of the Bible, and tract societies, and church missions, they know very little of the life to come; consequently they are ready for any mischief, and will imperil their existence for a small bribe. Many or most of them are Irish Roman Catholics, who, having obtained the franchise in many instances by making false affidavits, consider themselves at liberty to use the club also. I was at New York at the time of the elections, and those of 1854 were attended with unusual excitement, owing to the red-hot strife between the Irish Roman Catholics and the Know Nothings. This society, established with the object of changing the naturalization laws, and curbing the power of Popery, had at this time obtained a very large share of the public attention, as much from the mystery which attended it as from the principles which it avowed. To the minds of all there was something attractive in a secret organization, unknown oaths, and nocturnal meetings; and the success which had attended the efforts of the Know Nothings in Massachusetts, and others of the States, led many to watch with deep interest the result of the elections for the Empire State. Their candidates were not elected, but the avowed contest between Protestantism and Popery led to considerable loss of life. Very little notice of the riots on this occasion has been taken by the English journalists, though the local papers varied in their account of the number killed and wounded from 45 to 700. It was known that émeute was expected; therefore I was not surprised, one evening early in November, to hear the alarm bells ringing in all directions throughout the city. It was stated that a Know Nothing assemblage of about 10,000 persons had been held in the Park, and that in dispersing they had been fired upon by some Irishmen called the Brigade. This was at the commencement of a sanguinary struggle for the preservation of order. For 3 days a dropping fire of musketry was continually to be heard in New York and Williamsburg, and reports of great loss of life on both sides were circulated. It was stated that the hospital received 170 wounded men, and that many more were carried off by their friends. The military were called out, and as it was 5 days before quiet was restored, it is to be supposed that many lives were lost. I saw 2 dead bodies myself, and in one street or alley by the 5 Points both the sidewalks and the roadway were slippery with blood. Yet very little sensation was excited in the upper part of the town; people went out and came in as usual; business was not interrupted, and to questions upon the subject the reply was frequently made, "Oh, it's only an election riot," showing how painfully common such disturbances had become. There are many objects of interest in New York and its neighbourhood, among others the Croton Aqueduct, a work worthy of a great people. It cost about £5,000,000 sterling, and by it about 60,000,000 gallons of water are daily conveyed into the city. Then there are the prisons on Blackwell's Island, the lunatic asylums, the orphan asylums, the docks, and many other things; but I willingly leave these untouched, as they have been described by other writers. In concluding this brief and incomplete account of New York, I may be allowed to refer to the preface of this work, and repeat that any descriptions which I have given of things or society are merely sketches, and, as such, are liable to the errors which always attend upon hasty observation. New York, with its novel, varied, and ever-changing features, is calculated to leave a very marked impression on a stranger's mind. In one part one can suppose it to be a negro town, in another a German city, while a strange dreamy resemblance to Liverpool pervades the whole. In it there is little repose for the mind, and less for the eye, except on the Sabbath day, which is very well observed, considering the widely differing creeds and nationalities of the inhabitants. The streets are alive with business, retail and wholesale, and present an aspect of universal bustle. Flags are to be seen in every direction; the tall masts of ships appear above the houses; large square pieces of calico, with names in scarlet or black letters upon them, hang across the streets, to denote the whereabouts of some popular candidate or puffing storekeeper; and hosts of omnibuses, hacks, drays, and railway cars at full speed, ringing bells, terrify unaccustomed foot passengers. There are stores of the magnitude of bazaars, Daguerrean galleries by hundreds, crowded groggeries and subterranean oyster saloons, huge hotels, coffee houses, and places of amusement, while the pavements present men of every land and colour, red, black, yellow, and white, in every variety of costume and beard, and ladies, beautiful and ugly, richly dressed. Then there are mud huts and palatial residences, and streets of stately dwelling-houses, shaded by avenues of ailanthus trees; waggons discharging goods across the pavements; shops above and cellars below; railway whistles and steamboat bells; telegraph wires, 8 and 10 to a post, all converging towards Wall Street, the Lombard Street of New York; militia regiments in many-coloured uniforms, marching in and out of the city all day; groups of emigrants bewildered and amazed, emaciated with dysentery and sea-sickness, looking in at the shop windows; representatives of every nation under heaven, speaking in all earth's Babel languages; and, as if to render this ceaseless pageant of business, gaiety, and change as far removed from monotony as possible, the quick toll of the fire alarm bells may be daily heard, and the huge engines, with their burnished equipments and well-trained companies, may be seen to dash at full speed along the streets to the scene of some brilliant conflagration. New York is calculated to present as imposing an appearance to an Englishman as its antiquated namesake does to an American, with its age, silence, stateliness, and decay. The Indian summer had come and gone, and bright frosty weather had succeeded it, when I left this city, in which I had received kindness and hospitality which I can never forget. Mr. Amy, the kind friend who had first welcomed me to the States, was my travelling companion, and at his house near Boston, in the midst of a happy family circle, I spent the short remnant of my time before returning to England. We left New York just as the sun was setting, frosty and red, and ere we had reached New Haven it was one of the finest winter evenings that I had ever seen. The moisture upon the windows of the cars froze into innumerable fairy shapes; the crescent moon and 1,000 stars shone brilliantly from a deep blue sky; auroras flashed and meteors flamed; and as the fitful light glittered on many rushing gurgling streams, I had but to remember how very beautiful New England was, to give form and distinctness to the numerous shapes which we were hurrying past. I was recalling the sunny South to mind, with its vineyards and magnolia trees, and the many scenes of beauty that I had witnessed in America, with all the genial kindness which I had experienced from many who but a few months ago were strangers, when a tipsy Scotch fiddler broke in upon my reveries by an attempt to play Yankee Doodle. It is curious how such a thing can instantly change the nature of the thoughts. I remembered speculations, cute notions, guesses, and calculations, all aboard and go ahead and pile on, skipper; sharp, eager faces, diversities of beards, duellists, pickpockets, and every species of adventurer. Such recollections were not out of place in Connecticut, the centre and soul of what we denominate Yankeeism. This state has one of the most celebrated educational establishments in the States, Yale College at New Haven, or the City of Elms, famous for its toleration of an annual fight between the citizens and the students, at a nocturnal fête in celebration of the burial of Euclid. The phraseology and some of the moral characteristics of Connecticut are quite popular. It is remarkable for learning, the useful arts, successful and energetic merchants and farmers, the mythical Sam Slick, the prince of pedlars, and his living equal, Barnum, the prince of showmen. A love of good order and a pervading religious sentiment appear to accompany great simplicity of manners in its rural population, though the Southerners, jealous of the virtues of these New Englanders, charge upon them the manufacture of wooden nutmegs. This state supplies the world with wooden clocks, for which the inhabitants of our colonies appear to have a peculiar fancy, though at home they are called Yankee clocks what won't go. I have seen pedlars with curiously constructed waggons toiling along even the Canadian clearings, who are stated to belong to a race raised in Connecticut. They are extremely amusing individuals, and it is impossible to resist making an investment in their goods, as their importunities are urged in such a ludicrous phraseology. The pedlar can accommodate you with everything from a clock or Bible to a pennyworth of pins, and takes rags, rabbit, and squirrel skins, at 2 cents each, in payment. His knowledge of soft sawder and human nature is as great as that of Sam Slick, his inimitable representative, and many a shoeless Irish girl is induced to change a dollar for some temporary ornament by his artful compliments to her personal attractions. He seems at home everywhere, talks politics, guesses your needs, cracks a joke, or condoles with you on your misfortunes with an elongated face. He always contrives to drop in at dinner or tea time, for which he apologizes, but in distant settlements the apologetic formulary might be left alone, for the visit of the cosmopolitan pedlar is ever welcome, even though he leaves you a few dollars poorer. There is some fear of the extinction of the race, as railways are now bringing the distant localities within reach of resplendent stores with plate-glass windows. It wanted 6 hours to dawn when we reached Boston, and the ashes of an extinguished fire in the cheerless waiting-room at the depot gave an idea of even greater cold than really existed. We drove through the silent streets of Boston and out into the country in an open carriage, with the thermometer many degrees below the freezing point, yet the dryness of the atmosphere prevented any feeling of cold. The air was pure, still, and perfectly elastic. A fitful aurora lighted our way, and the iron hoofs of the fast-trotting ponies rattled cheerily along the frozen ground. I almost regretted the termination of the drive, even though the pleasant villa of and a room lighted by a blazing wood-fire awaited me. The weather was perfectly delightful. Cloudless and golden, the sun set at night; cloudless and rosy, he rose in the morning; sharp and defined in outline the leafless trees rose against the piercing blue of the sky; the frozen ground rang to every footstep; thin patches of snow diversified the landscape; the healthful air braced even invalid nerves. Boston is a very fine city, and the whole of it, spread out as a panorama, can be seen from several neighbouring eminences. The rosy flush of a winter dawn had scarcely left the sky when I saw the town from Dorchester Heights. Below the city, an aggregate of handsome streets lined with trees, stately public buildings and church spires, with the lofty State House crowning the whole. Bright blue water and forests of masts appeared to intersect the town; green, wooded, swelling elevations, dotted over with white villa residences, environed it in every direction; blue hills rose far in the distance, while to the right the bright waters of Massachusetts Bay, enlivened by the white sails of ships and pilot-boats, completed this attractive panorama. Boston is built on a collection of peninsulas, and as certain ship-owners possess wharves far up into the town, to which their ships must find their way, the virtue of patience is frequently inculcated by a long detention at drawbridges, while heavily laden vessels are slowly warped through the openings. The equanimity of the American character surprised me here, as it had often done before; for while I was devising various means of saving time by taking various circuitous routes, about 100 détenus submitted to the delay without evincing any symptom of impatience. Part of Boston is built on ground reclaimed from the sea, and the active inhabitants continually keep encroaching on the water for building purposes. This fine city appeared to greater advantage on my second visit, after seeing New York, Cincinnati, Chicago, and other of the American towns. In them their progress is evidenced by a ceaseless building up, and pulling down, the consequences of which are heaps of rubbish and unsightly hoardings covered with bills and other advertisements, giving to the town thus circumstanced an unfinished, mobile, or temporary look. This is still further increased where many of the houses are of wood, and can be moved without being taken to pieces. I was riding through an American town one afternoon, when, to my surprise, I had to turn off up on the sidewalk, to avoid a house which was coming down the street, drawn by 10 horses, and assisted by as many men with levers. My horse was so perfectly unconcerned at what was such a novel spectacle to me, that I supposed he was used to these migratory dwellings. Boston has none of this. Stately, substantial, and handsome, it looks as if it had been begun and completed in a day. There is a most pleasing air of respectability about the large stone and brick houses; the stores are spacious and very handsome; and the public buildings are durably and tastefully built. Scientific institutions, music halls, and the splendid stores possessed by the booksellers and philosophical instrument makers, proclaim the literary and refined tastes of the inhabitants, which have earned for their city the name of the American Athens. There is an air of repose about Boston; here, if anywhere, one would suppose that large fortunes were realized and enjoyed. The sleek horses do not appear to be hurried over the pavements; there are few placards and fewer puffs; the very carts are built rather to carry weight than for speed. Yet no place which I visited looked more thriving than Boston. Its streets are literally crammed with vehicles, and the side walks are thronged with passengers, but these latter are principally New Englanders, of respectable appearances. These walks are bordered by acacia and elm trees, which seem to flourish in the most crowded thoroughfares, and besides protecting both men and horses from the intense heat, their greenness, which they retain till the fall, is most refreshing to the eye. There are a great many private carriages to be seen, as well as people on horseback. The dwelling houses have plate glass windows and bright green jalousies; the sidewalks are of granite, and the whole has an English air. The Common, or rather the Park, at Boston, is the finest public promenade that I ever saw, about 50 acres in extent, and ornamented with avenues of very fine trees. This slopes to the south, and the highest part of the slope is crowned by the State House and the handsomest private residences in the city. Boston is very clean and orderly, and smoking is not permitted in the streets. There is a highly aristocratic air about it, and those who look for objects of historical interest will not be disappointed. There is the old Faneuil Hall, which once echoed to the stormy arguments and spirit-stirring harangues of the leaders of the Revolution. A few antiquated, many-gabled houses remain in its neighbourhood, each associated with some tradition dear to the Americans. Then there is a dark-coloured stone church, which still in common parlance bears the name of King's Chapel. It is fitted with high pews of dark varnished oak, and the English liturgy, slightly altered, is still used as a form of worship. Then there is the Old South Meeting House, where the inhabitants remonstrated with the governor for bringing in the king's troops; and lastly Griffin's Wharf, where, under the impulse of the stern concentrated will of the New England character, the Sons of Liberty boarded the English ships, and slowly and deliberately threw the tea which they contained into the water of the harbour. I visited the Bunker's Hill monument, and was content to take on trust the statement of the beauty of the view from the summit, as the monument, which is 221 feet in height, is ascended by a very steep staircase. Neither did I deny the statement made by the patriotic Americans who were with me that the British forces were defeated in that place, not feeling at all sure that the national pride of our historians had not led them to tell a tale more flattering than true, for some say that we won, and some say that they won, and some say that none won at all, man. We visited the naval yard at Charleston, and the Ohio, an old 74, now used as a receiving ship. There was a very manifest difference between the two sides of the main deck of this vessel; one was scrupulously clean, the other by no means so, and on inquiring the reason, I was told that the clean side was reserved for strangers. Although this yard scarcely deserves the name of an arsenal, being the smallest of all which America possesses, the numerous guns and the piles of cannon balls shows she is not unprepared for aggressive or defensive war. The Merchants' Exchange, where every change in the weather at New Orleans is known in a few minutes; the Post Office, with its innumerable letter boxes and endless bustle; the Tremont Hall, one of the finest music halls in the world; the Waterworks, the Athenaeum, and the libraries, are all worthy of a visit. There is a museum, which we visited in the evening, but it is not creditable to the taste of the inhabitants of this fine city. There are multitudes of casts and fossils, and stuffed beasts and birds, and monsters, and a steam engine modelled in glass, which works beautifully; but all these things are to hide the real character of this institution, and appeared to be passed unnoticed by a large number of respectable-looking people who were thronging into a theatre at the back, a very gloomy-looking edifice with high pews. A placard announced that Dickens's Hard Times, which it appeared from this has been dramatised, was about to be acted. The plays are said to be highly moral, but in the melodrama religion and buffoonery are often intermingled, and I confess that I did not approve of this mode of solacing the consciences of those who object to ordinary theatricals, for the principle involved remains the same. The National Theatre is considered so admirably adapted for seeing, hearing, and accommodation, that it is frequently visited by European architects. An American friend took me to see it in the evening, when none are admitted but those who are going to remain for the performance. This being the rule, the doorkeeper politely opposed our entrance, but on my companion stating that I was a stranger, he instantly admitted us, and pointed out the best position for seeing the edifice. The theatre, which has 4 tiers of boxes, was handsome in the extreme, and brilliantly lighted, but I thought it calculated to produce the same effect of dizziness and headache, as those who frequent our House of Peers experience from the glare and redundant decoration. This was one among the many instances where the name of stranger produced a magical effect. It appeared as if doors which would not open to anything else yielded at once to a request urged in that sacred name. This was the case at Mount Auburn Cemetery, where the gatekeeper permitted us as strangers to drive round in a carriage, which is contrary to rule, and on no occasion would those who so courteously obliged us accept of any gratuity. There is some rivalry on the part of the people of Boston and New York with regard to the beauty of their cemeteries. Many travellers have pronounced the cemetery of Mount Auburn to be the loveliest in the world, but both it and that of Greenwood are so beautiful that it is needless to hint a fault or hesitate a dislike with regard to either. Mount Auburn has verdant slopes, and deep wild dells, and lakes shaded by forest trees of great size and beauty, and so silent is it, far removed from the din of cities, that it seems as if a single footstep would disturb the sleep of the dead. Here the neglectfulness and dreariness of the outer aspect of the grave are completely done away with, and the dead lie peacefully under ground carpeted with flowers, and shaded by trees. The simplicity of the monuments is very beautiful. That to Spurzheim has merely his name upon the tablet. Fulton, Channing, and other eminent men are buried here. New York is celebrated for frequent and mysterious conflagrations; so are all the American cities in a less degree. This is very surprising to English people, many of whom scarcely know a fire engine by sight. Boston, though its substantial erections of brick and stone present great obstacles to the progress of the devouring element, frequently displays these unwished-for illuminations, and has some very well organized fire companies. These companies, which are voluntary associations, are one of the important features of the States. The Quakers had the credit of originating them. Being men of peace, they could not bear arms in defence of their country, and exchanged militia service for the task of extinguishing all the fires caused by the wilfulness or carelessness of their fellow citizens. This has been no easy task in cities built of wood, which in that dry climate, when ignited, burns like pine knots. Even now, fires occur in a very unaccountable manner. At New York my slumbers were frequently disturbed by the quick tolling bell, announcing the number of the district where a fire had broken out. These fire companies have regular organizations, and their members enjoy several immunities, one of which I think is, that they are not compelled to serve as jurymen. They are principally composed of young men, some of them the wilder members of the first families in the city. Their dresses are suitable and picturesque, and with the brilliant painting and highly polished brasses of their large engines, they form one of the most imposing parts of the annual pageant of the glorious Fourth. The fireman who first reaches the scene of action is captain for the night, and this honour is so much coveted as to lead them often to wait, ready equipped during the winter nights, that they may be able to start forth at the first sound of the bell. There is sufficient dangerous adventure, and enough of thrilling incident, to give the occupation a charm in the eyes of the eager youth of the cities. They like it far better than playing at soldiers, and are popular in every city. As their gay and glittering processions pass along the streets, acclamations greet their progress, and enthusiastic ladies shower flowers upon their heads. They are generous, courageous, and ever ready in the hour of danger. But there is a dark side to this picture. They are said to be the foci of political encroachments and intrigue, and to be the centre of the restless and turbulent spirits of all classes. So powerful and dangerous have they become in many instances, that it has been recently stated, in an American paper, that one of the largest and most respectable cities in the Union has found it necessary to suppress them. The Blind Asylum is one of the noblest charitable institutions of Boston. It is in a magnificent situation, overlooking all the beauties of Massachusetts Bay. It is principally interesting as being the residence of Laura Bridgman, the deaf and blind mute, whose history has interested so many in England. I had not an opportunity of visiting this asylum till the morning of the day on which I sailed for Europe, and had no opportunity of conversing with this interesting girl, as she was just leaving for the country. I saw her preceptor, Dr. Howe, whose untiring exertions on her behalf she has so wondrously rewarded. He is a very lively, energetic man, and is now devoting himself to the improvement of the condition of idiots, in which already he has been extremely successful. Laura is an elegant-looking girl, and her features, formerly so vacant, are now animated and full of varying expression. She dresses herself with great care and neatness, and her fair hair is also braided by herself. There is nothing but what is pleasing in her appearance, as her eyes are covered with small green shades. She is about 23, and is not so cheerful as she formerly was, perhaps because her health is not good, or possibly that she feels more keenly the deprivations under which she labours. She is very active in her movements, and fabricates numerous useful and ornamental articles, which she disposes of for her mother's benefit. She is very useful among the other pupils, and is well informed with regards to various branches of useful knowledge. She is completely matter of fact in all her ideas, as Dr. Howe studiously avoids all imagery and allusions in his instructions, in order not to embarrass her mind by complex images. It is to be regretted that she has very few ideas on the subject of religion. One of the most interesting places to me in the vicinity of Boston was the abode of General Washington. It became his residence in 1775, and here he lived while the struggle for freedom was going on in the neighbourhood. It is one of the largest villas in the vicinity of Boston, and has side verandahs resting on wooden pillars, and a large garden in front. Some very venerable elms adjoin the house, and the grounds are laid out in the fashion which prevailed at that period. The room where Washington penned his famous despatches is still held sacred by the Americans. Their veneration for this renowned champion of independence has something almost idolatrous about it. It is very fortunate that the greatest character in American history should be also the best. Christian, patriot, legislator, and soldier, he deserved his mother's proud boast, "I know that wherever George Washington is, he is doing his duty." His character needed no lapse of years to shed a glory round it; the envy of contemporary writers left it stainless, and succeeding historians, with their pens dipped in gall, have not been able to sully the lustre of a name which is one of the greatest which that or any age has produced. This mansion has, however, an added interest, from being the residence of the poet Longfellow. In addition to his celebrity as a poet, he is one of the most elegant scholars which America has produced, and until recently held the professorship of modern languages at the neighbouring University of Cambridge. It would be out of place here to criticise his poetry. Although it is very unequal and occasionally fantastic, and though in one of his greatest poems the English language appears to dance in chains in the hexameter, many of his shorter pieces well upwards from the heart, in a manner which is likely to ensure durable fame for their author. The truth, energy, and earnestness of his Psalm of Life and Goblet of Life have urged many forward in the fight, to whom the ponderous sublimity of Milton is a dead language, and the metaphysical lyrics of Tennyson are unintelligible. It appeared to me, from what I heard, that his fame is even greater in England than in his own country, where it is in some danger of being eclipsed by that of Bryant and Lowell. He is extremely courteous to strangers, and having kindly offered, through a friend, to show me Cambridge University, I had an opportunity of making his acquaintance. I have been frequently asked to describe his personal appearance, and disappointment has frequently been expressed at the portrait which truth compels me to give of him. He is neither tall, black-haired, nor pale. He neither raises his eyes habitually to heaven, nor turns down his shirt-collar. He does not wear a look of melancholy resignation, neither does he live in love-gilded poverty, in a cottage embosomed in roses. On the contrary, he is about the middle height, and is by no means thin. He has handsome features, merry blue eyes, and a ruddy complexion. He lives in a large mansion, luxuriously furnished, and besides having a large fortune, is the father of 6 blooming children. In short, his appearance might be considered jovial, were it not so extremely gentlemanly. Mr. Longfellow met us at the door, with that urbanity which is so agreeable a feature in his character, and on being shown into a very handsome library, we were introduced to Mrs. Longfellow, a lady of dignified appearance and graceful manner. She is well known as the Mary of Hyperion, and after a due degree of indignation with the author of that graceful and poetical book, she rewarded his constancy and devotion with her hand. The library was panelled in the old style, and a large collection of books was arranged in recesses in the walls; but the apartment evidently served the purposes of a library and boudoir, for there were numerous evidences of female taste and occupation. Those who think that American children are all precocious little men and women would have been surprised to see the door boisterously thrown open by a little blooming boy, who scrambled mirthfully upon his father's knee, as though used to be there, and asked him to whittle a stick for him. It is not often that the conversation of an author is equal in its way to his writings; therefore I expected in Mr. Longfellow's case the disappointment which I did not meet with. He touched lightly on various subjects, and embellished each with the ease and grace of an accomplished scholar, and doubtless in kindly compliment to an English visitor, related several agreeable reminiscences of acquaintanceships formed with some of our literati during a brief visit to England. He spoke with much taste and feeling of European antiquities, and of the absence of them in the New World, together with the effect produced by the latter upon the American character. He said that nothing could give him greater pleasure than a second visit to Europe, but that there were 6 obstacles in the way of its taking place. With him, as a very able cicerone, I had the pleasure of visiting Cambridge University, which reminded me more of England than anything I saw in America. Indeed, there are features in which it is not unlike its English namesake. It has no Newtonian or Miltonian shades, but in another century the names of those who fill a living age with lustre will have their memorials among its academic groves. There are several halls of dark stone or red brick, of venerable appearance, and there are avenues of stately elms. The library is a fine Gothic edifice, and contains some valuable manuscripts and illuminated editions of old works. There was a small copy of the 4 Evangelists, written in characters resembling print, but so small that it cannot be read without a magnifying glass. This volume was the labour of a lifetime, and the transcriber completed his useless task upon his deathbed. While Mr. Longfellow was showing me some autographs of American patriots, I remarked that as I was showing some in a Canadian city, a gentleman standing by, on seeing the signature of the Protector, asked, in the most innocent ignorance, who Oliver Cromwell was. A lady answered that he was a successful rebel in the olden time. "If you are asked the question a second time," observed the poet, who doubtless fully appreciates the greatness of Cromwell, "say that he was an eminent brewer." Although there is very much both of interest and beauty in Boston and its environs, and I was repeatedly told that I should have found the society more agreeable than that of New York, with the exception of visits paid to the houses of Longfellow and the late Mr. Abbott Lawrence, I did not see any of the inhabitants of Boston, as I only spent 3 days in the neighbourhood. But at Mr. Amy's house I saw what is agreeable in any country, more especially in a land of transition and change, a happy American home. The people of this western Athens pride themselves upon the intellectual society and the number of eminent men which they possess, among whom may be named Longfellow, Emerson, Lowell, Dana, and Summer. One of these, at least, is of the transcendental school. I very much regretted that I had not more time to devote to a city so rich in various objects of interest, but the northern winter had already begun, and howling winds and angry seas warned me that it was time to join my friends at Halifax, who were desirous to cross the vexed Atlantic before the weather became yet more boisterous. End of Chapter 17. Read by Sibella Denton. For more information, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 18 of The Englishwoman in America by Isabella Lucy Bird. Read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. Chapter 18. Before concluding this volume it will be proper to offer a few remarks upon American institutions, and such of their effects as are obvious to a temporary resident in the States. In apology for my own incompetence, I must again remind the reader that these are merely surface observations, offered in accordance with the preface to this work. The Constitution demands the first notice. When our American colonies succeeded in throwing off the yoke of England, it became necessary for them to choose a form of government. No country ever started under such happy auspices. It had just concluded a successful struggle with one of the greatest empires in the world. Its attitude of independence was sympathized with by the enthusiastic spirits of Europe, and had even gained the respect of that upright monarch, who, on receiving the first ambassador from his revolted colonies, addressed him with these memorable words: "I was the last man in England to acknowledge the independence of America, but being secured, I shall be the last man in England to violate it." Thus circumstanced, each of the 13 states, with the exception of Rhode Island, sent delegates to Philadelphia to deliberate on the form of government which should be adopted. This deliberative assembly of a free people presented a sublime spectacle in the eyes of nations. After 2 years of consideration and considerable differences of opinion, it was decided that the monarchical traditions of the Old World were effete and obsolete, and accordingly a purely republican constitution was promulgated, under which the United States have become a rich and powerful nation. It is gratifying to an English person to know that the Constitution of the United States was derived in great measure from that of England, enlarged and divested of those which were deemed its objectionable features. The different states had previously possessed local assemblies and governors, and the institutions connected with slavery. The last remain to this day in pretty much the same state as when they were bequeathed by England to America. Washington entered upon the office of President in 1789, and discharged its duties, as he did those of every other station, with that high-souled and disinterested patriotism which render him as worthy to be imitated and admired. There are three authorities, the President, the Senate, and the House of Representatives, all elected by the people; thus their acts are to a certain extent expressive of the popular will. The President is elected by universal suffrage, once in 4 years. He receives a salary of £5,000 per annum, and is assisted by 5 secretaries, who, with 2 other executive officers, are paid at the rate of £1,600 a year. This officer has considerable power and enormous patronage. He makes treaties, which merely require the ratification of the Senate; he grants pardons, and may place his veto on the acts of the other 2 estates, provided that they have not been returned by 2/3 of the members of the respective houses. There are 62 senators, or 2 from each state. These are elected by the local legislatures for a term of 6 years, and 1/3 of the number retire every 2 years. Each senator must be 30 years of age; he must be a resident of the state which he represents, and he must have been naturalized for 9 years. The lower house, or House of Representatives, is perhaps the most purely popular body in the world. The members are elected for 2 years by universal suffrage, that is, by the votes of all the free male citizens of America who have attained the age of 21. Each member of the lower house must have been naturalized for 7 years, and he must have passed the age of 25. Population has been taken as the basis of representation, in the following very simple manner. The number of representatives was fixed by Act of Congress at 233, although a new one has recently been added for California. The aggregate representative population is taken and divided by 233, and the quotient, rejecting fractions, is the ratio of apportionment among the several states. The representative population of each state is then ascertained, and is divided by the above-named ratio, and the quotient gives the number of representatives to each state. The state of New York, being the most populous, possesses 33 representatives; 2 of the states, namely, Delaware and Florida, require no more than 1 each. On a rough calculation, each member represents about 90,000 persons. The 2 houses together are named Congress, and the members of both receive 32 shillings per diem for their attendance, without deduction in case of sickness, in addition to travelling expenses. All measures of legislation and taxation must receive the approval of the President and the Congress, the majority in Congress representing the popular will. Every state has its assembly and governor, and to a certain extent has power to make his own laws. The members of these assemblies, the governors of the states, and the mayors and municipal officers of the cities, are all elected by universal suffrage. No system of direct taxation is adopted in the states, except for local purposes. The national revenue is derived from customs duties, on many articles so high as to amount to protective duties, from the sale of wild lands, and from 1 or 2 other sources. The annual revenue of the country is about £12,000,000 sterling, and the expenditure is under the income. The state officials are rather poorly paid. The chief ambassadors do not receive more than £1,800 per annum, and the Chief Justice, whose duties are certainly both arduous and responsible, only receives a salary of £1,000 a year. The principal items of expenditure are connected with the army and navy, and the officers in both these services are amply remunerated. The United States Navy is not so powerful as might be expected from such a maritime people. There are only 12 ships of the line and 12 first-class frigates, including receiving ships and those on the stocks. The standing army consists of 10,000 men, and is regarded with some jealousy by the mass of the people. The pay in this branch of the service varies from that of a major general, which is £1,000 a year, to that of a private, which is about 1s. 6d. a day. This last is larger than it appears, as it is not subject to the great deductions which are made from that of an English soldier. The real military strength of America consists of an admirably trained militia force of about 2,200,000 men, supported at an enormous expense. This large body is likely to prove invincible for defensive purposes, as it is composed of citizens trained to great skill as marksmen, and animated by the strongest patriotism; but it is to be hoped that it also furnishes a security against an offensive war on a large scale, as it is scarcely likely that any great number of men would abandon their business and homes for any length of time for aggressive purposes. The highest court of law in the United States is the Supreme Court, which holds one annual session at Washington. It is composed of a Chief Justice and 8 Associate Justices, and is the only power not subjected directly or indirectly to the will of the people. The United States are divided into 9 judicial circuits, in each of which a circuit court is held twice a year by a justice of the Supreme Court, assisted by the district judge of the state in which the court sits. There is, however, a great weakness both about the executive and the administration of justice, the consequence of which is that, when a measure is placed upon the statute book which is supposed to be obnoxious to any powerful class, a league is formed by private individuals for the purpose of enforcing it, or in some cases it would become a dead letter. The powerful societies which are formed to secure the working of the main law will occur at once to English readers. Each state possesses a distinct governmental machinery of its own, consisting of a governor, a senate, and a House of Representatives. The governor is elected by a majority of the votes of the male citizens for a term of years, varying in different states from 1 to 4. The senators are elected for like periods, and the representatives are chosen for 1 or 2 years. The largest number of representatives for any one state is 356. Nearly all power in the United States is held to a great extent on popular sufferance. It emanates from the will of the majority, no matter how vicious or ignorant that majority may be. In some cases this leads to a slight alteration of the Latin axiom, Salus populi est suprema lex, which may be read, "The will of the people is the supreme law." The American Constitution is admirable in theory; it enunciates the incontrovertible principle, all men are free and equal. But unfortunately a serious disturbing element, and one which by its indirect effects threatens to bring the machinery of the republic to a deadlock, appears not to have entered into the calculations of these political theorists. This element is slavery, which exists in 15 out of 31 states, and it is to be feared that by a recent act of the legislature the power to extend it is placed in the hands of the majority, should that majority declare for it in the new states. The struggle between the advocates of freedom and slavery is now convulsing America; it has already led to outrage and bloodshed in the state of Kansas, and appearances seem to indicate a prolonged and disastrous conflict between the North and South. The question is one which cannot be passed over by any political party in the States. Perhaps it may not be universally known in England that slavery is a part of the ratified Constitution of the States, and that the government is bound to maintain it in its integrity. Its abolition must be procured by an important change in the Constitution, which would shake, and might dislocate, the vast and unwieldy republic. Each State, I believe, has in its power to abolish slavery within its own limits, but the federal government has no power to introduce a modification of the system in any. The federal compact binds the government not to meddle with slavery in the States where it exists, to protect the owners in the case of runaway slaves, and to defend them in the event of invasion or domestic violence on account of it. Thus the rights and property in slaves and the slaveholders are legally guaranteed to them by the Constitution of the United States. At the last census the slaves amounted to more than 3 million, or about an eighth of the population, and constitute an alien body, neither exercising the privileges nor animated by the sentiments of the rest of the Commonwealth. Slavery, at this moment, as it is the curse and the shame, is also the canker of the Union. By it, by the very constitution of a country which proudly boasts of freedom, 3 millions of intelligent and responsible beings are reduced to the level of mere property, legally reclaimable too in the free states by an act called the Fugitive Slave Act. That there are slaveholders amiable, just, and humane, there is not a doubt, but slavery in its practice as a system deprives these millions of knowledge, takes away from them the Bible, keeps a race in heathen ignorance in a Christian land, denies to the slaves compensation for their labour, the rights of marriage and of the parental relation, which are respected even among the most savage nations. It sustains an iniquitous internal slave trade. It corrupts the owners, and casts a slur upon the dignity of labour. It acts as an incubus on public improvement, and vitiates public morals, and it proves a very formidable obstacle to religion, advancement, and national unity, and so long as it shall remain a part of the American Constitution, it gives a living lie to the imposing declaration, "All men are free and equal." Where the whole machinery of government is capable of being changed or modified by the will of the people while the written Constitution remains, and where hereditary and territorial differences of opinion exist on very important subjects, it is not surprising that party spirit should run very high. Where the highest offices in the state are neither lucrative enough nor permanent enough to tempt ambition, where in addition their occupants are appointed by the President merely for a short term, and where the highest dignity frequently precedes a lifelong obscurity, the notoriety of party leadership offers a great inducement to the aspiring. Party spirit pervades the middle and lower ranks; every man, almost every woman, belongs to some party or other, and aspires to some political influence. Any person who takes a prominent part, either in local or general politics, is attacked on the platform and by the press, with a fierceness, a scurrility, and a vulgarity which spare not even the sanctity of private life. The men of wealth, education, and talent, who have little either to gain or lose, and who would not yield up any carefully adopted principle to the insensate clamour of an unbridled populace, stand aloof from public affairs, with very few exceptions. The men of letters, the wealthy merchants, the successful in any profession, are not to be met with in the political arena, and frequently abstain even from voting at the elections. This indisposition to mix in politics probably arises both from the coarse abuse which assails public men, and from the admitted inability, under present circumstances, to stem the tide of corrupt practices, mob law, and intimidation, which are placing the United States under a tyranny as severe as that of any privileged class, the despotism of a turbulent and unenlightened majority. Numbers are represented exclusively, and partly in consequence; property, character, and stake in the country are the last things which would be deemed desirable in a candidate for popular favour. Owing to the extraordinary influx of foreigners, an element has been introduced which could scarcely have been entered into in the views of the framers of the Constitution, and is at this time the greatest hindrance to its beneficial working. The large numbers of Irish Romanists who have emigrated to the States, and whose feelings are too often disaffected and anti-American, evade the naturalization laws, and by surreptitiously obtaining votes, exercise a most mischievous influence upon the elections. Education has not yet so permeated the heterogeneous mass of the people as to tell effectually upon their choice of representatives. The electors are caught by claptrap, noisy declamation, and specious promises, coupled with laudatory comments upon the sovereign people. As the times for the elections approach, the candidates of the weaker party endeavour to obtain favour and notoriety by leading a popular cry. The declamatory vehemence with which certain members of the Democratic party endeavoured to fasten a quarrel upon England at the close of 1855 is a specimen of the political capital which is too often relied upon in the States. The enormous numbers of immigrants who annually acquire the rights of citizenship, without any other qualification for the franchise than their inability to use it aright, by their ignorance, turbulence, and often by their viciousness, tend still further to degrade the popular assemblies. It is useless to speculate upon the position in which America would be without the introduction of this terrible foreign element. It may be admitted that the republican form of government has not had a fair trial. Its present state gives rise to serious doubts in the minds of many thinking men in the States, whether it can long continue in its present form. The want of the elements of permanency in the government keeps many persons from entering public life, and it would appear that merit and distinguishing talent, when accompanied by such a competence as renders a man independent of the emoluments of office, are by no means a passport to success. The stranger visiting the United States is surprised with the entire absence of gentlemanly feeling in political affairs. They are pervaded by a coarse and repulsive vulgarity, they are seldom alluded to in the conversation of the upper classes, and the ruling power in this vast community is in danger of being abandoned to corrupt agitators and noisy charlatans. The President, the members of Congress, and to a still greater extent the members of the state legislatures, are the delegates of a tyrannical majority rather than the representatives of the people. The million succeeds in exacting an amount of cringing political subserviency in attempting to obtain which, in a like degree, few despots have been successful. The absence of a property qualification, the short term for which the representatives are chosen, and the want, in many instances, of a pecuniary independence among them, combined with a variety of other circumstances, place the members of the legislatures under the direct control of the populace. They are its servile tools, and are subject to its wayward impulses and its proverbial fickleness. Hence the remarkable absence of any fixed line of policy. The public acts of America are isolated; they appear to be framed for the necessities of the moment, under the influence of popular clamour or pressure, and sometimes even seem neither to recognize engagements entered into in the past, or the probable course of events in the future. America does not possess a traditional policy, and she does not recognize any broad and well-defined principle as the rule for her conduct. The national acts of spoliation or meanness which have been sanctioned by the legislature may be distinctly traced to the manner in which the primary elections are conducted. It is difficult, if not impossible, for the European governments to do more than guess at the part which America will take on any great question, whether, in the event of a collision between nations, she will observe an impartial neutrality, or throw the weight of her influence into the scale of liberty or despotism. It is to be feared that political morality is in a very low state. The ballot secures the electors from even the breath of censure by making them irresponsible. Few men dare to be independent. The plea of expediency is often used in extenuation of the grossest political dishonesty. To obtain political favour or position a man must stoop very low; he must cultivate the goodwill of the ignorant and the vicious; he must excite and minister to the passions of the people; he must flatter the bad and assail the honourable with unmerited opprobrium. While he makes the assertion that his country has a monopoly of liberty, the very plan which he is pursuing shows that it is fettered by mob rule. No honourable man can use these arts, which are, however, a high road to political eminence. It is scarcely necessary to remark upon the effect which is produced in society generally by this political corruption. The want of a general and high standard of morality is very apparent. That dishonesty which is so notoriously and often successfully practised in political life is not excluded from the dealings of man with man. It is jested about under the name of smartness, and commended under that of cuteness, till the rule becomes of frequent and practical application, that the disgrace attending a dishonourable transaction lies only in its detection, that a line of conduct which custom has sanctioned in public life cannot be very blamable in individual action. While the avenues to distinction in public life are in great measure closed against men of honour, wealth offers a sure road to eminence, and the acquisition of it is the great object followed. It is often sought and obtained by means from which considerations of honesty and morality are omitted; but there is not, as with us, that righteous censorship of public opinion which brands dishonesty with infamy, and places the offender apart, in a splendid leprosy, from the society to which he hoped wealth would be a passport. If you listen to the conversation in the cars, steamboats, and hotels, you become painfully impressed with the absence of moral truth which pervades the country. The success of Barnum, the immense popularity of his infamous autobiography, and the pride which large numbers feel in his success, instance the perverted moral sense which is very much the result of the absence of principle in public life, for the example of men in the highest positions in a state must influence the masses powerfully either for good or evil. A species of moral obliquity pervades a large class of the community, by which the individuals composing it are prevented from discerning between truth and falsehood, except as either tends to their own personal aggrandizement. Thus truth is at a fearful discount, and men exult in successful roguery, as though a new revelation had authorized them to rank it among the cardinal virtues. These remarks apply to a class, unfortunately a very numerous one, of the existence of which none are more painfully conscious than the good among the Americans themselves. Of the upper class of merchants, manufacturers, shipbuilders, etc., it would be difficult to speak too highly. They have acquired a world-wide reputation for their uprightness, punctuality, and honourable dealings in all mercantile transactions. The oppression which is exercised by a tyrant majority is one leading cause of the numerous political associations which exist in the States. They are the weapons with which the weaker side combats the numerically superior party. When a number of persons hit upon a grievance, real or supposed, they unite themselves into a society, and invite delegates from other districts. With a celerity which can scarcely be imagined, declarations are issued and papers established advocating party views, public meetings are held, and a complete organization is secured, with ramifications extending all over the country. A formidable and compact body thus arises, and it occasionally happens that such a society, originating in the weakness of a minority, becomes strong enough to dictate a course of action to the executive. Of all the associations ever formed, none promise to exercise so important an influence as that of the Know-Nothings, or the American party. It arose out of the terrific speed of a recognized evil, namely, the power exercised upon the legislature by foreigners, more especially by the Irish Romanists. The great influx of aliens, chiefly Irish and Germans, who speedily or unscrupulously obtained the franchise, had caused much alarm throughout the country. It was seen that the former, being under the temporal and spiritual dominion of their priests, and through them under an Italian prince, were exerting a most baneful influence upon the republican institutions of the States. Already in one or two more States the Romanists had organized themselves to interfere with the management of the public schools. This alarm paved the way for the rapid expansion of the new party, which at first made its appearance before men's eyes with a secret organization and enormous political machinery. Its success was unprecedented. Favoured by the secrecy of the ballot, it succeeded in placing its nominees in all the responsible offices in several of the States. Other parties appeared paralysed, and men yielded before a mysterious power of whose real strength they were in complete ignorance. The avowed objects of the Know-Nothings were to establish new naturalization laws, prohibiting any from acquiring the franchise without a residence of 21 years in the States, to procure the exclusion of Romanists from all public offices, to restore the working of the Constitution to its original purity, and to guarantee to the nation religious freedom, a free Bible, and free schools; in fact, to secure to Americans the rights which they are in danger of ceasing to possess, namely, that of governing themselves. The objects avowed in the preliminary address were high and holy. They stirred the patriotism of those who writhed under the tyranny of an heterogeneous majority, while the mystery of nocturnal meetings, and a secret organization, conciliated the support of the young and ardent. For a time a hope was afforded of the revival of a pure form of republican government, but unfortunately the Know-Nothing party contained the elements of dissolution within itself. Some of its principles savoured of the intolerance and of persecution for religious opinions, and it ignored the subject of slavery. This can never be long excluded from any party consideration, and, though politicians strive to evade it, the question still recurs, and will force itself into notice. Little more than a year after the Know-Nothings were first heard of, they came into collision with the subject, in the summer of 1855, and after stormy dissensions at their great convention, broke up into several branches, some of which totally altered or abandoned the original objects of their association. Their triumph was brief. Some of the States in which they were the most successful have witnessed their signal overthrow, and it is to be feared that no practical good will result from their future operations. But the good cause of constitutional government in America is not lost with their failure. Public opinion, whenever it shall be fairly appealed to, will declare itself in favour of truth and order. The conservative principle, though dormant, is yet powerful, and though we may smile at republican inconsistencies, and regret the state into which republican government has fallen, it is likely that America contains the elements of renovation within herself, and will yet present to the world the sublime spectacle of a free people governing itself by just laws, and rejoicing in the purity of its original republican institutions. The newspaper press is one of the most extraordinary features in the United States. Its influence is omnipresent. Every party in religion, politics, or morals speaks not by one, but by 50 organs, and every nicely defined shade of opinion has its voices also. Every town of large size has from 10 to 20 daily papers; every village has its 3 or 4, and even a collection of huts produces its one daily, or 2 or 3 weeklies. These prints start into existence without any fiscal restrictions; there is neither stamp nor paper duty. Newspapers are not a luxury, as with us, but a necessary of life. They vary in price from one halfpenny to 3d., and no workman who could afford his daily bread would think of being without his paper. Hundreds of them are sold in the hotels at breakfast time, and in every steamer and railway car, from the Atlantic Ocean to the Western prairies, the traveller is assailed by newsboys with dozens of them for sale. They are bought in hundreds everywhere, and are greedily devoured by men, women, and children. Almost as soon as the locality of a town is chosen, a paper starts into life, which always has the effect of creating an antagonist. The newspapers in the large cities spare no expense in obtaining, either by telegraph or otherwise, the earliest intelligence of all that goes on in the world. Every item of English news appears in the journals, from the movements of the court to those of the literati, and a weekly summary of parliamentary intelligence is always given. Any remarkable law proceedings are also succinctly detailed. It follows that a dweller at Cincinatti or New Orleans is as nearly well versed in English affairs as a resident of Birmingham, and English politics and movements in general are very frequent subjects of conversation. Since the commencement of the Russian war the anxiety for English intelligence has increased, and every item of Crimean or Baltic news, as recorded in the letters of the special correspondents, is reprinted in the American papers without abridgment, and is devoured by all classes of readers. The great fault of most of these journals is their gross personality; even the privacy of domestic life is invaded by their Argus-eyed scrutiny. The papers discern everything, and as everybody reads, no current events, whether in politics, religion, or the world at large, are unknown to the masses. The contents of an American paper are very miscellaneous. Besides the news of the day, it contains congressional and legal reports, exciting fiction, and reports of sermons, religious discussions, and religious anniversaries. It pries into every department of society, and informs its readers as to the doings and condition of all. Thus every party and sect has a daily register of the most minute sayings and doings, and proceedings and progress of every other sect; and as truth and error are continually brought before the masses, they have the opportunity to know and compare. There are political parties under the names of Whigs, Democrats, Know Nothings, Free Soilers, Fusionists, Hunkers, Woolly Heads, Dough Faces, Hard Shells, Soft Shells, Silver Greys, and I know not what besides, all of them extremely puzzling to the stranger, but of great local significance. There are about 100 so-called religious denominations, from the orthodox bodies and their subdivisions to those professing the lawless fanaticism of Mormonism or the chilling dogmas of atheism. All these parties have their papers, and each movement has its organ. The women's rights movement and the spiritual manifestation movement have several. There is a continual multiplication of papers, corresponding not only to the increase of population, but to that of parties and vagaries. The increasing call for editors and writers brings persons into their ranks who have neither the education nor the intelligence to fit them for so important an office as the irresponsible guidance of the people. They make up for their deficiencies in knowledge and talent by fiery and unprincipled partisanship, and augment the passions and prejudices of their readers, instead of placing the truth before them. The war carried on between papers of opposite principles is something perfectly terrific. The existence of many of these prints depends on the violent passions which they may excite in their supporters, and frequently the editors are men of the most unprincipled character. The papers advocating the origins of the different religious denominations are not exempt from the charge of personalities and abusive writing. No discord is so dread as that carried on under the cloak of religion, and religious journalism in the States is on a superlatively bitter footing. But evil as is, to a great extent, the influence exercised by the press, terrible as is its scrutiny, and unlimited as is its power, destitute of principle as it is in great measure, it has its bright as well as its dark side. Theories, opinions, men, and things are examined into and sifted until all can understand their truth and error. The argument of antiquity or authority is exploded and ridiculed, and the men who seek to sustain antiquated error on the foundation of effete tradition are compelled to prove it by Scripture or reason. Yet such are the multitudinous and tortuous ways in which everything is discussed, that multitudes of persons who have neither the leisure nor ability to reflect for themselves know not what to believe, and there is a very obvious absence of attachment to clear and strong defined principles. The great circulation which the newspapers enjoy may be gathered, without giving copious statistics, from the fact that one out of the many New York journals has a circulation of 187,000 copies. The New York Tribune may be considered the leading journal of America, but it adheres to one set of principles, and Mr. Horace Greeley, the editor, has the credit of being a powerful advocate of the claims of morality and humanity. It is impossible for a stranger to form any estimate of the influence really possessed by religion in America. I saw nothing which led me to doubt the assertion made by persons who have opportunities of forming an opinion, that America and Scotland are the two most religious countries in the world. The Sabbath is well observed, not only, as might be expected, in the New England States, but in the large cities of the Union, and even on the coasts of the Pacific. The legislature of California has passed an act for its better observance in that state. It is probable that, in a country where business pursuits and keen competition are carried to such an unheard-of extent, all classes feel the need to rest on the seventh day, and regard the Sabbath as a physical necessity. The churches of all denominations are filled to overflowing, the proportion of communicants to attendants is very large, and the foreign missions and other religious societies are supported on a scale of remarkable liberality. There is no established church or dominant religious persuasion in the States. There are no national endowments, all are on the same footing, and live or die as they obtain the suffrages of the people. While the state does not recognize any one form of religion, it might be expected that she would assist the ministers of all. Such is not the case, and though government has wisely thought it necessary to provide for the education of the people, it has not thought it advisable to make any provision for the maintenance of religion. Everyone worships after his own fashion, the sects are numerous and subdivided, and all enjoy the blessings of a complete religious toleration. Strange sects have arisen, the very names of which are scarcely known in England, and each has numerous adherents. It may be expected that fanaticism would run to a great height in the States. Among the 100 different denominations which are returned in the census tables, the following designations occur: Mormonites, Antiburgers, Believers in God, Children of Peace, Disunionists, Danian, Democratic Gospel, and Ebenezer Socialists, Free Inquirers, Inspired Church, Millerites, Mennonites, New Lights, Perfectionists, Pathonites, Pantheists, Tunkards, Restorationists, Superalists, Cosmopolites, and hosts of others. The clergy depend for their salaries upon the congregations for whom they officiate, and upon private endowments. The total value of church property in the United States is estimated at $86,400,000, of which one half is owned in the state of Massachusetts, New York, and Pennsylvania. The number of churches, exclusive of those in the newly organized territories, is about 38,000. There is one church for every 646 of the population. The voluntary system is acted upon by each denomination, though it is slightly modified in the Episcopalian Church. In it, however, the bishops are elected, the clergy are chosen by the people, and its affairs are regulated by a convention. It is the oldest of the denominations, and is therefore entitled to the first notice. It has 38 bishops, 1,714 ministers, and 105,000 communicants. It has 1,400 churches, and its church property is estimated at $11,200,000. A large number of the educated and wealthy are members of this body, with the exception of some omissions and alterations, are the same as those of the Church of England. Some of its bishops are men of very high attainments. Dr. McIlvaine, the Bishop of Ohio, is a man of great learning and piety, and is well known in England by his theological writings. The Methodists are the largest religious body in America, As at home, they have their strong sectional differences, but they are very useful, and are particularly acceptable to the lower orders of society, and among the coloured population. They possess 12,400 churches, 8,400 ministers, and 1,700,000 communicants, and the value of their church property exceeds $14,000,000. The Presbyterians are perhaps the most important of the religious bodies, as regards influence, education, and wealth. Their stronghold is in New England. They have 7,700 congregations, 5,800 ministers, and 680,000 communicants. Their church property is of the value of $14,000,000. The Baptists are very numerous. They have 8,100 churches, 8,500 ministers, 1,058,000 communicants, and church property to the amount of $11,000,000. The Congregationalists possess 1,600 churches, 1,800 ministers, and 207,000 communicants. Their property is of the value of $8,000,000. The Roman Catholics possessed at the date of the last census 1,100 churches, and church property to the amount of $9,000,000. There is church accommodation for about 14,000,000 persons, or considerably more than half the population. There are 35,000 Sabbath schools, with 250,000 teachers, and 25,000,000 scholars. Besides the large number of churches, religious services are held in many schools and courthouses, and even in forests and fields. The dissemination of the Bible is on the increase. In the last year the Bible Society distributed upwards of 11,000,000 copies. The Society for Religious Publications employed 1,300 colporteurs, and effected sales during the year to the amount of $526,000. The principal of the religious societies are for the observance of the Sabbath, for temperance, anti-slavery objects, home missions, foreign missions, etc., and the last general receipts of all these societies were $3,053,000. In the state of Massachusetts the Unitarians are a very influential body, numbering many of the most intellectual and highly educated of the population. These, however, are divided upon the amount of divinity with which they shall invest our Lord. The hostile spirit which animates some of the religious journals has been already noted. There is frequently a good deal of rivalry between the members of the different sects, but the way in which the ministers of the orthodox denominations act harmoniously together for the general good is one of the most pleasing features in America. The charitable religious associations are on a gigantic scale, and are conducted with a liberality to which we in England are strangers. The foreign missions are on a peculiarly excellent system, and the self-denying labours and zeal of their missionaries are fully recognized by all who have come in contact with them. No difficulty is experienced in obtaining money for these objects. It is only necessary to state that a certain sum is required, and without setting any begging machinery to work, donations exceeding the amount flow in from all quarters. Altogether it would appear from the data which are given that the religious state of America is far more satisfactory than could be expected from so heterogeneous a population. The New England states possess to a great extent the externals of religion, and inherit in a modified degree the principles of their Puritan ancestors, and the New Englanders have emigrated westward in large numbers, carrying with them to the newly settled states the leaven of religion and morality. The churches of every denomination are crowded, and within my observation, by as many gentlemen as ladies, but that class of aspiring spirits, known under the name of Young America, boasts a perfect freedom from religious observances of every kind. There is a creed known by the name of Universalism, which is a compound of antinomianism with several other forms of error, and embraces tens of thousands within its pale. It often verges upon the most complete pantheism, and is very popular with large numbers of the youth of America. There is a considerable amount of excitement kept up by the religious bodies in the shape of public reunions, congregational soirées, and the like, producing a species of religious dissipation very unfavourable, I should suppose, to the growth of true piety. This system, besides aiding the natural restlessness of the American character, gives rise to a good deal of spurious religion, and shortens the lives and impairs the usefulness of the ministers by straining and exhausting their physical energies. To the honour of the clergy of the United States it must be observed that they keep remarkably clear from party politics, contrasting in this respect very favourably with the priests of the Church of Rome, who throw the weight of their influence into the scale of extreme democracy and fanatical excesses. The unity of action which their ecclesiastical system ensures to them makes their progressive increase much to be deprecated. It is owing in great measure to the efforts of the ministers of religion that the unbending principles of truth and right have any hold upon the masses. They are ever to be found on the side of rational and constitutional liberty in its extreme form, as opposed to license and anarchy, and they give the form of practical action to the better feelings of the human mind. Amid the great difficulties with which they are surrounded, owing to the want of any fixed principles of right among the masses, they are ever seeking to impress upon the public mind that the undeviating laws of morality and truth cannot be violated with impunity any more by millions than by individuals, and that to nations, as to individuals, the day of reckoning must sooner or later arrive. The voluntary system in religion, as it exists in its unmodified form in America, has one serious attendant evil. Where a minister depends for his income, not upon the contributions to a common fund, as is the case in the Free Church of Scotland, but upon the congregation under which he ministers, his conscience is to a dangerous extent under the power of his hearers. In many instances his uncertain pecuniary relations with them must lead him to slur over popular sins, and keep the unpalatable doctrines of the Bible in the background, practically neglecting to convey to fallen and wicked men his Creator's message, repent and believe the gospel. It has been found impossible in the States to find a just medium between state support, and the apathy which in the opinion of many it has a tendency to engender, and an unmodified voluntary system, with the subservience and high pressure which are incidental to it. Be this as it may, the clergy of the United States deserve the highest honour for their high standard of morality, the fervour of their ministrations, the zeal of their practice, and their abstinence from politics. End of chapter 18. Read by Sibella Denton. For more information, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 19 of The Englishwoman in America by Isabella Lucy Bird. Read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. Chapter 19. At a time when the deficiencies of our own educational system are so strongly felt, it may be well to give an outline of that pursued in the States. The following statistics, taken from the last census, show that our transatlantic brethren have made great progress in moral and intellectual interests. At the period when the enumeration was made, there were 80,958 public schools, with 92,000 teachers and 2,900,000 scholars, 119 colleges with 12,000 students, 44 schools of theology, 36 schools of medicine, and 16 schools of law. $50 millions were annually spent for education, and the proportion of scholars to the community was as 1 to 5. But it is to the common school system that the attention should be particularly directed. I may premise that it has one unavoidable defect, namely, the absence of religious instruction. It would be neither possible nor right to educate the children in any denominational creed, or to instruct them in any particular doctrinal system, but would it not, to take the lowest ground, be both prudent and politic to give them a knowledge of the Bible, as the only undeviating rule and standard of truth and right? May not the obliquity of moral vision, which is allowed to exist among a large class of Americans, be in some degree chargeable to those who have the care of their education, who do not place before them, as a part of their instruction, those principles of truth and morality, which, as revealed in Holy Scripture, lay the whole universe under obligations to obedience? History and observation alike show the little influence practically possessed by principles destitute of superior authority, how small the restraint exercised by conscience is, and how far those may wander into error who once desert life's polar star, the fear of God. In regretting the exclusion of religious instruction from the common school system, the difficulties which beset the subject must not be forgotten, the multiplicity of the sects, and the very large number of Roman Catholics. In schools supported by a rate levied indiscriminately on all, to form a course of instruction which could bear the name of a religious one, and yet meet the views of all, and clash with the consciousness and prejudices of none, was manifestly impossible. The religious public in the United States has felt that there was no tenable ground between thorough religious instruction and the broadest toleration. Driven by the circumstances of their country to accept the latter course, they have exerted themselves to meet this omission in the public schools by a most comprehensive Sabbath school system. But only a portion of the children under secular instruction in the week attend these schools, and it must be admitted that to bestow intellectual culture upon the pupils without giving them religious instruction is to draw forth and add to the powers of the mind without giving it any helm to guide it. In other words, it is to increase the capacity without diminishing the propensity to do evil. Apart from this important consideration, the educational system pursued in the States is worthy of the highest praise, and of an enlightened people in the 19th century. The education is conducted at the public expense, and the pupils consequently pay no fees. Parents feel that a free education is as much a part of the birthright of their children as the protection which the law affords to their life and property. The schools called common schools are supported by an education rate, and in each school are under the administration of a general board of education, with local boards, elected by all who pay the rate. In the state of Massachusetts alone the sum of $922,000 was raised within the year, being at the rate of very nearly $1 for every inhabitant. Under the supervision of the General Board of Education in the state, schools are erected in districts according to the educational necessities of the population, which are periodically ascertained by a census. To give some idea of the system adopted, I will just give a sketch of the condition of education in the state of New York, as being the most populous and important. There is a state tax or appropriation of $800,000, and this is supplemented by a rate levied on real and personal property. Taking as an authority the return made to the legislature for the year ending in 1854, the total sum expended for school purposes within the state amounted to $2,470,000. The total number of children in the organized districts of the state was 1,150,000, of whom 863,000 were registered as being under instruction. The general management of education within the state is vested in a central board, with local boards in each of the organized districts, to which the immediate government and official supervision of the schools are entrusted. The system comprises the common schools, with their primary and upper departments, a normal school for the preparation of teachers, and a free academy. In the city of New York there are 224 schools in the receipt of public money, of which 25 are for colored children, and the number of pupils registered is given at 134,000. These common or ward schools are extremely handsome, and are fitted up at great expense, with every modern improvement in heating and ventilation. Children of every class, residing within the limits of the city, are admissible without payment, as the parents of all are supposed to be rated in proportion to their means. There is a principal to each school, assisted by a numerous and efficient staff of teachers, who in their turn are expected to go through a course of studies at the normal school. The number of teachers required for these schools is very great, as the daily attendance in 2 of them exceeds 2,000. The education given is so very superior, and habits of order and propriety are so admirably inculcated, that it is not uncommon to see the children of wealthy storekeepers side by side with those of working mechanics. In each school there is one large assembly room, capable of accommodating from 500 to 1,000 children, and 10 or 12 capacious classrooms. Order is one important rule, and, that it may be acted upon, there is no overcrowding, the pupils being seated at substantial mahogany desks holding only 2. The instruction given comprises all the branches of a liberal education, with the exception of languages. There is no municipal community out of America in which the boon of a first-rate education is so freely offered to all as in the city of New York. There is no child of want who may not freely receive an education which will fit him for any office in his country. The common school is one of the glories of America, and every citizen may be justly proud of it. It brings together, while in a pliant condition, the children of people of different origins, and besides diffusing knowledge among them, it softens the prejudices of race and party, and carries on a continual process of assimilation. The Board of Education of New York has lately thrown open several of these schools in the evening, with very beneficial results. The number of pupils registered last year was 9,300. Of these, 3,400 were above the age of 16 and under 21, and 1,100 were above the age of 21. These evening schools entailed an additional expense of $17,500, the whole expenditure for school purposes in the city being $431,000. In the ward and evening schools of New York, 133,000 individuals received instruction. Each ward or educational district elects 2 commissioners, 2 inspectors, and 8 trustees. The duties of the inspectors are very arduous, as the examinations are frequent and severe. The crowning educational advantage offered by this admirable system is the free academy. This academy receives its pupils solely from the common schools. Every person representing himself is a candidate and must be more than 13 years of age. Having attended a common school for 12 months, he must produce a certificate from the principal that he has passed a good examination in spelling, reading, writing, English grammar, arithmetic, geography, elementary bookkeeping, history of the United States, and algebra. This institution extends to the pupils in the common schools the advantage of a free education in those higher departments of learning which cannot be acquired without considerable expense in any other college. The yearly examination of candidates for admission takes place immediately after the common school examinations in July. There are at present nearly 600 students under the tuition of 14 professors, and as many tutors as may be required. The course of study extends over a period of 5 years, and is very complete and severe. Owing to the principle adopted in their selection, the pupils, representing every social and pecuniary grade in society, present a very high degree of scholarship and ability. In this academy the vestiges of antagonism between the higher and lower classes are swept away. Indeed, the poor man will feel that he has a greater interest in sustaining this educational system than the rich, because he can only obtain through it those advantages for his children which the money of the wealthy can procure from other sources. He will be content with his daily toil, happy in the thought that, by the wise provision of his government, the avenues to fame, preferment, and wealth are opened as freely to his children as to those of the richest citizen in the land. In order to secure a supply of properly qualified teachers, the Board of Education has established a normal school, which numbers about 400 pupils. Most of these are assistant teachers in the common schools, and attend the normal school on Saturday, to enable themselves to obtain further attainments, and higher qualifications for their profession. Under this system of popular education, the average cost per scholar for 5 years, including books, stationery, fuel, and all other expenses, is $7.02 per annum. This system of education is followed in nearly all the states, and while it reflects the highest credit on America, it contrasts strangely with the niggard plan pursued in England, where so important a thing as the education of the people depends almost entirely on precarious subscriptions and private benevolence. With a gratuitous and comprehensive educational system, it may excite some surprise that the citizens of New York, and other of the populous cities, are compelled to supplement the common schools with those for the shoeless, the ragged, and the vicious, very much on the plan of our Scotch and English ragged schools. Already the large cities of the New World are approximating to the condition of those in the Old, in producing a subsistence or deposit of the drunken, the dissolute, the vicious, and the wretched. With parents of this class, education for their offspring is considered of no importance, and the benevolent founders of these schools are compelled to offer material inducements to the children to attend, in the shape of food and clothing. At these schools, in the place of the cleanly, neat, and superior appearance of the children in the common schools, dirt, rags, shoeless feet, and pallid, vicious, precocious countenances are to be seen. Nothing destroys so effectually the external distinguishing peculiarities of race as the habit of evil. There is a uniformity of expression invariably produced, which is most painful. These children are early taught to look upon virtue as only a cloak to be worn by the rich. This dangerous and increasing class in New York is composed almost entirely of foreign immigrants. The instruction in these schools is given principally by ladies of high station and education. It is a noble feature in New York high life, and in process of time may diminish the gulf which is widening between the different classes, and may lessen the hideous contrasts which are presented between princely fortunes on the one hand, and vicious poverty on the other. Taking the various schools throughout the Union, it is estimated that between 4 and 5 million individuals are at this time receiving education. To turn from the social to the material features of the United States, their system of internal communication deserves a brief notice, for by it their resources have been developed to a prodigious extent. The system of railways, telegraphs, and canal and river navigation presents an indication of the wealth and advancement of the United States, as well as any other feature of her progress. She contains more miles of railway than all the rest of the world put together. In a comparatively new country like America, many of the items of expense which attend the construction of railways in England are avoided. The initiatory expenses are very small. In most of the States, all that is necessary is, for the company to prove that it is provided with the means to carry out its scheme, when it obtains a charter from the legislature at a very small cost. In several States, including the populous ones of New York and Ohio, no special charter is required, as a general railway law prescribes the rules to be observed by joint stock companies. Materials, iron alone excepted, are cheap, and the right-of-way is usually freely granted. In the older States land would cost not more than £20 an acre; wood frequently costs nothing more than the labour of cutting it, and the very level surface of the country renders tunnels, cuttings, and embankments generally unnecessary. The average cost per mile is about $38,000, or £7,600. In the States where land has become exceedingly valuable, land damages form a heavy item in the construction of new lines; but in the South and West the case is reversed, and the proprietors are willing to give as much land as may be required, in return for having the resource of their localities opened up by railway communication. It is estimated that the cost of railways in the new States will not exceed £4,000 per mile. The termini are plain, and have been erected at a very small expense, and many of the wayside stations are only wooden sheds. Few of the lines have a double line of rails, and the bridges or viaducts are composed of logs of wood, with little ironwork and less paint, except in a few instances. Except where the lines intersect cultivated districts, fences are seldom seen, and the paucity of porters and other officials materially reduces the working expenses. The common rate of speed is between 22 and 30 miles an hour, but there are express trains which are warranted to perform 60 in a like period. The fuel is very cheap, being billets of wood. The passenger and goods traffic on nearly all the lines is enormous, and it is stated that most of them pay a dividend of between 8 to 15%. The primary design has been to connect the sea-coast with all parts of the interior; the ulterior is to unite the Atlantic and Pacific Oceans. At the present time there are about 25,000 miles of railway in operation and course of construction, and the average rate of fare is seldom more than 1 pence per mile. Already the chief cities of the Atlantic have been connected with the vast valley of the Mississippi, and before long the regions bordering on Lake Huron and Lake Superior will be united with Mobile and New Orleans. In addition to this enormous system of railway communication, the canal and river navigation extends over 10,000 miles, and rather more than 3,000 steamboats float on American waters alone. The facilities for telegraph communication in the States are a further evidence of the enterprise of this remarkable people. They now have 22,000 miles of telegraph in operation, and the cost of transmitting a message is less than a halfpenny a word for any distance under 200 miles. The cost of construction, including every outlay, is about £30 per mile. The wires are carried along the railways, through forests, and across cities, rivers, and prairies. Messages passing from one very distant point to another have usually to be rewritten at an intermediate station, though by an improved plan they have been transmitted direct from New York to Mobile, a distance of 1,800 miles. By the Cincinnati telegraphic route to New Orleans, a distance from New York of 2,000 miles, the news brought by the British steamer to Sandy Hook at 8 in the morning has been telegraphed to New Orleans, and before 11 o'clock the effects produced by it upon speculations there have been returned to New York, the message accomplishing a distance of 4,000 miles in 3 hours. The receipts are enormous, for in consequence of the very small sum charged for transmitting messages, as many as 600 are occasionally sent along the principal lines in one day. The 7 principal morning papers in New York paid in 1 year $50,000 for dispatches, and $14,000 for special messages. Messages connected with markets, public news, the weather, and the rise and fall of stocks are incessantly passing between the great cities. Any change in the weather likely to affect the cotton crop is known immediately in the northern cities. While in the Exchange at Boston I witnessed the receipt of a telegraphic dispatch announcing that a heavy shower was falling at New Orleans. It must not be supposed that there is no poverty in the New World. During 1 year 135,000 paupers were in the receipt of relief, of whom 59,000 were in the State of New York; but to show the evil influence of the foreign, more especially the Irish element in America, it is stated that 75% of the criminals and paupers are foreigners. The larger portion of the crime committed is done under the influence of spirits, and to impose a check upon their sale, that celebrated enactment, known under the name of the Maine Law, has been placed upon the statute books of several of the States, including the important ones of New York, Maine, Massachusetts, Connecticut, and Nebraska. This law prohibits, under heavy penalties, the manufacture or sale of alcoholic liquors. It has been passed in obedience to the will of the people, as declared at the elections, and though to us its provisions seem somewhat arbitrary, its working has produced very salutary effects. When so much importance is attached to education, and such a liberal provision is made for it, it is to be expected that a taste for reading would be universally diffused. And such is the case. America teems with books. Every English work worth reading is reprinted in a cheap form in the States as soon as the first copy crosses the Atlantic. Our reviews and magazines appear regularly at half price, and Dickens's Household Words and Chambers's Journal enjoy an enormous circulation without any pecuniary benefit being obtained by the authors. Every one reads the newspapers and Harper's Magazine, and every one buys bad novels, on worse paper, in the cars and steamboats. The States, although amply supplied with English literature, have many popular authors of their own, among whom may be named Prescott, Bancroft, Washington Irving, Stowe, Stevens, Wetherall, Emerson, Longfellow, Lowell, and Bryant. Books are very cheap wherever the editions of English works are concerned, and a library is considered an essential part of the fitting up of a house. In many of the States there are public libraries supported by a rate. In the State of New York, in the year ending 1854, the Commissioners of Education received $90,500 for libraries. Perhaps the greatest advantage offered to immigrants is the opportunity everywhere afforded of investing small sums of money advantageously. In England, in most branches of trade, the low rate of wages renders it impossible for the operative to save any portion of his earnings, and even when he is able to do so, he can rarely obtain a higher rate of interest for his money than that which the savings bank offer. Economize as he may, his hard-won savings seldom are sufficient to afford him a provision in old age. In America, on the contrary, the man who possesses £5 or £10 has every hope of securing a competence. He may buy land in newly settled districts, which can sometimes be obtained at 7 shillings an acre, and hold it till it becomes valuable, or he may obtain a few shares in a thriving corporate concern. 100 ways present themselves to the man of intelligence and industry by which he may improve and increase his little fortune. The necessaries of life are abundant and cheap, and aided by a free education, he has the satisfaction of a well-grounded hope that his children will rise to positions of respectability and affluence, while his old age will be far removed from the pressure of want. The knowledge that each shilling saved may produce 10 or 20 by judicious investment is a constant stimulus to his industry. Yet, from all that I have seen and heard, I should think that Canada West offers a more advantageous field for emigrants. Equally free and unburdened by taxation, with the same social and educational advantages, with an increasing demand for labour of every kind, with a rich soil, extraordinary facilities of communication, and a healthy climate, pauperism is unknown, fluctuations in commercial affairs are comparatively small, and above all, the immigrant is not exposed to the loss of everything which he possesses as soon as he lands. An infamous class of swindlers, called immigrant runners, meet the poor adventurer on his arrival at New York. They sell him second-class tickets at the price of first class, forged passes, and tickets to take him 1,000 miles, which are only available at the outside for 200 or 300. If he holds out against their extortions, he is beaten, abused, loses his luggage for a time, or is transferred to the tender mercies of the boarding-house keeper, who speedily deprives him of his hard-earned savings. These runners retard the westward progress of the immigrant in every way. They charge enormous rates for the removal of his luggage from the wharf, they plunder him in railway cars, in steamboats, in lodging-houses, and if Providence saves him from sinking into drunkenness and despair, and he can be no longer detained, they sell him a lot in some non-existent locality, or send him off to the West in search of some pretended employment. Too frequently, after the emigrant has lost his money and property, sickened by disappointment and deserted by hope, he is content to remain at New York, where he contributes to increase that dangerous class, already so much feared in the Empire City. One point remains to be noticed, and that is, the feeling which exists in America towards England. Much has been done to inflame animosity on each side; national rivalries have been encouraged, and national jealousies fomented. In travelling through the United States I expected to find a very strong anti-English feeling. In this I was disappointed. It is true that I scarcely ever entered a car, steamboat, or hotel, without hearing England made a topic of discussion in connection with war; but, except on the few occasions in the West, I never heard any other than kindly feelings expressed toward our country. A few individuals would prognosticate failure and disaster, and glory in the anticipation of a busting up; but these were generally colonels of militia, or newly arrived Irish emigrants. These last certainly are very noisy enemies, and are quite ready to subscribe to the maxim, that wherever England possesses an interest, there an American wrong exists. Some of the papers likewise write against England in no very measured terms, but it must be borne in mind that declamatory speaking and writing are the safety valves of a free community, and the papers from which our opinion of American feeling is generally taken do not represent even a respectable minority in the nation. American commercial interests are closely interwoven with ours, and brother Jonathan would not lightly go against his own interests by rushing into war on slight pretences. While I was dining at an hotel in one of the great American cities, a gentleman proposed to an English friend of his to drink success to Old England. Nearly 200 students of a well-known college were present, and one of them begged to join in drinking the toast on behalf of his fellow students. "For," he added, "we, in common with the educated youth of America, look upon England as a venerated mother." I have frequently heard this sentiment expressed in public spaces, and have often heard it remarked that kindly feeling towards England is on the increase in society. The news of the victory of the Alma was received with rejoicing; the heroic self-sacrifice of the cavalry at Balaclava excited enthusiastic admiration; and the glorious stand at Inkerman taught the Americans that their aged parent could still defend the cause of freedom with vigour of youth. The disasters of the winter, and the gloomy months of inaction which succeeded it, had the effect of damping their sympathies; the profits of defeat were for a time triumphant, and our fading prestige, and reputed incapacity, were made the subjects of ill-natured discussion by the press. But when the news of the fall of Sebastopol arrived, the tone of the papers changed, and, relying on the oblivious memories of their readers, they declared that they had always prophesied the demolition of Russia. The telegraphic report of the victory was received with rejoicing, and the ship which conveyed it to Boston was saluted with 31 guns by the States artillery. The glory of the Republic is based upon its advanced social principles, and its successful prosecution of the arts of peace. As the old military despotisms cannot compete with it in wealth and enlightenment, so it attempts no competition with them in standing armies and the arts of war. National vanity is a failing of the Americans, and if their military prowess had never been proved before, they might seek to display it on European soil; but their successful struggle with England in the War of Independence renders any such display unnecessary. The institutions of the States do not date from the military ages of the world, and the federal Constitution has made no provision for offensive war. The feeling of the educated classes, and of an immense majority in the free States, is believed to be essentially English. Despotism and freedom can never unite, and whatever may be the declamations of the Democratic party, the opinion of those who are acquainted with the state of popular feeling is that, if the question were seriously mooted, a war with England or a Russian alliance would secure to the promoters of either the indignation and contempt which they would deserve. It is earnestly to be hoped, and I trust that it may be believed, that none of us will live to see the day when two nations, so closely allied by blood, religion, and the love of freedom, shall engage in a horrible and fratricidal war. Such of the foregoing remarks as apply to the results of the visitation of the pure form of republican government delivered to America by Washington, I have hazarded with very great diffidence. In England we know very little of the United States, and however candid the intentions of a tourist may be, it is difficult in a short residence in the country so completely to throw off certain prejudices and misapprehensions as to proceed to the delineation of its social characteristics with any degree of fairness and accuracy. The similarity of language, and to a great extent of customs and manners, renders one prone rather to enter into continual comparisons of America with England than to look at her from the point of view which she really ought to be viewed, namely herself. There are, however, certain salient points which present themselves to the interested observer, and I have endeavoured to approach these in as candid a spirit as possible, not exaggerating the obvious faults, where there is so much to commend and admire. The following remarks were lately made to me by a liberal and enlightened American on the misapprehension of British observers. The great fault of English travellers in this land very often is that they see all things through spectacles which have been graduated to the age and narrow local dimensions of things in England; and because things here are new, and all that is good, instead of being concentrated into a narrow space so as to be seen at one glance, is widely diffused so as not to be easily gauged; because, in other words, it is the spring here and not the autumn, and our advance has the step of youth instead of the measured walk of age; and because our refinements have not the precise customs to which they have been accustomed at home, they turn away in mighty dissatisfaction. There are excellencies in varieties, and things which differ may both be good. End of Chapter 19. Read by Sibella Denton. For more information, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 20 of The Englishwoman in America by Isabella Lucy Bird. Read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. Chapter 20. On reaching Boston I found that my passage had been taken in the Cunard steamer America, reputed to be the slowest and wettest of the whole line. Some of my kind American friends, anxious to induce me to remain for the winter with them, had exaggerated the dangers and discomforts of a winter passage. The December storms, the 3 days spent in crossing the Newfoundland banks, steaming at half speed with fog bells ringing and fog horns blowing, the impossibility of going on deck, and the disagreeableness of being shut up in a close, heated saloon. It was with all these slanders against the ship fresh in my recollection, that I saw her in dock on the morning of my leaving America, her large, shapeless, wall-sided hull looming darkly through a shower of rain. The friends who had first welcomed me to the States accompanied me to the vessel, rendering my departure from them the more regretful; and scarcely had I taken leave of them when a gun was fired, the lashings were cast off, and our huge wheels began their ceaseless revolutions. It was in some respects a cheerless embarkation. The Indian summer had passed away, the ground was bound by frost, driving showers of sleet were descending, and a cold, howling, wintry wind was sweeping over the waters of Massachusetts Bay. We were considerably retarded between Boston and Halifax by contrary winds. I had retired early to my berth to sleep away the fatigues of several preceding months, and was awoke about midnight by the most deafening accumulation of sounds which ever stunned my ears. I felt that I was bruised, and that the berth was unusually hard and cold, and after groping about in the pitch darkness, I found that I had been thrown out of it upon the floor, a fact soon made self-evident by my being rolled across the cabin, a peculiarly disagreeable course of locomotion. It was impossible to stand or walk, and in crawling across to my berth I was assailed by my portmanteau, which was projected violently against me. Further sleep for some hours was impossible. Bang, bang, would come a heavy wave against the ship's side, close to my ears, as if trying the strength of her timbers. Crash, crash, as we occasionally slipped heavy seas, would the waves burst over the lofty bulwarks, and with a fall of 7 feet at once came thundering down on the deck above. Then one sound asserted its claim to be heard over all the others, a sound as if our decks were being stove; a gun or some other heavy body had broken loose, and could not be secured. The incessant groaning, splitting, and heaving, and the roar of the water through the scuppers, it found a tardy egress from the deluged deck, was the result of merely a head wind and an ugly night. Late on the second evening of our voyage I walked on deck. It was the fag end of a gale, and the rain was pouring down upon the slippery planks. Brightly a sky-rocket whizzed upwards from a distant ship, and burst in a shower of flame, followed by 2 others, signalling our old acquaintance the Canada, bound from Liverpool to Boston. We sent up some fireworks in return, and soon lost sight of the friendly light on her paddle-box. She was the only ship that we saw till we reached the Irish coast. With some of the other passengers I was on deck at 5 in the morning, to see the lights on the heads of Halifax harbour. It was dark and intensely cold and wet. A shower of rain had frozen on deck during the night, and as it began to melt the water ran off in little sooty rills. Slowly shivering figures came on deck, men in envelopes of fur, and oilskin capes and coats, with teeth chattering with cold, with wrinkled brows and blue cold noses. and slowly lightened the clear eastern sky, and the crescent moon and stars disappeared one by one, and gradually the low pine-clad hills of Nova Scotia stood out in dark relief against the light, when all of a sudden, like a glory, the broad sun rose behind the purple moorlands, and soon hill and town and lake-like bay were bathed in the cold glow of a winter sunrise. It was now 7:30. The morning gun had boomed from the citadel, and in honour of such an important event as the arrival of the European steamer, it might have been supposed that the inhabitants of the quiet town of Halifax would have been astir. In this idea a Scotch friend and I stepped ashore with the intention of visiting an Indian curiosity shop. In dismal contrast to the early habits which prevail in the American cities, where sleep is yielded to as a necessity, instead of being indulged in as a luxury, we found the shops closed, and except the people immediately connected with the steamer, none were stirring in the streets but ragged negroes and squalid-looking Indians. A few cute, enterprising Yankees would soon metamorphose the aspect of the city. As an arrogant American once observed to me, it would take a Blue Nose, a Nova Scotian, as long to put on his hat as for one of our free and enlightened citizens to go from Boston to New Orleans. The appearance of the town was very repulsive. A fall of snow had melted, and mixing with the dust, store sweepings, cabbage stalks, oyster shells, and other rubbish, had formed a soft and peculiarly penetrating mixture from 3 to 7 inches deep. 18 passengers joined the America at Halifax, and among them I was delighted to welcome my cousins, a party of 7, en route from Prince Edward Island to England. The 2 babies which accompanied them were rather dreaded in prospect, but I believe that their behaviour gained them a general approbation. As dogs are not allowed on the poop or in the saloon, a well-conditioned baby is rather a favourite in a ship. Gentlemen of amiable dispositions give it plenty of nursing and tossing, and stewards regard it with benignant smiles, and occasionally offer it tidbits purloined from dinner. Among the passengers who joined us at Halifax were Captain Leitch, and 3 of the wrecked officers of the steamship City of Philadelphia, which was lost on Cape Race 3 months before. Captain Leitch is a remarkable-looking man, very like the portraits of the Count of Monte Cristo. His heroism and presence of mind on the occasion of that terrible disaster were the means of saving the lives of 600 people, many of whom were women and children. When the ship struck, the panic among this large number of persons was of course awful, but so perfect was the discipline of the crew, and so great their attachment to their commander, that not a cabin boy left the ship in that season of apprehension without his permission. Captain Leitch said that he would be the last man to quit the ship, and he kept his word, but the excitement, anxiety, and subsequent exposure to cold and fatigue, more especially in his search after the survivors of the ill-fated Arctic, brought on a malady from which he was severely suffering. We had only 60 passengers on board, and the party was a remarkably quiet one. There was a gentleman going to Paris as American consul, a daily animated and untiring advocate of slavery, a Jesuit missionary of agreeable manners and cultivated mind, on his way to Rome to receive an episcopal hat, 2 Jesuit brethren, 5 lively French people, and the usual number of commercial travellers, agents, and storekeepers, principally from Canada. There were very few ladies, and only 3 besides our own party appeared in the saloon. For a few days after leaving Halifax we had a calm sea and fair winds, accompanied with rain, and with the exception of 6 unhappy passengers who never came upstairs during the whole voyage, all seemed well enough to make the best of things. A brief description of the daily routine on board these ships may serve to amuse those who have never crossed the Atlantic, and may recall agreeable or disagreeable recollections, as the case may be, to those who have. During the first day or 2 those who are seasick generally remain downstairs, and those who are well look sentimentally at the receding land, and make acquaintances with whom they walk 5 or 6 in a row, bearing down isolated individuals of anti-social habits. After 2 or 3 days have elapsed, people generally lose all interest in the novelty, and settle down to such pursuits as suit them best. At 8 in the morning the dressing-bell rings, and a very few admirable people get up, take a walk on deck, and appear at breakfast at 8:30. But to most this meal is rendered a superfluity by the supper of the night before, that condemned meal which everybody declaims against, and everybody partakes of. However, if only 2 or 3 people appear, the long tables are adorned profusely with cold tongue, ham, Irish stew, mutton chops, broiled salmon, crimped cod, eggs, tea, coffee, chocolate, toast, hot rolls, etc. These viands remain on the table till 9:30. After breakfast, some of the idle ones come up and take a promenade on deck, watch the wind, suggest that it has changed a little, look at the course, ask the captain for the 15th time when he expects to be in port, and watch the heaving of the log, when the officer of the watch invariably tells them that the ship is running a knot or two faster than her real speed, giving a glance of intelligence at the same time to some knowing person near. Many persons who are in the habit of crossing twice a year begin cards directly after breakfast, and with only the interruption of meals, play until 11 at night. Others are equally devoted to chess, and the commercial travellers produce small square books with columns for dollars and cents, cast up their accounts, and bite the ends of their pens. A bell at 12 calls the passengers to lunch from their various lurking places, and, though dinner shortly succeeds this meal, few disobey the summons. There is a large consumption of pale ale, hotch-potch, cold beef, potatoes, and pickles. These pickles are of a peculiarly brilliant green, but as the forks used are of electroplate, the daily consumption of copper cannot be ascertained. At 4 all the tables are spread, a bell rings, that tocsin of the soul, as Byron has sarcastically but truthfully termed the dinner bell, and all the passengers rush in from every quarter of the ship, and seat themselves with an air of expectation till the covers are raised. Grievous disappointments are often disclosed by the uplifted dish covers, for it must be confessed that to many people dinner is the great event of the day, to be speculated upon before, and criticised afterwards. There is a tureen of soup at the head of each table, and as soon as the captain takes his seat, 12 waiters appear in blue jackets, who have been previously standing in a row, dart upon the covers, and after a few minutes of intense clatter the serious business of eating begins. The stewards serve with civility and alacrity, and seem to divine your wishes, their good offices no doubt being slightly stimulated by the vision of a douceur at the end of the voyage. Long bills of fare are laid on the tables, and good water, plentifully iced, is served with each meal. Wine, spirits, liqueurs, and ale are consumed in large quantities, as also soups, fish, game, venison, meat, and poultry of all kinds, with French side dishes, a profusion of jellies, puddings, and pastry, and a plentiful dessert of fresh and preserved fruits. Many people complain of a want of appetite at sea, and the number of bottles of Perrin's sauce used in the Cunard steamers must almost make the fortune of the maker. At 7 o'clock the tea bell rings, but the tables are comparatively deserted, for from 9:30 to 10:30 people can order whatever they please in the way of supper. In the America, as it was a winter passage, few persons choose to walk on deck after dinner; consequently the saloon from 8 till 11 presented the appearance of a room at a fashionable hotel. There were 2 regularly organised whist parties, which played rubbers ad infinitum. Cards indeed were played at most of the tables; some played backgammon; a few would doze over odd volumes of old novels, while 3 chess boards would be employed at a time, for there were 10 persons perfectly devoted to this noble game. The varied employments of the occupants of the saloon produced a strange mixture of conversations. One evening, while waiting the slow movements of an opponent at chess, the following remarks in slightly raised tones were audible above the rest: "Do you really think me pretty? Oh, flattering man! Deuce, ace, treble, double, and rub, that's a good hand. Check, it's your play. You've gammoned me. Ay, ay, sir, parbleu! Holà! Steward, whisky toddy for 4. I despise the conventionalisms. Checkmate! Brandy punch for 6. You've thrown away all your hearts," and 100 others, many of them demands for something from the culinary department. Occasionally a forlorn wight, who neither played chess nor cards, would venture on deck to kill time, and return into the saloon panting and shivering, in rough surtout and fur cap, bringing a chilly atmosphere with him, voted a bore for leaving the door open, and totally unable to induce people to sympathise with him in his complaints of rain, cold, or the ugly night. By 11 the saloon used to become almost unbearable, from the combined odours of roast onions, pickles, and punch, and at 1/2 the lights were put out, and the company dispersed, most to their berths, but some to smoke cigars on deck. Though the Cunard steamers are said by English people to be as near perfection as steamers can be, I was not sorry to return in a clipper. There is something so exhilarating in the motion of a sailing vessel, always provided she is neither rolling about in a calm, lying to in a gale, or beating against a head wind. She seems to belong to the sea, with her tall tapering masts, her cloud of moving canvas, and her buoyant motion over the rolling waves. Her movements are all comprehensible, and above board she is invariably clean, and her crew are connected in one's mind with nautical stories which charmed one in the long past days of youth. A steamer is very much the reverse. Slick Sam, with his usual force and aptitude of illustration, says that she goes through the water like a subsoil plough with an 8-horse team. There is so much noise and groaning and smoke and dirt, so much mystery also, and the ship leaves so much commotion in the water behind her. There do not seem to be any regular sailors, and in their stead a collection of individuals, remarkably greasy in their appearance, who may be cooks or stokers, or possibly both. Then you cannot go on the poop without being saluted by a whiff of hot air from the grim furnaces below. Men are always shovelling in coal, or throwing cinders overboard, and the rig does not seem to belong to any ship in particular. The masts are low and small, and the canvas, which is always spread in fair weather, looks as if it had been trailed along Cheapside on a wet day. In the America it was not such a very material assistance either, for on one occasion, when we were running before a splendid breeze under a crowd of sail, the engines were stopped and the log heaved, which only gave our speed at 3 miles an hour. One lady passenger had been feeding her mind with stories of steamboat explosions in the States, and spent her time in a morbid state of terror by no means lessened by the close proximity of her state-room to the dreaded engine. On the 6th day after leaving Halifax the wind, which everybody had been hoping for or fearing, came upon us at last, and continued increasing for 3 days, when, if we had been beating against it, we should have called it a hurricane. It was, however, almost directly aft, and we ran before it under sail. The sky, during the 2 days which it lasted, was perfectly cloudless, and the sea had that peculiar deep, clear, greenish-blue tint only to be met with far from land. There was a majesty, a sublimity about the prospect from the poop exceeding everything which I had ever seen. There was the mighty ocean showing his power, and here were we poor insignificant creatures overcoming him by virtue of those heaven-sent arts by which man has made fire, flood, and earth the vassals of his will. I had often read of mountain waves, but believed the comparison to be a mere figure of speech until I saw them here, all glorious in their beauty, under the clear blue of a December sky. 2 or 3 long, high hills of water seemed to fill up the whole horizon, themselves an aggregate of a countless number of leaping, foam-capped waves, each apparently large enough to overwhelm a ship. Huge green waves seemed to chase us, when, just as they reached the stern, the ship would lift, and they would pass under her. She showed special capabilities for rolling. She would roll down on one side, the billows seemingly ready to burst in foam over her, while the opposite bulwark was 15 or 18 feet above the water, displaying her bright green copper. The nights were more glorious than the days, when the broad, full moon would shed her light upon the water with a brilliancy unknown in our foggy clime. It did not look like a wan, flat surface, placed flat upon a watery sky, but like a large radiant sphere hanging in space. The view from the wheelhouse was magnificent. The towering waves which came up behind us heaped together by mighty winds, looked like hills of green glass, and the phosphorescent light like fiery lamps within. The moonlight glittered upon our broad foamy wake, our masts and spars and rigging stood out in sharp relief against the sky, while for once our canvas looked white. Far in the distance the sharp bow would plunge down into the foam, and then our good ship, rising, would shake her shiny sides, as if in joy at her own buoyancy. The busy hum of men marred not the solitary sacredness of midnight on the Atlantic. The moon walked in brightness, auroras flashed, and meteors flamed, and a sensible presence of Deity seemed to pervade the transparent atmosphere in which we were viewing the works of the Lord and his wonders in the deep. I could scarcely understand how this conjunction of circumstances could produce any but agreeable sensations, but it is a melancholy fact that the saloon emptied and the state-rooms filled, and the number of promenaders daily diminished. People began to find the sea an unpleasant fact. I heard no more Byronic quotations about its glad waters, or comments on the splendid run. These were changed into anxious questions as to when we should reach Liverpool, and if we were in danger. People querulously complained of the ale, hitherto their delight, abused the meat, thought the mulligatawny horrid stuff, and wondered how they could ever have thought plum puddings fit for anything but pigs. Mysterious disappearances were very common. Diligent peripatetics were seen extended on sofas, or feebly promenading under shelter of the bulwarks, while persons who prided themselves on their dignity sustained ignominious falls, or clung to the railings in a state of tottering decrepitude, in an attempt progress down to the saloon. Though we had 4 ledges on the table, cruets, bottles of claret, and pickles became locomotive, and jumped upon people's laps. Almost everything higher than a plate was upset, pickles, wine, ale, and oil, forming a most odoriferous mixture, but these occurrences became too common to be considered amusing. 2 days before reaching England the gale died away, and we sighted Cape Clear at 8 o'clock on the evening of the 11th day out. A cold chill came off from the land, we were enveloped in a damp fog, and the inclemency of the air reminded us of what we had nearly forgotten, namely, that we were close upon Christmas. The greater part of Sunday we were steaming along in calm water, within sight of the coast of Ireland, and extensive preparations were being made for going ashore. Some people of sanguine dispositions had even decided what they would order for dinner at the Adelphi. Morning service was very fully attended, and it was interesting to hear the voices of people of so many different creeds and countries joining in that divinely taught prayer which proclaims the universal brotherhood of the human race, knowing that in a few hours those who then met in adoration would be separated, to meet no more till summoned by the sound of the last trumpet. Those who expected to spend Sunday night on shore were disappointed. A gale came suddenly on us about 4 o'clock, sails were hastily taken in, orders were given and executed, the stewards were in despair, when a heavy lurch of the ship threw most of the things off the table before dinner, mingling cutlery, pickles, and broken glass and china in one chaotic heap on the floor. As darkness came on, the gale rose higher, the moon was obscured, the rack in heavy masses was driving across the stormy sky, and scuds of sleet and spray made the few venturous persons on deck cower under the nearest shelter to cogitate the lines, "Nights like these, when the rough winds take western seas, brook not of glee." I might dwell upon the fury of that night, upon the awful blasts which seemed to sweep the seas of every human work, upon our unanswered signals, upon the length of time while we were drifting on the shifting currents of the restless main, upon the difficulty of getting the pilot on board, and the heavy seas through which our storm-tossed bark entered the calmer waters of the Mersey, but I must hasten on. Night after night had the French and English passengers joined in drinking with enthusiasm the toast "La prise de la Sébastopol." Night after night had the national pride of the representatives of the allied nations increased, till we almost thought, in our ignorant arrogance, that at the first thunder of our guns the defences of Sebastopol would fall, as did those of Jericho at the sound of the trumpets of Joshua. Consequently, when the pilot came on board with the newspaper, most of the gentlemen crowded to the gangway, prepared to give 3 cheers for the fall of Sebastopol. The pilot brought news of victory, but it was of the barren victory of Inkerman. A gloom fell over the souls of many, as they read of our serried ranks mown down by the Russian fire, of heroic valour and heroic death. The saloon was crowded with eager auditors as the bloody tidings were made audible above the roar of winds and waters. I could scarcely realize the gloomy fact that many of those whom I had seen sail forth in hope and pride only 10 months before were now sleeping under the cold clay of the Crimea. 3 cheers for the victors of Inkerman, and 3 for our allies, were then heartily given, though many doubted whether the heroic and successful resistance of our troops deserved the name of victory. Soon after midnight we anchored in the Mersey, but could not land till morning, and were compelled frequently to steam up to our anchors, in consequence of the fury of the gale. I felt some regret at leaving the good old steamship America, which had borne us so safely across the vexed Atlantic, although she rolls terribly, and is, in her admirable captain's own words, an old tub, but slow and sure. She has since undergone extensive repairs, and I hope that the numerous passengers who made many voyages in her in the shape of rats have been permanently dislodged. Those were sacred feelings with which I landed upon the shores of England. Although there appeared little of confidence in the present, and much of apprehension for the future, I loved her better when a shadow was upon her than in the palmy days of her peace and prosperity. I had seen in other lands much to admire and much to imitate, but it must not be forgotten that England is the source from which these streams of liberty and enlightenment have flowed, which have fertilized the western continent. Other lands may have their charms, and the sunny skies of other climes may be regretted, but it is with pride and gladness that the wanderer sets foot again on British soil, thanking God for the religion and the liberty which have made this weather-beaten island in a northern sea to be the light and glory of the world. End of Chapter 20. End of The Englishwoman in America, by Isabella Lucy Bird. Read by Sibella Denton for LibriVox.org, in Carrollton, Georgia, in April 2008. For more information, please visit LibriVox.org.